Ryan awoke to another year in the barren and unchanging world of cows. The land around him stretched endlessly, both familiar and alien, as if untouched by time. Unlike the divine creation described in the Bible, where the world was shaped in 7 days, cows emerged from chaos itself, a slow and unpredictable evolution. It was desolate still, but today something was different. He could feel it. A new god was about to be born. Ryan rose from his makeshift dwelling, gazing at the vast sky. The air crackled with energy, the laws of the world trembling in anticipation. Vibrant ribbons of light danced across the heavens, a sure sign of divine birth. He had seen this before. Over countless centuries, gods had emerged, each shaping the world in their own way. The last one was born 700 years ago, but this time was special. 12 titans at last, Ryan murmured. Time was a concept he had brought into this world. There was no natural cycle of day and night, no seasons to mark the passage of years, but he had named them anyway. When he had first witnessed the birth of the primordial goddess Nyx, he had called that moment a day. Later, as the flow of existence continued, he defined a year. And though he held the power of spirituality, he was no ruler, merely an observer, waiting for his moment. Today marked the rise of Kronos and Re, the coming of the true master of time. Even with divine perception, Ryan could not see the source of all creation, but he didn't need to. The very fabric of reality was shifting. The earth and sky trembled, the air thick with the energy of birth. In the mountains, beneath the seas, new life stirred. He had watched this pattern unfold for centuries. Cows had once been nothing but void, then the earth emerged, giving birth to Gaia, the mother. Darkness had ruled before the sky existed, and Tartarus had slumbered in the depths of chaos. Then came Uranus, the heavens themselves, followed by the sea god Pontos and the great mountains of Uria. With each divine birth, the world took shape, moving closer to completion. Now, after 1,300 years since Ryan had first named time, Uranus had taken Gaia as his wife, and the 12 titans were about to step into existence. At this moment, they were not yet titans. They were primordial gods, powerful and untamed, born with dominion over the fundamental forces of the world. With their birth, the laws of existence would solidify further, and the throne of the god-king would be claimed by the one who ruled the sky. Ryan, of course, remained an outsider. He had no place among them, he sighed, leaning against the rocky walls of his shelter. The universe was expanding, filling with new colors and forces, but it had little to do with him. He had existed since the very beginning, yet he had no dominion, no grand title. Unlike other time travelers who might be reborn into power, he had arrived when there was nothing. No people, no civilization, not even gods to witness him. He had survived only by becoming something more. His soul had fused with the essence of spirituality, forming a weak divinity of time and space. But mere power was not enough. True divinity required authority, recognition by the laws of the world or the faith of other gods, and Ryan had neither. He had named day and year, shaping the early concept of time, but he was far from being the god of time. To claim such a title, he had only two paths: seize power through sheer might or be acknowledged by the divine order over countless ages. Neither option was within his grasp, and so he waited. Suddenly the world shuddered. A deep, resonating hum echoed through the void, a sound without origin yet present everywhere. The very laws of reality were in flux. Then, light, water materialized out of nothingness, flooding the barren lands. Until now, the world had been divided, the earth in the center, surrounded by the endless sea. But now, new rivers appeared where no ocean had reached, carving fresh paths across the land. Okanos had arrived. The first of the 12 titans, Okanos, the god of the world's waters, had been born. Ryan felt the shift immediately. The dominion once held entirely by the sea god Pontos was now split. The ocean itself still belonged to Pontos, but fresh waters, rivers, and currents had been claimed by this newborn deity. The world had decided. Power had been redistributed. In an instant, Pontos weakened, his divine presence diminishing from a mighty force to something lesser. A god who once held absolute dominion over the seas had now fallen to a mere aspect of them, and so the balance of power shifted once more. Ryan exhaled. The birth of the Titans had begun, and though he was still just an observer, he knew his time would come. Mythology, spiritual ruler. There are strengths and weaknesses in the gods of cows. According to the laws of the world, the gods in this world are roughly divided into 4 levels. Like Ryan, it is a typical weak divine power. The original C***** Pontos was born with medium divine power, and later grew into a powerful divine power. As for the original gods, they were greater than powerful divine power before the birth of consciousness, but after the birth of consciousness, they were only about half a square higher. Buzz, the buzz of the law sounded again, and as Ryan looked at the ocean, the vision of the cow's world continued. The water vapor between heaven and earth condensed again, and the newly stable clergy of Pontos trembled. The clergy of natural gods cannot be taken away by acquired deity, except for the world that nurtured them. Except for that Ryan is condensed by his own soul, the world itself can reclaim all power. Of course, except when nurturing a new god, the unconscious world will not interfere with the gods. Fortunately, I came early. Any consciousness of the 5 primitive gods has been born, and I guess my clergy will also become the treasure of the world. Shaking his head, Ryan continued to watch the century blockbuster. The condensation of water vapor continues, and in addition to Pontos, the same signs appeared in the just-born Okanos. The 2 gods who divided the oceans together lost part of their authority at some point, which was the part of their clergy that was related to pure water. The laws of the world are shaking, and all the gods in existence understand the meaning contained in it. Theseus, the god of raw water, and another ancient titan was born. 2 gods related to water were born in a row, and the power of the world began to turn from the ocean to the sky. Ryan could feel that the next titan would be born there. Pontos, he almost couldn't maintain the power of. But even so, he can still hit me 5 with one hand. With a helpless smile, Ryan turned his gaze to the sky. The combat power of the gods is not only related to the level of divine power, but also to authority. Like the god of fire and the god of spring, even if the divine power is similar, the combat power is very different. But there is no doubt that even if Ponto's authority is not the kind that is best at fighting, it must be much stronger than. After all, simple spirituality is like physical strength, and it looks very useful, but it is actually useless. Buzz, after waiting for a while, it seemed that I had recovered and the laws of the world became active again. This time, 2 ancient gods were directly born in the world of cows, as well as a brand new celestial body. After thousands of years, Ryan once again saw the sun in the sky. Looking at the sky from afar, the new celestial body emits light and heat, and the origin of the whole world has risen in an instant. Juperian, the first sun, Thea, the mother of light, the of vision. As the origin of the world rises, although Ryan is just a trivial spiritual god, his power also increases. Special clergy are still beneficial. He will not take the blame when the world declines, but he will gain dividends when the world becomes stronger. If you follow the level divided by Ryan himself, this wave will probably come from level 2 to level 3 of divine power. If he can upgrade 3 more times, then he can get rid of the identity of and upgrade to the of the divine power level 6. This subdivision was not inherent in the world of cows, but it was purely a level created by Ryan. But this division helped him measure the level of divine power. Just like now, as the world rises as the overall situation, Pontos, who was originally shaking at the level of divine power 11, finally recovered his blood and stabilized his power. Buzz, the buzzing sound came again. The laws of the world did not stagnate with the will of a god, and the sea of source rolled again. Soon, 3 consecutive shocks of the law announced the birth of 3 new gods to the world. In a blink of an eye, a storm blew up the earth, and there were many lightless celestial bodies in the sky. This was the manifestation of the authority of the 2 gods. The third person reproduced the path of his sister, who divided part of the light from his other new sister, Thea, and drew some power from the sun. Kus, the of celestial bodies, Cleos, god of weather, Phubo Philippi, the god of light body. The emergence of the 3 new gods has caused the world's source power to rise again, but the amplitude is not as obvious as the appearance of the sun. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. However, although the divine power did not rise, Ryan still felt a new force was born in his body. This force has appeared since the first Titan came to the world. With every extra person, it appears to be solid. Until now, it has finally become detectable. Very good, seeing the expectation come true. Although this was the change he had been waiting for a long time, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, this was not the reign of the 3rd generation of Zeus, and in this ignorant era, he still had great potential. At least you have to work hard. Don't be a weak person until later generations. Then you will be looked down upon by others and be taken seriously by Zeus. I couldn't help but have a cold war, thinking of the 3 generations of gods who did not distinguish between men and women and race. Ryan's idea of becoming stronger became much stronger. Only in this regard, Uranus is still very trustworthy. He was not interested in anyone except Gaia, and his 12 children were considered to have inherited his fine traditions. It was clearly watching a blockbuster movie, but suddenly I recalled the past. Ryan focused and instantly noticed the source of the impact. 2 new gods were born one after another, but their power was biased towards the spiritual realm, so the active law also affected Ryan's spirit. Mon Misuni, the original **** of memory, language, and innate characters, but until her name was passed down to the world along with the law, the clergy of memory still did not appear. Iapetus, the god of soul and word, also for some reason, seemed to disappear without a trace. Ryan said that I would not take the blame for this, although I did it. Fortunately, Iapetus would have been uncovered before, otherwise, it would have been a good idea for Monmasun to be brought to the door by the Earth Mother. With a long sigh of relief, Ryan couldn't help but be extremely grateful for his previous behavior. The soul and the spirit are 2 sides and have long been part of him, and memory is the subordinate of the soul. Without his permission, no one can obtain the clergy of memory. If it were the gods born by the cow's world themselves, he would either be torn apart like Pontos, or he would have become one of the 2 gods. But his spiritual priesthood comes from his own creation. He is the origin of spirituality and the first soul to appear in this world, so the world cannot do anything to him unless he is killed directly. But killing the origin god is equivalent to killing the authority he represents, and spirituality will disappear in the world, and from then on, there will be no soul born in the world of cows. So only instinctive cows ignored the divine power of the soul and memory and directly gave birth to the 2 new gods. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, this is really troublesome. Although he did the thing right, Ryan was somewhat scared. Iapetus was fine, but the other party didn't know that he had the soul priesthood, but Monmasuni was different. The clergy of memory has been born, but it has not been crowned on her, but is scattered in the world, waiting for his spiritual source to absorb it. If she discovers Ryan's identity in the future, she may not be kind to him. But that said, Ryan doesn't regret it. Just kidding, spiritual authority is already so weak, and if he is separated from others, he is afraid that he will become a joke among the gods and the first being unable to maintain the identity of the gods. As for being a god, it is naturally even more impossible. It will be difficult to pick the dog's leash on it and then take it off. Ryan hasn't enjoyed it yet, so he doesn't plan to experience the dog's leash in advance. But although it has provoked a potential enemy, it is not entirely a disadvantage. Feeling that the memory authority that has been born but scattered between heaven and earth, Ryan smiled slightly. The authority of memory is not strong, but it is enough to take his spiritual authority a step further. After all, the strength of the priest determines the upper limit of divine power. No matter how the god of spring water improves his divine power, he will never be able to rely on to become a medium divine power. At this time, you either obtain more and stronger clergy, or you have to expand the original clergy. Using to absorb, a lower-level clergy is a way to expand. It will increase the depth and breadth of the original clergy and make the related concepts stronger. Of course, this absorption cannot be successful casually, one must be able to tolerate the other. Spirituality is suitable in this regard, and it can be linked to many clergy. Shaking his head, Ryan stopped thinking about it. Although the memory clergy currently has no master, it still takes a long time to absorb it. After all, for the world, the origin of spirituality is not controlled. Once is absorbed by, it means that cows also loses control over. So even if the world has no will, it will still instinctively stop him, increasing the time it takes him to increase by 10 times. Buzz. There was another buzzing sound. Ryan seemed to have thought for a long time, but in fact it had only passed for a short while. After the birth of the 2 gods, the new god's birth continues. So many powerful gods were born in a row within one day, and it could only appear at the beginning of the creation of the world. Following the vibration of the law, the 2 gods who were born successively declared their existence to the world. One breath is fair and rigorous, as if it is ever-changing. The other symbolizes the unchanging immutableness of the past, which seems to be right around you, but it is untouchable. Themis, god of justice and law, Re, the god of time passing. The weak power jumped with the birth of the two gods, but there was no reaction in the end. Power is just the prototype of authority and is not qualified to be divided. With a slight relief, Ryan felt the rhythm of the law gradually subsided, as if the gods born this time were all. But he knew that the most important thing had not yet appeared. There will be no master in the complete time and space, which is not allowed by the world. But there is an existence that will gain a part from each of them and become a ****, who is destined to rule the world. He is Uranus's youngest son and will become the eldest son in the future. Under his rule, the original human beings will be born on Earth. When they passed away, the second generation of humans were born because of him. If he did not consider his oppression on his offspring, Kronos was actually a qualified ruler. He neither treated his wife like the heavenly father treated the earthly mother, nor did he wantonly show his authority in the mortal world. It's just that his divine fate is not very good. Zeus's brother fought side by side with him, but Cronus's went against him. Zhang, the chain of law, was silent for a while, and then it started to roar even more intensely. The time and space of the whole world are beginning to become unstable, but it seems to be building a new structure. Maybe it was a moment, maybe it was a long time. Under the disorderly fluctuations of time and space, Ryan could not tell how long it had passed. But at some point, time and space suddenly found the rules that suit them again, and all changes came to an abrupt end. Kronos, the king of time and space. The name of the new **** resounded throughout the world and spread throughout every corner of Chaos under the influence of the string of space. This long-lasting birthday finally came to an end. The sky becomes higher, the sea becomes deeper, and the world becomes more complete. The land, which had already reached no end, expanded rapidly. Soon, Ryan could no longer measure the size of the land. The newly born 12 gods are not the source of change, they are just introductions, and the power accumulated by the world is thus vented, but these have nothing to do with Ryan now. At this moment, all his energy is combing out the power in his body. Divine Power Level 4, Clergy. After a long time, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When he felt the expected priesthood, Ryan felt extremely happy after all. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. But in just a moment of emotional change, the *** in white clothes immediately restrained his emotions and turned to look outside the cave where he lived. There was nothing in the perception, but Ryan knew that the birth of the new *** had ended, and that noble mother *** would come to him. So he said, as if he had expected it, "Dear Mother Earth, what do you think of this result?" In a trance, a young woman in a green skirt appeared in front of her out of thin air. The woman's aura was vast and deep, but a hint of unstoppable emptiness still made her face pale. At this time, Mother Earth was not the old woman in later generations. Her body was youthful and energetic, and her origin was still full. The act of giving birth to 12 gods in succession damaged her vitality, but she was still a primitive ancient *** who was half a square higher than His Highness Ryan. I offended it before. I'm willing to accept the loss about our bet. As he said that, the fashionable and young Mother Earth smiled apologetically. The storm in the sky is thus far away from here, and everything becomes happy. I have to say that your precise prophecy made me ashamed of my previous doubts, and even the King of Gods was amazed at the power of your peeking into fate. It's okay, Ryan smiled and accepted the apology from the ancient god and expressed his doubts in time. What are you here for when you have just given birth to the Son of God? Facing Ryan's calm gaze, Gaia still said the words he had been waiting for a long time. I'll invite you to Mount Odils to attend the God King's banquet. With a gentle smile, Gaia solemnly invited, His Highness Ryan, on this special day, my eldest son, my husband, my king, the Lord of the Sky, hope that you can meet him on the Mount of God and celebrate this important day together. If you're willing to come, that's the best gift we've ever received. There was a little moved on his face, but Ryan was a little laughing in his heart. After just one prophecy, Mother Earth treated him so politely. It's just for the new prophecy. Lion thought so. But no matter what, facing the invitation from the original god, Ryan bowed and accepted it naturally. His face was excited for the invitation of the God King, and so was his heart. Only he himself knows how many years he has been waiting for today. You are so serious, Your Highness Gaia, Ryan said with a smile. I am extremely honored to witness the birth of the first king of the gods of cows. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler following Gaia, Ryan walked towards a sacred mountain in the middle of the continent. The world is different now than before. With the sun, celestial bodies, and diverse weather, cows is more like a real world. Perhaps it was because walking on the orthodox of Gaia when she was born, Ryan did not feel the distance. Under the leadership of the other party, he can cross thousands of miles in one step. Although there were neither 10,000 waters nor 1,000 mountains at this time, Uria's descendants of the mountain and the 3,000 ocean gods had not been born yet, and the earth still seemed desolate. After about half a day, soon the sacred mountain was in sight. His Highness Ryan. Since Ryan agreed to come, Gaia became worried along the way. It was not until she came to this place of the birth of the gods that she finally spoke. This is where the god king will rule the world in the future. Gaia looked at the towering Mount Odils, which was also the birth of her third son Uria. This is the highest mountain on the earth, the closest to the sky. My king will be here to condescend and rule over the earth as the lord of the sky. That's a great feat. Ryan expressed his respect for this, but his tone seemed to have known. As the first king in the world, only such a place can match the authority of the father. Yes, Gaia frowned but said, he will rule over everything in the world forever. Obviously, the Heavenly Father and Earth Mother were still in love at this time, and the swords and weapons of later generations could not even see any trace. Let's go, influenced by the birth of my 12 children, here is full of chaotic divine power. Please follow me so as not to encounter something bad. Nodding slightly, Ryan followed the good, as if he had not felt the subtle change in Mother Earth's attitude. He followed Gaia and the two began to climb the sacred mountain. As the place where the Earth Mother lives for many years, the sacred mountain is not like the exposed land of rocks outside. The primitive vegetation has spread here. Along the way, Ryan saw many strange flowers and fruits that could not be named, which were newly born under the clergy of. Maybe in a few years, with the help of the god of meteorology, the vegetation here will be spread all over the world, making the desolate land more green. This is all in the future. Soon, under Gaia's leadership, Ryan arrived at the top of the sacred mountain. We're here. Mother Earth stopped and said to Ryan behind her. Nodding slightly, Ryan stepped forward and looked at the appearance here. The top of the sacred mountain is empty and flat, without any trace of artificial buildings. Compared with Mount Olympus in later mythology, it is like a deserted mountain, but Ryan was not surprised. After all, for the Lord of Sky, the sky itself is his palace. Stepping onto the top of the sacred mountain, when Ryan observed the environment here, 13 gods with different appearances also turned their attention to him. Even though no one used his divine power, Ryan was still a little uncomfortable. There is no way. The primitive gods do not know how to restrain their breath, and getting close to them is an oppression. Meet you, Your Majesty. Stopped and looked at it, Ryan bent down slightly and expressed his respect to the male in the moment. This is not the first time he has seen Uranus. Unlike the young man who looked like when he met last time, he is now a tall and majestic middle-aged man. This is the result of the joint action of patriarchy and the position of the god king. The appearance of the gods changes due to authority and power, which is common sense among the gods. Faced with the audience of strange gods, the 12 titans were a little confused. After all, they felt the weakness of Ryan's divine power. They looked at their father and waited for his attitude to come. Then they saw their majestic father stretching out his hands to face the gods in front of him, and not being stingy with his welcome to him. I'm glad you've come, honored prophet, god of prophecy. Uranos' voice was wild and powerful, very well matched his clergy. Until today, I didn't expect you to really see fate. Please forgive me for my previous misunderstanding of this. Please take your seat, Your Highness Ryan, you should be with us. My pleasure. Facing the different gazes of the 14 gods, Ryan chose a place to sit down at the top of the mountain. This is a birthday party and a banquet to celebrate Uranus's becoming the god king. When the 12 new gods were born, he was automatically crowned by the world. As the people arrived, the fruits of the plants on the mountain were taken by Gaia to serve as meals for the banquet. The god king sat in the center, and the others were lined up on both sides. Only the Earth Mother sat next to him. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. When the banquet began, except for the occasional conversation with Ryan, the Heavenly Father spoke to his newborn children most of the time. He told his children about his thoughts, how to respect his father, and how to help him perform his position as the God King. Perhaps it was the influence of patriarchy that his 12 children were silent and just responded to the request of the God King. It tastes good. Tasting an unknown purple fruit, Ryan quietly watched it all. He knew the purpose of being invited, and he also had his own ideas for it. But before that, he just wanted to eat 2 more fruits. After all, the plants on the sacred mountain are the originators of the same kind, and they are the first batch of the cow's world. These fruits also have a great effect on the gods. At least for Ryan, they can help him reach the limit allowed by the clergy more quickly. Time flies, and to God, they don't care about the passage of time. The third time that day and night changed, Uranus finally stopped his admonition. He turned around and looked at Ryan, who was sitting beside him, the who predicted the birth of his 12 offspring, although he still doesn't understand how such a weak divine power can see fate. Since that's the case, he doesn't mind asking him some questions, especially the other party's remarks at the foot of the mountain. He could hear them clearly. Raising the cup 3 days later, Uranus spoke to Ryan again. His Highness Ryan, before that, when we first met, you predicted the birth of my 12 children. Fate is so powerful, the father sighed in a loud voice. Only a wise god like you can perceive its doomed trajectory. The destiny of fate is in Miss Yi's hands. Ryan smiled and raised his cup, touched Uranus from afar, and then drank it all in one go. I also just saw part of it by chance. This is not wine, it is just the juice of the plant, but it is still very delicious under the influence of divine power. So respectful, His Highness Ryan, I have a question to ask you. Uranus didn't care about Ryan's humble words. He seemed to be just curious about the ability to prophecy. I hope you can use the power of prophecy to tell me. In cows, in the future of this world, I am not the eternal God King who ruled the sky, the earth, and the ocean. The banquet seemed to suddenly become quiet. 12 Titan looked at Ryan with strange eyes, and Mother Earth's eyes were filled with worries. Faced with Uranus's seemingly unintentional inquiry, Ryan smiled slightly. Instead of rushing to answer, he put down his cup and explained the essence of all prophecies. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler before prophecy. I hope you can understand the fact that prophecy is never just observation, not creation. After taking another sip of sweet juice, Ryan solemnly explained, I can't change my destiny, I just observe it, or even just observe part of it. And observations are not without cost. When you know it, it knows you. What does it mean? Faced with the strange realm, the God King was a little puzzled. What does it knows me mean? Fate was originally uncertain. Although it also had a fixed trajectory, it was not necessarily unchangeable. But if you try to observe it in a prophetic way, then fate will become a destined ending. You can only postpone its arrival and distort its meaning, but you cannot completely disappear. So, do you still want me to make this prophecy? At the end, Ryan asked the God King. The previous words were not made up by Ryan. This was the information he received after obtaining the clergy. When anyone tries to observe destiny directly, whether or not he lies with the hands of other gods, he himself becomes a part of destiny. People cannot grab their hair and let themselves leave the ground, so no existence can violate the shackles they transform into. When he knew this, Ryan decided that he would never predict himself. As for the prophecy made by some gods in later generations, Ryan actually wanted to call it a curse of fate. On the other hand, when Uranus heard Ryan's explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief and hesitated again. The cost of prophecy was very high, which made him less afraid of the Night Mother who controlled the destiny, but he still wanted to know his ending. The first ****king. Thinking of what Ryan from Yamashita called him, Uranus still made up his mind. I believe in my strength. Father said this when he looked at Ryan. At this time, he had just obtained the position of God King, and his powerful strength made him multiply his confidence. Make a prophecy, His Highness Ryan. No matter what the result is, I will promise you a no excessive condition in the name of the God King. I believe that under my current power, nothing is doomed to change. As the first ****king, the symbol of patriarchy, Uranus, who was already at the top of powerful divine power, took another half a step upward. Now he is in the same position as the primitive gods, and even Gaia, who is not good at fighting, is no longer his opponent. This made him extremely confident, and he believed that even if the outcome of the prophecy was not good, he could postpone its arrival and distort its meaning, as Ryan said. Haha, the asterisk of cows is always so confident. Ryan chuckled in his heart. Things still developed as he expected. Facing the God King's gaze, Ryan nodded slightly, and his dark eyes shone with a mysterious white light the next moment. This is not a disguise of prophecy and deceiving. Ryan is really exploring Uranus's future, but the result is obvious. The clergy obtained by just one prophecy is very weak, and even the power of the spiritual clergy is several times stronger than it. In nothingness, Ryan saw nothing. With his current power, he is far from enough to see the fate of the God King. This did not affect his first big prophecy. An era, Lin said under the gaze of the gods. You will rule the world for an era. You and the Mother Earth will have new children, but they do not have a divine and perfect appearance like us. One day in the future, your eldest son will wave his sword at you and your royal power will be shaken. Bang. Nonsense. Uranos had not reacted yet, and Okanos on the side could no longer bear Ryan's words. Although he was only 3 days old, 12 Titan's elder brother already possessed nearly medium-sized divine power. A violent force emerged on him and was pressing towards Ryan, trying to stop the strange god's crazy words. He did succeed, and Ryan stopped talking, but he also failed because the father spoke. Stop, my child. As he waved, Okanos' divine power was easily calmed down, and Uranos' eyes looked at him. You shouldn't be acting on the guests. The tone of the God King could not tell the joy or anger, but everyone present felt his suspicion at this moment. Father, I swear to the world that I will never challenge your position as the God King. Seeing his father speak, the Lord of the Ocean knelt on the ground and showed his loyalty to his father. Uranos did not agree. Vows do have constraints on the gods, but that is not to die. Even now that the authority of the oath has not been delegated to the world, violating the oath will be at most a drop in divine power, and the clergy is in turmoil. But if you can take the position of the God King, everything can be saved. Is this the whole prophecy, respected prophet? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The Heavenly Father ignored his son and continued to ask for the interrupted Ryan. If that's all, then this prophecy is nothing more than that. He would divide his eldest son into 3 and throw himself into the bottom of Tartarus, the dark void and the depths of the earth, so that he would never be able to be enemies with him. No, but Ryan's answer obviously didn't fit his wish. In the angry eyes of the Lord of the Ocean, Ryan smiled and said to the God King, His Highness Okanos will never be a real sword holder, Your Majesty. The prophecy shows that the person who overturns your throne will receive the help of another loved one. Where it all starts, it ends. And the eldest son holding the knife must not be your oldest child. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the remaining 11 Titans in the hall changed, and only the Lord of the Ocean breathed a sigh of relief. Although he also has the possibility of becoming an accomplice in the complete prophecy, Okanos must not be the first culprit. If everyone is guilty, it means that everyone is not guilty. He is still very clear about this. Unless your father wants to sit alone on the throne, he will not be punished. The hall was silent for a while, and finally the Earth Mother broke the peace. Her gentle face was full of worries. At this moment, Gaia was not the mother of the gods who were full of calculating. She looked at Ryan, who had just made a prediction, and asked in a serious tone, Dear His Highness Ryan, the wise prophet, I wonder if you can give more tips. Because of your prophecy, there will be suspicion between the father and the child, and the newborn divine court will be peaceful. I don't think you want to see this scene. But in the face of Gaia's implicit threatening request, Ryan shook his head calmly. I'm really sorry, respected Mother Earth. It's not that I don't want to interpret it, but in this regard, the prophets themselves are not as wise as the listeners. After all, I am just an observer and a translator. The true meaning of fate is still far away from me. Finally, Ryan gives a reply that Gaia cannot argue. If you still have doubts about this, you can go to the darkness. I believe that in the realm of fate, one of Missy's 3 majors, His Royal Highness Anin Ki, will have a more detailed interpretation. As her elder sister, you will definitely not return empty-handed. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, the originally cheerful banquet seemed to have come to an end. After Ryan made a prophecy, only the sound of eating at the top of the mountain sounded occasionally. Gaia was worried about the future of her children. Uranus glanced at the gods in front of her, occasionally looking at the sea far away in the sky. His younger brother, Gaia's second child, was there, the original C*** Pontos. There is no doubt that Ryan's prophecy of the help of another loved one made him suspicious of his brother. As for whether Ryan lied to him or not, that was impossible. In the last prophecy, Uranus did not feel the response of fate, which was why he laughed at Ryan, who claimed to be the god of prophecy. But this time, he felt the destined breath very clearly, which was a force that all the gods born by cows could never fight against. Ryan said, "You feel right. The last time I predicted that he was really speaking in vernacular terms, fate ignored him, the spiritual god, but this time it was different." Although Ryan saw nothing by relying on the clergy when he made the correct prophecy in the name of prophecy god, even if he did not see it with the clergy, fate would still respond. This has another benefit: his original spiritual god's identity was successfully concealed. Since the first meeting, he has claimed that he is the **** in charge of prophecy, and now it has indeed proved this. As long as he does not reveal himself actively, the threat from Monmasun can be temporarily ignored. Ryan's prophecy ended, and perhaps to hide his purpose, the God King's banquet continued. 2 days later, in the awkward atmosphere, Uranus finally remembered the promise he made. His Highness Ryan. Heavenly Father stood up and said solemnly to Ryan, "I promised just now, before you made your prediction, that you would fulfill a request, that you would not be overly. As the first promise made by the King of Gods, it's time to fulfill it. Thank you again for your generosity, Your Majesty." Ryan also stood up and expressed his gratitude to the God King. "This is what you deserve," said the King of God. "Please speak your request, and in the name of the King of God, it will surely be fulfilled." "Then I'll say it straight." Ryan was not embarrassed at all, and there was no such emotion among the gods of this era. He had already made a draft for this before he stepped onto the sacred mountain. Until the end of Uranus era, this should have been one of his 2 biggest gains. "Great as you should know, long ago, I saw that there was no tool in the world to measure time, so I created years and days to record it." Facing Ryan's story, Uranus nodded. These 2 concepts do exist, and he can read them from the laws of the world. It's just that they are shallow and have not been completely recognized by time. Today, I witnessed the birth of 12 new gods in the place of the God King. I think it is necessary to create a suitable standard to record the years you rule over all things. With his smile still, Ryan gently raised his right hand, and an illusory ball of silver-white light emerged there. The light ball changes indefinitely, sometimes round and sometimes incomplete. The extremely subtle force of timing spreads on it, which is an illusion without entity. "It's an illusory glow," said Ryan. "I wish it would hang in the sky facing the sun that rises every day. I call it the moon, and the sun and the moon rotate for 1 day. There are 4 primitive gods in the world, 12 new gods born, and His Majesty the Supreme God King, so the fullness of the month is a month, 3 months are a quarter, and 4 quarters are a year. This is not only my personal plan of timing." Ryan smiled and looked at every *** present. "This is also a gift I offer to the God King." Uranus was a little moved. He was indeed moved by Ryan's idea. In such a way to record time, he expressed his supreme authority implicitly, and even proved that he was greater than the original god. There was no better way than this. "What about you, His Highness Ryan?" Uranus finally remembered the prophet in front of him, and he had not yet decided on his own time. "My children and I and the primitive gods have our own part, and you should have your time. Then add 1 more day." Ryan acted casually and didn't seem to care whether he had his own share. "Every 4 years, add an extra day for me at the end of the month, and that's my day. Then that's it." After thinking for a while, Uranus really didn't know where to add more, so he simply agreed to Ryan's request. He reached out and took the ball of light from Ryan's palm. Of course, now it has to be called Moon. The next moment, the God King ascended it to heaven with great power. The moon grew larger and emitted light enough to illuminate every corner of cows. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Standing on the sacred mountain, Uranus used the authority of the God King for the first time. The supreme power gathered in him, and the laws of the world were clearly visible before him. "I declare to the world in the name of the God King at the request of the prophet, the god of prophecy. The chaotic sequences will become the past, and they will be imprisoned in the center of the moon. Year, month, and day will become synonyms for the new time, and they will be with time and will last forever." As the words fell, the world changed. Under the authority of the God King, a new sequence is deeply engraved into the depths of the source sea. Ryan instantly felt that the power of the timing became complete, and it completed the transformation to authority and became a real clergy. Meanwhile, the clergy of year, month, day, and quarter went towards their respective masters, but no one accepted them. because a weak priest is inferior to others in some aspects, which is not something that powerful gods are willing to accept. In the end, these clergy were still incorporated into the first birth sequence, making it look more full. Ryan could feel that the at this time seemed more powerful than the. Even over time, it will grow for another period before it will slowly stabilize. The clergy have also appeared, but it seemed incomplete. Ryan knew that this was because the real moon was already in fertility, and this false had no entity, it was just a temporary fake. But this is enough, I don't want the real thing yet. With a chuckle in his heart, Ryan gave a slight gift, thanking the god king again for his gift. This is worthy, said the god king. The banquet ends here, Gaia. Please help me send our honorable guests back. Okay, my majesty. Mother Earth responded in a gentle voice and turned around to signal to Ryan. Then thank you, His Highness Gaia. Without Gaia's help, it was really difficult for him to leave here, so Ryan agreed decisively. With the eyes of the gods behind him, Ryan followed Gaia and left the sacred mountain that made him rich. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler just like when we came, the earth, mountains, and rivers flashed by at our feet. In just half a day, Ryan crossed 1/3 of the continent. Next to the cave where he set out, Ryan took 3 stone slabs from Gaia. This is an agreed item. Mother Earth handed Ryan the stone slab that symbolized fate, which was a testimony to the bet at the first meeting. At that time, the Heavenly Father and Earth Mother had never seen such a weak god before, so they decided to find Ryan. They asked Ryan's clergy, and after getting the answer to, Uranus didn't care. Gaia also thought that such a weak divine power would not be able to predict anything. So Ryan had an idea at that time, announced the birth of the 12 titans on the spot, and made a bet with Gaia. If he could predict the original god with such a weak force, then these 3 stone slabs that were born with the world should belong to him. The result was obvious, so Ryan accepted his gambling money. Your prophecy is right, said Mother Earth again, admitting her mistake. The oracle is owned by you. Your integrity is the true virtue. With a slight salute, Ryan took the stone slab. It has to be said that the gods of this era are not like later generations at all. If it were Gaia in the era of Zeus, she would not have handed over the artifact so easily. The 2 sides talked for a while and then said goodbye to each other. Before leaving, Gaia hesitated for a moment but still asked, His Highness Ryan, as the Earth Mother God and as the goddess, I shouldn't have asked this question. But I still want to know, is the war between the child and his father really inevitable? Gaia was a little sad. She didn't even know which side she should stand on. This is something you need to ask yourself. Ryan did not answer the question positively. He just made a promise at the end. If one day you can't bear it anymore and plan to make a final decision, you can come to me again. At that time, I will try to think of a way for you to repay you for your virtue of keeping your promise. I will, thank you again. The Earth Mother thanked her gently, although she didn't know who she was unbearable. Maybe it was a child, maybe it was a husband, and about this she planned to ask her sister. Although as one of Miss Yi's 3 figures, Ananki never interferes with her destiny and is not as personal as the true figure Nyx, she still hopes to get some hints. In contemplation, Mother Earth hurriedly left and returned toward the direction of the sacred mountain. She must think carefully about where to go in the future. Ryan closed his eyes slightly and immersed himself in the world inside. After Mother Earth left, he returned to the cave he dug out. The matter has been roughly finished and the rest is waiting. Now he has to sort out the road ahead. In the body composed of divine flesh and blood, the power of time, spirituality, prophecy, and moon exist at the same time and is clearly distinguished. But except for the spiritual origin that he completely controls, the rest is just the clergy given by cows. Even if he hadn't come early enough, he would have been even older than the 5 primitive gods, and even his spirituality would not have belonged to him completely. His soul in another world will only be swallowed by a world that has formed the law of, return him a clergy that is equal to other gods, and then loses his power after the birth of the true soul god, and the best result is to become belongs to God. This is the difference between a son and an outsider, so if you have the opportunity to swallow the power of cows with, Ryan will never be lenient. Feed you to sooner or later. After glanced at the other 3 priests, Ryan secretly cared about it in his heart. As expected, before the birth of relevant gods, the origin of spirituality had long swallowed them. No one can take back what is eaten in his stomach. Apart from spirituality, you appears the weakest among the remaining 3 clergy. If divided by level, it can barely support a weak divine power of level, one of the divine character. As the existence becomes longer, the power of the moon will be strengthened, but it cannot be much higher. After all, it is just an empty shell, and the concepts related to time are encapsulated by time sequences and are not actually celestial bodies. If it weren't for the opposite of the sun, it wouldn't even be considered a clergy. I have to find a new home for the real moon before it is born. The spiritual moon and the real moon may not necessarily be the same thing. Thinking silently, Ryan glanced at the illusory moon shadow in the sky again. By then it will lose its effect. When it becomes a part of the spirituality and is out of control of the cow's world, Ryan has some other ideas. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The arrangement for the month is over, and the next is the prophecy. In the original trajectory, there were many gods with prophecy. But except for the part where prophecy is more like a curse, only Prometheus and Apollo are half-prophetic gods. The remaining gods, Themis or Phubo, have the power of prophecy because they have mastered the oracle. Now that the oracle stone slab is in Ryan's hands, these people probably don't have this opportunity. So in a short time, he does not need to worry that the prophetic clergy is divided by the world because of the new god. This clergy can exist for a while longer. Even if the integrated clergy can still be enhanced, but without the cover of prophecy, it will inevitably reveal my identity as the spiritual god. But it depends on the situation. If Uranos loses his position, everything will be as I expected. I don't need to worry about it. Only spirituality, this original priest who is with me, is my true reliance in this world. After making arrangements for the prophetic clergy with an intensity of about 5th level of divine character, Ryan turned his attention to the timing. In the future, he will probably make several big prophecies, so he will continue to let this clergy be placed in the pretext of the front. The godlike level 9 is even rising. If I could perfect the 4 seasons and create the calendar, I'm afraid I wouldn't be surprised if the clergy in the timing reached level 15. But forget about the 4 seasons. The calendar can be integrated into the spirituality. After all, it has no entity, but the 4 seasons are part of material changes. If I can't integrate into one, then even if I create it in advance, when the real 3 goddesses of time come to the world, they will only change hands. It has to be said that, compared to the spirituality of the divine level 6, the current timing is actually Ryan's strongest priesthood. But no matter how strong this clergy is, its final outcome will not change, and Ryan will not touch the reality-related parts. Otherwise, no matter how good the development is now, once the 12 main gods of Olympus are in their position, the symbol of December will be directly passed. As soon as the 3 goddesses of the time sequence were born, the clergy power was cut in half. This is outrageous in the world of cows. Pontos, Zuberian, and even the mother of the earth Gaia are all originally powerful ancient gods, but their clergy has been dispersed because of the birth of the new god, and their strength has finally dropped greatly. So Ryan decisively wants to merge them all with spirituality. As for what to do if the 12 lords lack priesthood at that time, it has nothing to do with him. Iapetus and Monmasoon also live. Neither of them has any objections. You god Olympus dare to blow up the thorn. Taking the first key step, Ryan is confident about the future. When Zeus ascends the throne, as long as he becomes a powerful divine power, the other party will not rashly become an enemy of him. Zeus is the god king who best relies on the power of the masses. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, the god king drove away his children and allowed them to perform their priesthood. In the chaotic original world of cows, time is always the least valuable thing. But unlike the precious and unremembering years in the East, since there has been a time sequence and a division of year, month, and day, the passage of time has also been recorded. In a flash, it has been 1,500 years since Ryan made a prediction on the sacred mountain. On this day, another fierce quarrel came from the sacred mountain. This is not the first time. Since the birth of 3 strange-shaped children of Uranus, such debates always break out between heaven, father, and mother. Uranos, they are your children too, Gaia's voice sounded, but the gentleness was mixed with some weakness and sadness. She tried countless times to convince the god king to accept the 3 descendants, even if she was just guarding the gate for him, but Uranus refused her again and again. Children, no, they are not. They are just a **** born from unexpectedly. The voice was cold, and the god king was tired of this argument. Please think about it carefully, my majesty, they are just on the outside. Enough. 1,500 years have passed, and the sacred mountain has become taller. The king of gods stood in this place closest to the sky in the world, and coldly interrupted Gaia's plea. In front of him, three one-eyed monsters were looking at him angrily. Although the power of the god-king pressed them to the ground, they seemed to have no idea what fear was and still glared at Uranus with one eye. Look, Gaia, such a twisted life, but dares to face my anger. After looking at the three giants on the ground for a while, Uranus seemed to have determined something. The eldest son, but not the oldest. Haha, the boss in the monster, isn't that the eldest son too? You're crazy, Uranus, Gaia, who seemed to be in her 20s, called her husband by her first name. She didn't understand, but because she was not very intelligent and did not know how to fear. How could Uranus think that the other party could become the god king? No **** king can even be a god. I'm crazy, haha maybe, but I'll stop that ridiculous plea. Gaia's words finally completely angered the god king. He glanced at his former beloved wife indifferently, then reached out and pushed her aside. Standing on the top of the sacred mountain, Uranus once again mobilized the authority of the god king and announced his judgment on the giants. I have tolerated you for a long time, maybe 100 years, maybe 200 years. Uranus looked at the three giants in front of him, but still could not see the fear in their eyes. But any tolerance has its limit. You dirty, ugly, and humble lives that insult my bloodline, I have had enough of your existence. Cyclops. Ridiculous title, I will not forgive you for Gaia anymore, but send you to where you should go. Low trash, the bottomless abyss is your destination. I declare in the name of the King of Gods that you have been convicted of being born despicable. The sentence is forever. A huge voice came from the horizon, and Ryan raised his head slightly in a cave. The sky outside dimmed, and Dari tried his best to restrain his light. This is caused by the anger of the Lord of the Sky. Although Uranus is no longer the sky itself after he was born, he still has absolute influence. It's a little far away. His simple eyesight was not enough to let Ryan see the sacred mountain, so he decisively changed his way and used the in the sky to watch for himself. After 1,500 years of operation, this artificial celestial body finally became more complete. The clergy of the it represents also slowly climbed to the level of divine level 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Through the perspective of the moon, Ryan could vaguely see that on the sacred mountain in the center of the earth, 3 streams of light flew out one after another, then fell down in the west of the earth, directly breaking through the thick strata. Through the dark cave, Ryan could feel the powerful aura of incomparable chaos permeating out. That is the abyss, the bottom of the world, and the shell of the primitive Tartarus. Unlike the other 3 original gods, Tartarus seemed to give up on awakening himself, and instead remained in this state of chaos and disorder. Therefore, he is the only existence that has not fallen out of power due to personalization, and he is still an ancient at the level of great divine power. Cyclops. Ryan was not surprised to whisper the names of the 3 streams of light. Unlike the 12 Titans, the Cyclops are more similar to monsters with powerful power. When they were born, there was no corresponding law movement, and there was no sign of them outside the sacred mountain. Uranus naturally did not recognize their existence. Even the future second-generation *** king never recognized his brothers. Zeus later rescued them, but he only regarded them as craftsmen and prison guards. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Although the God King tolerated them for 200 years because of the existence of Earth Mother, the Heavenly Father was never a tolerant and generous God, and he could not help but push them into the abyss in the end. Boom. Another roar sounded, and this time Ryan could see it without the moon, because the sky and the earth were connected again. It seemed that Gaia's plea irritated Uranus, and he made the heaven and earth tightly fit, just as the 12 Titans were not born yet. The sun was dodging in panic, and the weather was avoiding from the earth into the ocean, and a large amount of vegetation was destroyed. The earth, which had become green in the past 1,500 years, returned to the desolate world, and the God King violently released his original desires to vent his heart, dissatisfied. Ryan hid in a cave and watched the scene quietly. The God King ruled the world for 1,500 years. His 12 sons were diligently fulfilling their priesthood under oppression, but Uranus still didn't like them. He often shattered the celestial bodies and laughed coldly at Kuz, who was wailed by the injury. He also occasionally picked the sun off and threw it into the ocean, watching his children and younger brother suffer from conflicts of each other's power, which is his rare entertainment program. There is no music, no wine, and there is not even any creature on the earth. In addition to several other primitive gods, Uranus could only vent his excess energy in his children. As for Ryan, he has never had any sense of existence, and the prophecy made the god king a little afraid. So although Ryan's position could not be hidden from him, the god king still did not cause trouble for him. I don't know how long it will take. 500 years or 1,000 years, the time of Heavenly Father is indeed boring, or it is more interesting under the rule of Kronos. After looking at the moon in the sky again, Ryan no longer focused on the outside world. The lost masterless has been merged into most of the time, and the clergy has also been promoted to a higher level. It is foreseeable that when is fully accommodated, can be improved again. In addition to the priesthood, in terms of the growth of divine power, unlike that currently provides rare divine power, the clergy provides Ryan with a large amount of divine power every minute and every second. The same limit for clergy does not mean that the speed of providing divine power is the same. Light is as powerful as sun, but the latter's divine power accumulates faster than the former. Although it is not a priest who can easily increase divine power, it is better than that has not moved for thousands of years. 1,500 years have passed, and he has stood at the top of. As expected, before the 100-armed giant was born, he could successfully get rid of this lowest level of divine power. The movement outside continued, and Ryan entered a deep sleep again. The priesthood is the upper limit, and divine power is what you have now. He will not leave here until he goes further. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler the world of cows at the foot of an unknown mountain is continuing conversations that can affect the world. Feeling the power of history, Ryan faced Mother Earth's inquiry and said that he was powerless. "I am the god of prophecy, not the god of wisdom," said Ryan, shook his head. "Dear Mother Earth, I can only see the results, but it is just a future that is difficult to interpret. If you must give me a suggestion, then I can only say that the god king cannot be overthrown by power alone. The prophecy shows that the sword holder will shake the power of the god king. It is not to defeat him, nor to kill him, not to make him stronger than to no one can match, but also because his throne comes from the world and is not seized. If you don't rely on robbing, you will naturally not be deprived of the power of the simple force." Upon hearing this, Mother Earth looked a little confused. She didn't know what else could have cows recovered the position of God King besides power. As the crowned God King of the world, his power comes from himself. He was the first to give birth to a new god through intercourse. The manifestation of patriarchy allowed him to rule the world. I don't know how to shake his throne. Then I can do nothing, respected Mother Earth. Ryan shook his head with a smile. For your last trustworthy, I am willing to try to think of a solution, but as I said, I am not the god of wisdom after all. Okay. After a while, Mother Earth proposed several ideas, but they were all rejected by Ryan one by one. Finally, feeling the breath of Uranus back from the sea to the earth, Gaia had to leave temporarily. Before, she came out while Heavenly Father went to find her children to entertain. Now she's going back quickly. "Dear His Highness Ryan, I appreciate your help anyway," Mother Earth finally said, "but in the near future, if I really make up my mind, I hope to get your prophecy." "I will." Ryan couldn't ask for it. "I will do my best to predict the success or failure of things for you when you are ready." He nodded with satisfaction. Gaia's green clothes slapped in a trance and disappeared in front of Ryan. Even if his vitality is greatly damaged, the whereabouts of Mother Earth is still beyond his ability to detect. But Ryan didn't envy him after all. He knew that Gaia's power would continue to weaken. Even in the distant future, she will become the only primitive who completely falls down his great power. Growing Typhing, this can defeat Zeus's monster king for a time, causing her origin to lose again. The birth of the goddess of agriculture will tear her control over. The appearance of Pluto causes the land of the underworld to leave her. Wu Rui, the descendants of the mountain of Asia, and the descendants of the river of the Lord of the Ocean have divided her control over the earth. This goddess with the most prosperous nature has become ordinary in the process of reproduction, and the back of the world. Perhaps she is still strong in the eyes of ordinary people, but the gods of all generations have never really taken her seriously. This time I return to the sacred mountain. It may not take long, and another torture will be greeted. Level 7 Divine Power. When you get what I want from Kronos, everything should be on track. I won't be so easy to talk to when I meet next time. After looking at the place where Gaia disappeared again, Ryan knew that, although Mother Earth respected him very much, it was just superficial. In terms of power, Mother Earth, like other gods, never took Ryan seriously. Emotionally, although Ryan has been on her side, she is still dissatisfied with Ryan. There is no difference between man and God in this regard. After silently examining his divine power, Ryan continued to sleep. Among the 3 generations of kings of cows, he was just a witness in the era of Uranus. The earth, which even animals do not have, is not the time to reveal the power of. At least it will take until the 2nd generation of god kings are in power, the first human beings are born, and a new generation of gods are coming to the world, so that there will be room for him to move. Before that, he could only wait. Mount Odils, the residence of the god king. Happily trapping Fubo at the bottom of the sea, Uranus admired the sea of light for a long time. The god of light body made the waves shine, but at this time, the lifeless ocean was soon bored by the god king. They are getting stronger and stronger. When returning to the top of the sacred mountain, the god king thought so. 2,000 years have passed, and the power of the Titan gods has reached its peak. Even with the eyes of the Lord of the Sky, if he deducts the blessing from the position of the god king, he must face the power of his descendants. 300 years, up to 500 years, I have to do something. Making up his mind, the god king stood up and walked towards his wife. There are few gods in the world today. If he doesn't want to be the king of this world alone after dealing with his children, then he will hurry up and create a few more gods. That's what he did before, but unfortunately, Gaia's 2 births disappointed him. Even now, he was a little confused about how the sky and the earth could create such a freak. If Tartarus had not had a personalized consciousness, he would have doubted whether this ancient who had been at the bottom of the world for many years, had done something that offended the king of the gods. Gaia, my wife, my queen of God. After thinking, Uranus had already come to Mother Earth. He had no idea that the Earth Mother had left the sacred mountain. As the manifestation of the Earth's personality, Gaia easily concealed Uranus's perception, his majesty. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Gaia seemed to have sensed the meaning of the god king. Although she knew it would not work, she still asked, "Successive childbirth has exhausted me, and your strength is even more powerful. Maybe you can give me more time to rest, which may make our next child more in line with your requirements." "But wasn't this caused by yourself?" Uranus asked back. Immediately afterwards, he ignored Gaia's rejection and pressed her under him as usual. "You know, Gaia, the fertility gods and fertility monsters are different. The power of the gods comes more from the clergy, and the world will give them gifts. Except for my stupid brother Uriah, who divided your clergy at birth, the birth of other children has never made me so tired." With a sneer, Uranus's movements became even more rude. "But it's different to give birth to a monster. They are born strong and do not need to grow. They have no clergy, but they are immortal. All their power comes from the mother body, and your origin has dried up because of their birth, which is why you are weak. So give birth to a normal god, Gaia, just like it was in the beginning. Let us strengthen the power of the gods together, rather than providing a few immortal snacks to the abyss." Gaia seemed to surrender, and she stopped trying to convince her husband. Under the gaze of the gods of cows, the sky fell again, level with the top of the sacred mountain. They knew that it was another between heaven, father, earth, and mother. But in a place where the god king did not see, the last hesitation in Gaia's emerald green eyes disappeared. As the other party said, Gaia didn't want to create undead snacks at all, so she made up her mind. Fate is on my side, Gaia thought. I will succeed. So the next moment, her anger began to burn. Under the earth, where metal and stone are intertwined, the power of the mother of the earth makes the magma begin to flow. The sharp breath was extracted and a special stone slowly shaped. It does not need to be forged because it is nurtured by the earth. It is curved and sharp, symbolizing Gaia's contradictory mood and ultimate determination. In this way, 300 years later, Kaus's first sickle was born. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. Another 200 years have passed. Without the birth of a new god, without the changes brought about by living creatures, except for the places where plants grow, the earth has not changed much from 200 years ago. But on this day, the disaster that Ryan had already foresaw still happened. Maybe it was really there, or maybe it was just the imagination of the King of God. In short, after another entertainment with his children, the Heavenly Father claimed that he saw dissatisfaction and resentment in the eyes of his children. So you finally made a decision. Uranos laughed wildly, and he stood by the sea and threw the last child who he found. You are suppressing your dissatisfaction with me. Are you going to attack me now? We don't, Father, Zuparian said. We have all sworn no one dares to treat you. Yes, Uranos interrupted his children's defense. Oath is a good excuse. I can think of another one for you. For example, you don't have weapons yet, aren't you? If you want to take the position of the God King, you need at least a long sword. 12 Titan was silent. They knew that their defense was meaningless, so they waited for the God King to fall. This has happened many times in the past. The God King always finds some reasonable or unreasonable reasons and freely punishes them. The Titans thought that, as always, they would feel pain or be mentally insulted, and they were prepared for this. Obviously, the result this time will be beyond their expectations. The gods at this moment did not realize the seriousness of the problem, because Uranus was coming. After all, for 500 years, Gaia has not given birth to the next son of God for him. Titans, listen to me. I have thought of many ways to deal with you, such as putting you in the abyss. After carrying his back, Uranus's voice suddenly calmed down. He didn't look at the expressions of his children. He knew they would be afraid, but they were not afraid. Because unlike those monsters, they are real gods. Abuse of authority will be punished by the world. If a few monsters without clergy are imprisoned, his divine power will only be weakened temporarily. But if he imprisons the 12 true gods together, their corresponding clergy will lose control, and the consequences will continue to affect him. This was the case with Zeus in later generations. After defeating the Titan tribe, except for Cleos and Kronos, all other Titans who surrendered to him escaped. Because weather can be replaced, time and space have never been fully mastered. But if he dared to lock the sun in, the consequences would be enough for his brother to replace him. It was not until later that Zeus's descendants were born, and the sun, moon, and stars had gods that could be replaced, that the gods of Titan faded out of the divine court under his suppression. But Uranos has no substitute right now. For thousands of years, he has been thinking about how to deal with these children, and it is not until now that he finally has an idea. How to make a **** exist but not exist. As long as he was born, but he was not born. So the God King made up his mind, and his supreme divine power began to emerge. The position of the Divine King for 2,500 years has allowed him to take that step almost completely. In terms of power alone, he is not inferior to the great divine power. Under the terrified gaze of 12 Titans, Uranus turned the sky into a sharp blade and condensed it on his right hand. He looked at the gods in front of him and made the final judgment in the name of the God King. You are rebellious, timid, and imperfect gods. You have strength, but you do not match your strength. So as your father and as your king, I mercifully give you another chance. Titans were a little confused. They don't understand what their father meant. Since the **** has been born, how could there be a saying that "do it again"? It was not until the God King's right arm drifted across the earth, and until he grabbed his eldest son, that the Titans finally understood how they would do it again. Ah! As the sky crossed the earth, Gaia's painful voice resounded throughout the world. She was originally waiting for her husband to return on the sacred mountain. She suddenly felt great pain. The earth is being torn apart, and as the manifestation of personality, Mother Earth empathizes with it. That was the power of the God King, and she was extremely sure of this. The supreme power was forcibly cutting her abdomen, and she felt something familiar was stuffed into it. Russianos. In the pain of pain, Gaia seemed to recognize the source of the breath. Ah! The next moment, a more intense pain came. This time it was Thesis. Soon, with the emergence of one familiar breath after another, Gaia lost even the strength to wail. When Kronos returned to his mother's body, she lay on the top of the sacred mountain in a daze, looking at the sky that had been like a whole day for thousands of years. That was her love, but now it was her enemy. She was extremely sure of this. Gaia, are you okay? I don't know how long it took. Uranos' voice came from a distance. The tone of the God King was filled with joy as he finally solved the problem that had been bothering him. I don't have to worry about my children anymore, Uranus said happily. Prophecy can be delayed, and it's possible. As long as they are still in your womb, they will never be born. But you are against my instinct. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Gaia's voice was emotionally unconscious, and she didn't even know how she could say something. They will absorb my power as embryos, but as an adult god, they will not get any enhancement from it. Yes, you're right, so I want to thank you, my Queen of God. Uranus's voice suddenly slowed down, as gentle as it was 1,000 years ago. I will remember what you gave to me. Now, let's celebrate this moment. He held Gaia into his arms, but Mother Earth was indifferent to it. But the God King doesn't care. He is the king of the gods, and the gods should offer everything for him. This is true for his children, and so should Gaia. Here we go. Ryan raised his head and looked at the chaotic celestial phenomena at this moment. The sky and the earth fit together again, but everyone who saw this scene had an inexplicable sense of thriller. The sea of Yuanhai was trembling slightly, and it seemed that something terrible was about to happen. The gears of destiny begin to rotate, and as the myth says, the authority of the God King will begin to change. The feast is about to begin, but I am the only audience. Only Gaia's 4 primitive ancient gods who have survived are fully personalized, and only her ends are the most miserable. Maybe this is the beginning of Gaia's transformation, enough to remember the eternal experience, so that she will never believe in a creature like the God King again. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Ryan took the initiative to walk out of this cave for the first time. Between the earth and the abyss, there is a place that is now empty, which was later called the underworld. The eternal night and darkness intertwined there, and the earthly mother and the abyss flowed there. Although most of the myths of cows happen on the ground, the underworld is actually the most terrifying place. The next conversation, Ryan wanted to do it there. If nothing unexpected happens, the underworld will be his new home in the future. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler on the top of the sacred mountain. Another 7 years have passed, and the fit between heaven and earth has temporarily stopped. After the great god king vented his desires, he began to wander aimlessly on the earth again. At this time, he found it a little bored because there were no children to make his toys. In desperation, Uranus had to use his divine power to bombard everything he saw at will, and then find a little fun in the destruction. After he left, Gaia was still lying blankly on the top of the sacred mountain. She tried to reduce her consumption, but it didn't make sense. It is visible to the naked eye that her immortal body begins to age. She knew she had to do something, so inside her body, where the 12 children were, the Earth Mother made a request. You see, this is your father, the God King of cows. He hurt me and imprisoned you. If this continues when I fall into eternal sleep, the people will stay here forever, maintaining life and death. State between. Calm tone of Mother Earth's voice is filled with hatred. Every minute and every second, she could feel the passage of power. Her spirit was staring at the 12 gods, and that was her last hope. I need a warrior, Gaia said. I need one of you to have the courage to fight your father. This is also part of the prophecy. Heavenly Father will be shaken by his descendants, and you are destined to succeed. There was a silence, and in the silence, Ri's voice hesitated. Mother, we are willing to share your worries, but the eldest son is not the oldest. We don't meet this requirement. The other Titans think the same. Thousands of years have passed, and they have never understood the meaning of this sentence. No, you guys meet. Unlike the Titans, just when the atrocities of the God King ended, Mother Earth suddenly understood the true meaning of the prophecy. The eldest son, but not the oldest, is now the time for him to appear. Whoever agrees to my request will be the first to leave my body. You are born again by the command of the God King, and the position of the eldest son will be reordered. The voice of the local mother fell, and the gods were a little shocked. It was not until this moment that they deeply felt the power of fate. As early as the banquet 2,500 years ago, everything was revealed they would be conceived again, so the eldest son was not the oldest one. But we don't have weapons. Zhu Pelion seemed to have some ideas, but hesitated. As the only son at present, he has not yet been divided into priesthood, and is no worse than his elder brother and younger brother. If he can become a **** who defeats Uranus, perhaps he is also expected to inherit the throne of the God King. Is the sword in the prophecy? It is ready, Mother Earth said again. The God King ordered all the weapons in the world to be perceived by him, so I gave birth to a sickle with flint. It has never appeared in the world. It was born. The original intention is to harvest plants, so it is not a weapon. It is not forged and naturally generated, so it has no caster. It is a natural product. The gods were silent again. They did not expect that the family who assisted the rebellion in the prophecy was Gaia. It is not one of their brothers, nor is it an uncle who transforms into the mountains and the deep sea, but the mother who gave birth to them in front of him. Yes, nothing is more in line with family than a couple, but we made an oath. Before Chapelion spoke, Thea pointed out the key to the problem. Among the 12 titans, she and Zhu Pelion are the closest. Therefore, she did not want to see her brother bewitched by the position of the god king and make a wrong decision. The Mother Earth was speechless about the facts Thea told. At this time, the guardian of the oath had not appeared, the Styx River had not yet been born, and the world had not delegated the authority to guard the oath. At this time, breaking the oath is a terrible thing. If the prophecy shows that the sword holder is destined to become the next generation of **** kings, then the 12 titans will never hesitate, and they will fight for the qualification to hold the sword. But since the throne of the god king is uncertain, no one is willing to bear the consequences of taking the oath. After all, to become the god king, the supreme divine power can make up for the damaged clergy. But if the sword *** is just for marriage, the gods are unwilling to take this risk. And the most important thing is that what Mother Earth has not mentioned yet is that shaking the royal power may not necessarily mean subverting the royal power. If the prophet had not said the title of the first *** king more than once, no *** could have believed that the great and powerful father would have the possibility of failure. Thousands of years of fear have long been deeply rooted in the bone marrow. Let me do it. The silence continued, and while Mother Earth gradually waited desperately, Kronos spoke out. Unlike before, his voice is calm and magnetic at this moment, and there is no shudder before the god king. Until today, he has always been the timid and least present one of the 12 titans. Because of his unique authority, he was never regarded as a toy by his father. Because he was the youngest child, Uranus was not afraid of him either. Despite having the most powerful divine power in Titan, he has never been noticed by his brothers and sisters. But at this time, with his voice, the gods finally recalled his premeditated vow. As the first person to swear, he declared that he was not a facilitator, but did not say that he was not a knife holder. Just as I had already thought about it, Kronos only swung his sword for himself and would never become a knife in the hands of others. Yes, my youngest brother. Zhu Baliwang sneered as if he had known him for the first time. I never thought that you were so farsighted. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Yes, Kronos. Perhaps you are no less than the prophet in terms of wisdom. Okanos spoke too. He still remembers his embarrassment when the first half of the prophecy was said, but Kronos is different. Faced with his father's oppression, he even dared to play such a linguistic trick. If Uranos hadn't noticed, he should have spent his 2500th birthday in Taltarasri. Enough, Mother Earth interrupted coldly, her voice mixed with a hint of surprise. Since none of you is willing to hold a knife for me, don't laugh at your brave brother. Kronos, my youngest child. After scolding his 2 other sons, Gaia's voice finally brought a hint of anger. So you are willing to pick up the sickle for me, for your brothers and sisters, and for have you ended this disaster yourself? Yes, I do, Kronos said. I am willing to hold the knife, but I need more specific guidance. There is definitely a more critical part of the prophecy. A knife cannot make me compete with God the Father. You are right, I will. I will find the prophet and ask you about the true meaning of prophecy. But he once said that he was just an observer of fate. Zhu Pelion suddenly spoke. That's just that he has other demands, and I'm seeing this more and more clearly now. The repeatedly tortured Mother Earth seemed to have finally regained some wisdom. When facing the only opportunity to resist, she calmly recalled every meeting with Ryan. No one who can spy on fate can resist it, and they will definitely use this power to make a profit for themselves. The god of prophecy definitely knew more, but he didn't say it out loud. Just like he asked the god king for timing, he must have his own purpose. He is in the underworld now, between me and Talteros, and he is waiting for me. He will ask me I'm ready, but you must be ready too. Mother Earth opened her mouth calmly and then lay quietly on the ground. Now is not the time, she has to wait for the right time. When Uranus finds a new toy, that's when she goes to the underworld. Now she chooses to endure the pain. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler arts and calendars. Faced with Ryan's request, Mother Earth did not respond immediately, but she had already agreed in her heart. Unlike oracles, it is a magical artifact that can be redeemed and handed over. But as the companion of Mother Earth, no one can really take it away from her. As for allowing the changes of to guide plants and climate, Mother Earth is also acceptable. After all, the Earth is her fundamental clergy, and the god of meteorology is definitely willing to contribute to it. Kronos, Gaia called in her heart, asking her brave child's opinions. I can promise him, but what about your 3 promises? At this time, the earthly mother's belly was not stable. When Ryan said the unquestionable new king, the lord of the ocean, and the sun god could no longer bear it, if they had known this result, they would have stood up one step ahead. But now they know that things are a foregone conclusion. Kronos' power is not weaker than them. He's the most suitable knife holder without oath, and Mother Earth will not choose others. I agree, Kronos said to Mother Earth, his voice also spread out of his body. He has already gained an absolute advantage, but it has also attracted the dissatisfaction of his brothers. He now only wants to obtain a more accurate prophecy and sit on the throne, rather than quarrel with his brother in his mother's belly. I am willing to promise you 3 conditions, His Highness Ryan. As long as it does not affect my royal power, I will do my best. Nodding, Ryan's answer to Kronos was not surprising. For him, if he could become the god king, no matter how much the price would be. If you can only be trapped in the mother god's abdomen, the smallest price will be just a blank check. Very good, he smiled and said his first request. First, I want the origin of time and space. The scene became silent for a moment. Obviously, neither Mother Earth nor Titan expected that Ryan would make this request. Not too harsh, just strange. After a little while, Kronos' voice came. He was not angry, but he was confused. The origin of God can indeed be transferred, Your Highness, but the given one will never truly own it. If you do not intend to be my god, then no matter how much I give you the origin, it will only be in time the passing of the world came back to me. Kronos did not lie. Unless the world deprived him of the gods, the authority of the natural gods could not be transferred. Otherwise, the 12 Titans' divine power would have been taken away by the god king long ago. God is the only way to give it to you for a long time, but no one will think that the prophet wants to be someone else's subordinate. That's my business. Just like the Aquarius of life, at least I need it now. Ryan did not respond positively, but just reiterated his request. Okay, I promise you. As the god of time and space, the departure of the origin does not seriously affect my power. I will give you as much as possible, Kronos promised. Nodding with satisfaction, Ryan began to express his second condition. Well, the next requirement involves the future of the land under our feet. In an accidental prophecy, I saw that one day in the future, a new moon would rise in the sky. It was a physical body like the sun, which was more suitable to hang there than the moon I made, so I want to find a new home for my creation. So you chose the underworld? Yes, Ryan nodded to admit. Kronos, the future god king, I want you to make the following promise. The celestial bodies on earth have entities, and the celestial bodies under the earth have no entities. So the sun and moon with physical bodies are on the earth, and the sun and moon without physical bodies are in the underworld. The sun is a symbol of masculinity, so the sun in the sky is stronger than the sun in the underworld. The moon is a symbol of femininity, so the moon in the underworld is stronger than the moon in the sky. The sun with entity was born first, so all the concepts have originated from it. The moon without substance was born first, so all the concepts of the moon originated from it. The heaven and the earth corresponded to each other, which is also the merit of the god king. I agree, Kronos did not hesitate. After all, Sun and Yu had nothing to do with him, and he could use this to alleviate his brother's jealousy towards him. Please tell me the third requirement, you are always so wise. Kronos really can't blame Ryan for his thoughts. Just like in the past, although no one accepted the clergy of year, month, and quarter, the gods all recognized this respect for them. Now the prophets have made demands for their creation, but Zuperion also benefits from it. Mother Earth and everyone who is listening at this time. Ryan's smile became more and more real, and he thanked this ignorant era. I don't know if you have noticed that as early as between heaven and earth, there were all kinds of special particles in the world. They existed or did not exist. They could affect the material of reality and shape darkness and light. They are scattered in disorder between heaven and earth, even by our side. Yes, I can feel it. Said the Earth Mother. Earth, water, wind and fire, light, dark wind and thunder, they are special particles with different powers. But they are as fragile as a piece of paper in front of divine power. I don't know what value they have, except following the rhythm as the gods drive their authority. With a slight smile, Ryan ignored Gaia's belittlement. What she said was not unreasonable. In the face of divine power, the power of elements is indeed insignificant, but he never tried to use them to fight against divine power. "There will be," said Ryan. "At least, control them can make me who has no water priesthood shake the waves, and can make me who has no weather priesthood create storms." Gaia smiled politely, and the gods in her belly laughed even more directly. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. With Gaia's isolation, they are not afraid of being noticed by Ryan. They were always led by Ryan today, and they had anger in their hearts. But at this moment, the other party's request finally regained some confidence. Yes, the god of prophecy may be able to see fate, but his own power is a flaw. Weak power, Okanos commented. From and to his thoughts today, he has been using other ways to gain power. Yes, he also tried to influence the weather. Cleos sneered, dissatisfied with Ryan's attempt to control the climate with the calendar. But clergy is the root. Those ridiculous gadgets are meaningless. You can't say that. It's at least an attempt, right? Everyone knows that the destructive power of prophecy is a joke. Because of Ryan's plan for the sun and the moon, Zuparian now has less disgust towards him, but it is only a little bit. After all, Ryan's prophecy only brought him suffering, and the position of the god king missed him. So what are you going to do? Unlike his brother, Kronos is not as free as his brother at this critical moment. His voice was gentle and earnest, as if he was heartily thinking for Ryan. "If you are interested in them, after I ascend to the throne, I will give you the authority to control them in the name of the King of God. As long as I will still be a day. God King, you will treat them like a finger." A light smile in his heart, Ryan's implicit meaning to Kronos was as clear as watching the fire. His expression remained unchanged, and he shook his head slightly and refused. "Thank you for your kindness, your highness, but I have other ideas. I plan to weave a net to constrain these disordered particles. When I need it, I follow the preset structure to make the strings of the net sing. In this way, I can control them." As he said that, Ryan also invited the gods. "At that time, if anyone present wants to use this website, I will definitely welcome you." End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, thank you for your generosity. Faced with Ryan's invitation, Kronos responded happily, without being influenced by his brothers and sisters around him at all. At this time, in the Mother of Earth, Cleus was expressing his contempt for that net. Beside him, the other titans agreed with him, and they also did not think they needed the help of these elements. Even Kronos thought so. As a asterisk with powerful divine power, he could do everything he wanted with divine power. However, since he had something to ask for, he still expressed his concern. "What are you going to weave this net? If you need it, I can tan the space into strings and give it to you as a gift." "No need, I have a better choice." Ryan shook his head gently, then smiled and stared at Mother Earth. After asking for it, it is time for the other party to take action. "We will do what you wish, Your Highness." Mother Earth responded to Ryan's gaze, "But don't let us down in a while." As Gaia finished speaking, she stretched out her hand. A bottle with a strange appearance appeared quietly. Its shape resembles the organ that women give birth to offspring. The mysterious divine patterns on the bottle are flickering, and an unknown gold-green gem is inlaid in the middle. Ryan felt the endless breath of life from it. This is a symbol of life, birth, and reproduction. Gaia herself had never possessed these authority. This was the treasure given to Mother Earth by the world. She also used it to irrigate vegetation and nurture the new god. In the next 1,000 years, it is yours. Although it contains the origin of Kaos's life, I want to remind you that your absorption of its origin is meaningless. Just as the origin of God will eventually return to it, in the hands of his master, the life you take from the bottle will return to the world. He was a little reluctant, but the Earth Mother still handed the vase to Ryan. "Thank you for your reminder, I've written it down." Ryan reached out to take the avulture and looked at the legendary artifact. "But the origin of life seems to be absorbed by ordinary things. At least you did this when you created plants. Because all things will eventually decay, and the birth of a new life will also strengthen the power of the magical weapon." Gaia said calmly. Nodding, Ryan looked at Gaia's belly, where Kronos and his 11 brothers and sisters were. Under his gaze, the surrounding time and space began to fluctuate, and a ball of source power intertwined by gold and silver slowly emerged. This is most of the time and space origin of Kronos. Given the uniqueness of space and space power, Even if the origin is separated from the body, he still maintains most of the power. It can only last for 500 years. Kronos' somewhat tired voice came. This is the limit I can do, and after that, it will return to me uncontrollably. Enough! Ryan put away the original source. Time and space are the foundation of the world. If the life vulnerability represents the origin of most of the world's life, then Kronos accounts for at most 30% of the time and space. Ryan has less hands, probably more than 20% of Cows's time and space power, but this has far exceeded his expectations. Swear to the world if you can tell me the true meaning of prophecy, including how to truly overthrow my father when I become the new god king. I will immediately fulfill my promise with you. Kronos' voice came again. His tone was a little urgent, and Mother Earth followed and made an oath. The preceding paragraph has been delivered, and they can't wait to hear the answer. With a smile in his heart, Ryan knew that, in fact, under the influence of fate and under the promotion of the world without him, Gaia and Kronos would have thought of the key to the problem. But that's the reality. Sometimes you just need to know something a minute earlier, and it can bring you huge rewards. It was not urgent, and Ryan told the reason why Uranus became the god king without any haste. Among the 3 generations of gods, he actually truly get the country and be upright, because this is the reward given to him by the world. The Father's theocracy comes from the world, and he is the first being to conceive of the gods with fellowship. When he begins this, he gains the symbol of masculinity, and when the Titans are born, he becomes the origin of patriarchy. Because of his achievements, the world gave him the throne and allowed him to rule the sky, the sea, and the earth. So, how can we make him lose the favor of the world? Without caring about Ryan's humiliating title of Titan, Kronos hurriedly asked. He is a male god, so he represents masculine. He is a father, so he holds the father's power. Except for me, except for the primitive god and his brothers, the creatures in the world today are his offspring, which cannot be changed. So, Ryan put away his smile, looked at Mother Earth solemnly, and at the king of time and space in his belly. You must use a sickle to cut him off as a symbol of the male **** and father. When he loses this symbol, he is no longer a male god, and the force of the male will leave him. When he loses this symbol, he will no longer be able to give birth, and the power of patriarch will fall apart. Without these, he is still the master of the sky, but he is no longer the god king who has made contributions to the world. Gaia was stunned, and Kronos and his brothers seemed to have lost their language skills. Until the moment before, they were still thinking about the purpose of the sickle. There is no doubt that it is a magical weapon, but it is not enough to threaten the supreme divine king. But with Ryan's interpretation, they finally understood what it is for. The sickle is born in the earth, so it naturally does not hurt Gaia and can exist in her body and flesh. As long as Kronos swung that knife at her right time, it was all over. Is this fate? Gaia sneered, not knowing whether she was mocking the god king or herself. He personally sent the knife holder into the most suitable position, and he laid the root of disaster for himself. My sister, who was determined to be a destined person, I don't know if she had seen this scene a long time ago. Ryan declined to comment on this. He knew that Miss Knight was different from Gaia, and she and the Dark Lord had only a small part of it. Even if it is a myth of later generations, they often have no sense of existence. Please choose a suitable time, Ryan said. Not now, not recently, but when the god king completely relaxes and believes that the prophecy has been stopped. I will, Gaia said. After getting the answer, she no longer wants to stay here. To her, Uranus was hateful, but Ryan also made her not want to get close. In front of this prophet, she always felt like a puppet at the mercy. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Wait a minute, mother. As if he felt Gaia's distraction, Kronos suddenly spoke. His voice was upright and powerful, and since he was locked in his mother's belly, he no longer covered his sharpness. Especially as Ryan spoke out the key to overthrow the father, his inner confidence grew higher. But before that, he wanted to give himself some insurance. Before we leave, he said, before we go to accomplish this great cause of subverting the god king. Dear prophet, creator of time, lord of the moon, god of prophecy, as the future god king you prophesied, I will ask you as the god king. In your eyes, holding this sickle destined to be engraved with history, can I achieve the unanimous wish of my mother and my brothers and sisters, overthrow the cruel old master and let me ascend the throne? In the future, can I create greater achievements than my father and permanently dominate the sky, the earth, and the ocean? After a moment of silence, Ryan didn't know what to say. This is the kings of cows. Even though they have witnessed the horror of prophecy, they are still so obsessed with fate. But Kronos had already spoken, and Ryan simply satisfies his demands. Since they like prophecy so much, he will make the last great prophecy before integrating the prophecy clergy. After making a decision, Ryan nodded to Mother Earth, and then his eyes shone. Gaia and Titans were quiet, and no one was willing to disturb the prophet's observation of fate. With different thoughts, they quietly waited for the final result. After a long time, the light in Ryan's eyes had just dissipated, and Kronos couldn't wait to ask a question. "What did you see? Will I succeed?" "You will succeed," Lynn said calmly. "You will succeed in defeating your father. Although the process still requires a battle, victory will ultimately belong to you. But I hope you remember," he looked directly at Mother Earth, and he was like looking directly at the future god king in her belly. "Nothing is eternal, Kronos. You will succeed, but you will not succeed forever. When one day in the future, when life and death are in opposition, you will understand what I said. However you get it, you will lose it. You are happy with it. It will die with this." End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. Nearly 300 years have passed since the last meeting with Mother Earth. Ryan's power has increased again. Although he has been in the underworld for many years, with the implementation of the calendar and the operation of the moon, he has reached the level of divine power of 9, approaching the peak of weak divine power. Among his many priests, the changes the most violently, and now this is a powerful priest who is enough to support him to reach the level of divine power 12. Iapetus in the 12 Titans is even weaker than him. After all, simple are too trivial. But Ryan didn't care, because he knew that he would soon have a true foothold in the world of cows. According to the sensation of the clergy in the dark, perhaps it is today. Mount Odils. The god king has been imprisoning his offspring for 300 years. At first, Uranus, who was atrocity, was still a little worried. He was not sure whether his plan was really effective. He checked the situation of Titans from time to time, and even cut open Gaia's abdomen again. But the final result made him feel relieved, and the prophecy was indeed stopped by him. His children stayed there honestly, and there was no sign of significant disorder in the laws corresponding to their clergy. Except for the Mother of Earth, which is weakening day by day, nothing unexpected happens. Uranus finally let go, and he proved with facts that fate can be stopped by power. From then on, he no longer had to worry about it. He once looked for the trace of Ryan. After all, he had defeated the prophecy, so the god of prophecy was nothing to be scary. He intends to vent his past worries about this, and he wants to let the prophet know that nothing is absolute in the face of true power. But what disappointed Uranus was that he searched the earth and the ocean, and he used the authority of the sky to search the world, but still found no trace of Ryan. Maybe it was sheltering in the eternal night place, or something else. At least in terms of escape, the prophet is still very capable. In the end, the god king, who had nothing to find, gave up searching. He was unwilling to provoke other primitive gods, but he had nothing to do, so he had to stay by his queen all day and release his desires day and night. On this day, as usual, the sky sank slightly, connecting with Mount Odils. This is not the first time that heaven and earth are fitted by their personal incarnation, but now the empty cows has not even a single bystander. "It's time," Themis said. Unlike her brothers and sisters, the god of justice and the law has been silent in the past. She was not close to her own tribe, and her power was not strong, because at this time no one cared about justice and the law. The god king exerted his power freely, while the weak Themis could only sit silently and watch. For this reason, she blindfolded her eyes. Unlike the explanations in later mythology, she simply doesn't want to see everything disorderly at this moment. But now, the god king is about to be overthrown, and she's the first to encourage her younger brother. "Yes, it's time." Re also spoke. Perhaps it is a clergy approximation. The goddess who has passed by time has always been close to her youngest brother. As a goddess, she was born not to be in line with the identity of the first son, so she not only did not hate her younger brother but was proud of his bravery. "You're right. It's time." Kronos looked up. With his hand stretched out, he pulled out the prophetic sickle from his mother's flesh and blood. It doesn't look exquisite, it even looks a bit rough. The sharp blade made of flint is shining, and the vines of the plants are wrapped around the grip. Kronos held it up, and he felt endless pain and despair. That was the pain Gaia suffered when she was nurturing the sickle, and only the Titans who suffered with her could hold it. The sky and the earth were in contact, and in Gaia's belly, Kronos could clearly see this scene. His hand holding the hilt of the knife was shaking a little, which was both fear and excitement. Even to this day, the fear Uranus brought to him over the past 1,000 years still exists. He is afraid of his father, just as anyone will fear pain. But he still mustered up the courage because the position of the god king was ahead. I will succeed, he thought. Hold the hilt of the knife and swing it hard, an era will end here, the underworld. Instead of standing on the ground, they hang in the sky. Under the influence of divine power, Ryan looked down at the earth. It's going to start. Looking up at the top of the underworld, Ryan seemed to see the scene destined to be recorded in history through the strata. He did not go up to watch, not only because it was a war between the father and the Titans, but also because he had more important things to do. I'm going to start, too. Ryan was a little excited, only he knew that he wanted to do something that would never be allowed by cows. But at this special moment, no one can stop him. Ryan stared quietly ahead. I don't know when the moon that was originally hanging on the ground had lost its trace. Its creator, its roots of existence, takes it down, passes through the strata, and comes to a strange place. Now, the silver-white light body hangs above the underworld. The soft and bright light shines on the underworld, which has never seen the sun for thousands of years, and the power belonging to the in the dark begins to gather towards the. This is not only because there should be a dark moon here, but also because of the oath of the future god king. However, Ryan knew very well that cows would definitely take back this authority after the birth of the real moon of the underworld, which is a routine commonly used by the world consciousness. It has no subjective consciousness, it has only instinct. So it never cares who something should belong to, it just acts according to its own rules. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. But from now on, this will never happen again. With a slight smile, Ryan reached out to sort out his silver-white robe. On this important day, he still wanted to have a sense of ritual. He held the oracle stone slab in his hand and hung the vase of life around his waist. The origin of time and space surrounds the body, and Ryan walks towards the moon. As if he had not touched anything, the Lord of the Moon came to the interior of the moon. Unlike the glory of the outside world, it is dark here at this time. The chaos time sequence that was once bound by the god king is wandering here. The past and the future are uncertain, and the length of time is unstable. Here is more like the beginning of creation. Everything is so chaotic. Looking at this scene, Ryan reached out to lift the origin of time and space intertwined by silver and gold. He broke it apart and integrated it into this space. The original origin dispersed, and it began to combine with the chaotic timing here. But it lost its original solid state and was evacuating at a speed of hundreds of times. If nothing unexpected happens, at most 3 months, or maybe 2 months, Kronos will instinctively take back this origin, and Ryan will not be able to accuse him of breaking his oath. But now, these origins don't even last a day. The spiritual origin of a time that hides an era surges out of Ryan for the first time. It wraps around the moon and its creation. Using this as the medium, timing, prophecy, the dark moon, and even the power of absorption when the moon runs, such as light, celestial bodies, changes, and even death and desolation that just gathered after coming to the underworld. All concepts are at this time and spirituality converges. They meet together and are ripped up by the spirit, and they are mixed into an indescribable chaotic color. They also seem to be absolutely dark, and everything is empty. Only Ryan stands here. He's the only existence here. I finally waited for this day. Ryan sighed a little. He could feel that the will of the world had locked him. Undoubtedly, he lets the spiritual devour other origins anger the world. Cows doesn't care whether these origins belong to him. It only cares that these things that were originally controlled by it must be out of its control. So it sent out a dark inspiration, and all the gods in existence received this special message, which was similar to the sound of the laws of the birth of God. All gods knew that in the underworld, in the earth, there was a **** who held spirituality against the will of the world. Those who stop him will be praised, while those who help him will be punished by the world. But as Ryan calculated, time passed by minute by second, and nothing happened. In the middle of the moon, in the dark and chaotic void, Ryan's divine body collapsed on its own, turning into matter and combining with the environment. In the moon at this moment, the earth is in the void chaos. There is darkness in the abyss. Ryan's spirit is running on the water. Between this emptiness, a sound cut through the silence. This is the first one, and all things are born from this. There must be light, he said. So the next moment, the dark void had light. He saw that the light was good, so he separated the light and darkness. He called light day and dark night. There was night and morning. This was the first day. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler time went back not long ago. The sky and the earth are still in harmony, and the world is as quiet as before. But this day, an accident happened. There was no sign of premonition. At some point, under the sky and on the earth, the roar of pain spread throughout the world. The supreme divine power shook the void, and all things could feel the pain and anger of the God King. At the same time, on the top of Mount Odils, the earth cracked, and the 12 titans walked out one after another. The leader held a *** sickle, and his expression was tough and decisive. He is tall and heroic, and time and space surround him. 11 brothers and sisters stood behind him, and together they resisted the oppression of the God King in front of them. When Kronos' sickle swung, the oath was over. They are not knives, nor are they facilitators. They are just spectators who are informed and unreported. But now, without the constraints of the oath, they stood decisively opposite the God King. Of course, Uranus is no longer the God King at this moment. When the symbol of the male *** is beheaded, and when the parents and children are standing opposite each other, the symbol of patriarchy of Uranus collapses. Every moment, the power belonging to the God King is passing away from him. When he came back to his senses from his pain, his power had fallen by nearly half. "Give it back to me!" Heavenly Father roared and snatched his big hand towards the flesh and blood that fell to the ground. With God's recovery power, as long as he can regain part of himself, he can recover as before in the next moment. Close, Uranus looked happy, but the next moment, a silver light flashed, and the distance between them was instantly pulled apart. The Titans sat down and watched before to resist the divine power of the God King. But at this moment, as Uranus's spirit returned to awakening, his power was no longer the same. After all, he is no longer the God King. Boom! The wrath of the Lord of the Sky, the flesh and blood being cut, the betrayal of the Queen of God, and the rebellion of the children all made him lose his mind. He released his divine power frantically and rushed towards his body. The Titans were a little difficult to stop for a while, but Akanos came up with a good idea. He rushed forward, grabbed his father's body, and threw it hard towards the sea. The sky instinctively blocked this behavior, but the remaining body still fell to the near sea. Uranus looked at him with anticipation, hoping to get help from his younger brother, but the result disappointed him again. Pontus betrayed him without hesitation. Although he was taciturn, he still hated this tyrannical brother, so he used his divine power to hide his remaining body in the waves and under the sea. As a result, the father lost his sense of body, and only blood foam floated on the sea. "Ah, you dare!" Uranus roared. He didn't expect even his younger brother to betray him. In his eyes, these relatives outside the primitive gods have always been cowardly. They let him ask for it and never know how to resist. "My father, that's the consequence of your brutality." In the sky, Kronos pointed at his father with a *** sickle. Until this moment, he still tried to make the other party give in with words rather than strength. After all, he knew very well that even without the position of the God King, Uranus was still the master of the sky who was closest to the great divine power. "Give up. Your madness has made all the gods resist. If you give up the position of the God King, you are still the master of the sky." Boom. There was no response, and what greeted Kronos was the violent divine power of the Heavenly Father. He unfolded his divine body, and the sky pressed down. As the incarnation of the sky, he also has the potential of great divine power. When he burst out with all his strength, the weather was tampered with, and the celestial bodies were destroyed. The sun cracked pieces and fell to the ground, and everything began to burn. The light was obscured, the ocean currents were cut off, and the divine blood of the gods fell like rain. Only Kronos and Re escaped. They relied on the authority of time and space to dodge wildly, avoiding their father's final madness. Although I don't know why, Kronos could feel that his father's strength was still weak. Something seemed to be happening to him. He was using his divine power to suppress it, but this transformation became more and more intense, so his divine power was also declining. As long as he persists, Kronos believes that he will be the final winner. The war between the gods was breaking out, and strange fluctuations were also born in the land of eternal night. The chains of the law danced all over the sky. which was a sign of God's birth. Perhaps it was because of the negative emotions that broke out before the god king lost his throne, or perhaps it was because of the disorder between the sky, the sun, and the celestial bodies that the children of Nyx and Erebos were born. 8 auras came to the world one after another. 2 of them divided a little light-related origin from Titan, while the rest came with negative emotions. Athel, the god of heavenly light; Hemela, goddess of daytime; Moros, the asterisk of fate; Kir, the god of destruction; Eurynomos, the asterisk of rot; Russian, goddess of sadness; Apat, deceiving the goddess; Pharos, the goddess of lust. Unlike the birth of the 12 Titans, Nyx's 8 children did not have a huge impact on the world, so their birth did not have any additional help. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least a time in years before these gods can come to the world one by one. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to all the gods. The law shock caused by the battle between God's birthday and God is still continuing, but a warning from the world suddenly came. In the underworld, in the moon, there is an existence holding spiritual power that is engulfing the world's source power. Anyone who stops him can get the reward of the world, which is the world's instinctive reaction. Unfortunately, no one has time to solve this problem now. It's him who seized my clergy. Maxine fell to the ground at this moment. His divine blood stained his clothes, but she still screamed. As early as she was born, she sensed that the clergy was born with her, but she was not controlled by her due to unknown reasons. Damn it! After flashing through the divine power of the Sky Lord again, Kronos' face couldn't help but become ferocious. He had already felt that Ryan not only concealed the clergy, but for some reason, his power was actually accompanied by a faint divine nature in time and space. With the help of this divine nature, the original origin that originally belonged to him was being swallowed up madly. This is the origin he took the initiative to hand over, so there was no resistance at all. He felt the deficit of his strength in his body, but Kronos could only grit his teeth and persevere. With the help of the power of time, with the help of the goddess of time passing, he temporarily maintained his level of divine power. Without hesitation, he still chose to deal with Uranos. It's too late to go to the underworld now, and Kronos can only hope to defeat his father and use the power of the god king to maintain his power. Now, he has no way out. In the eternal night land, the pregnancy of the Son of God began to accelerate. The children who originally took several years to come to the world were compressed into several days, but they still could not relieve the near thirst. The chain of laws echoes the world's demands, but no one responded for a long time. This is Ryan's only and best chance. The Heavenly Father and Earth Mother are fighting with the 12 Titans, and the 2 gods of the Dark Night are giving birth to their son. Tartarus is as unwilling as ever, and now no one can stop what he does. The next moment, it seemed to be in response to the targeting of the world, and the fluctuations of fate came from the underworld. All the gods could feel that Chaos's fate was torn apart. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler Time went back not long ago. Unlike the chaos outside at this time in the month, Ryan's creation continues. At the core of the moon, the chaotic timing is released. Just like at the beginning of the creation of the world, time has no standard at this moment. This is a characteristic that Ryan deliberately retains. In his opinion, order and chaotic space and time have their own value, and as long as it is controllable, it has the meaning of existence. So in the newly born world, the deeper it is, the more chaotic it is. The more shallow the order is, the more prevailing it. But at the core, it is just as orderly as the outside world, and that is also Ryan's future residence. In the interface of the newborn, Ryan has no body, and his spirit floats at the root of the world. The matter decomposed from the divine body combines with the source power in the vase of life. A matter that is both a virtual body and a physical body was born. He used this substance to form the earth and water, which was the most basic substance in the world, but Ryan needed something else to separate them. There should be a sky between the waters, separate the water from the water. He said, so the spiritual world has a sky which separates the water below the sky from the water above the sky. He called the sky the sky. There is night and morning, this is the second day. With light and darkness and sky, the world still needs to have entities to carry. So Ryan's spirit ran into the middle of the water, which was also the middle of the world. The water in the world should be gathered together to expose the dry land, he said. So the water gathered together, and he called the dry land, and the gathering place of water, the sea. The grass, seed-bearing vegetables, and fruitful trees will grow on the ground, each following its own kind, and the fruits on the ground will be covered with cores. So, grass and seed-bearing vegetables grew on the ground, each following their own kind, and trees that grew fruits each following their kind, and the fruits were covered with cores. There is night and morning. This is the third day. The earth appeared, the ocean was separated, and with the help of the avatar of life, Ryan started from the simplest plant and created the spiritually evolved creation. He could feel that the battle outside became more and more intense, and the birth of the two gods of the dark night was also accelerated, but he didn't care about this. After all, in this chaotic interface, he could easily extend the day to 7 days. Ryan's spirit looked up at this empty sky, and he condensed the concepts of the moon and the celestial bodies. The spiritual world does not need the sun, but the moon is more than one round. He said, in the sky, there should be light bodies to divide the day and night. These light bodies should be used as marks to determine the seasons, days, and years. They should shine in the sky and shine on the earth. So he created a large light body, divided into 7, and created stars corresponding to seasons, days, and years. He placed these light bodies in the sky, shining on the ground, conserving day and night and dividing the light. There is night and morning. This is the 4th day. The celestial bodies appeared, and Ryan's accumulation was almost exhausted. But in addition to what he obtained in this life, he also has the legacy of his previous life. There are no stars in the outside world, but the origin of stars is already in fertility. When he created stars, the corresponding origin of the world began to be absorbed by him. This absorption will not stop until the birth of the true star god. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects were extracted from memory, and Ryan poured the liquid from the vase of life again. He can't create himself alone in reality, but in the spiritual realm, he is the only supreme. Water should grow creatures. There should be wings flying on the ground and in the sky, he said. So he created big fish and creatures that breed various movable in the water, each following their own kind, and he also created various winged creatures, each following their kind. He blessed them so that they could reproduce with each other, so they gain the ability to reproduce and can gradually increase. There is night and morning. This is the 5th day. Primitive life appears, and the next is the most difficult part. Ryan had wanted to create humans, but this was beyond his power because in his memory there was no purely spiritual person. So he gave up his original idea and mixed it with his own blood and the origin of life. He divided the good, the bad, the high quality, and the ordinary. He will use them to create life separately. He said, living things will be born on the earth, and their kind shall be followed. Livestock, insects, and wild beasts shall be followed. So he created wild beasts on the earth, each following their kind, livestocks on the earth, each following their kind, and various insects on the earth, each following their kind. He said, I will create them in my image and in my style, so that they can manage all the lives that exist in the sea, in the air, in the ground, and in the interface. So he created divine life in his image. That is, he created them in his image. Spirituality is opposite to matter, so the feminine-dominated divine appears in the form of a woman. He blessed them and promised their eternal life. He ordered them to manage the order of the world on his behalf. There is night and morning. This is the 6th day. The spiritual devouring of many origins is coming to an end. Time and space and spirituality are the basis of the existence of this world, and order and chaos are divided inside and outside the world. Ryan stood at the roots of the world, and he created a new body for himself. He has seized most of the power of the life vase, and what remains is the source power corresponding to matter. From then on, the liquid in the avulture can only act on matter and not on spirituality. All the lives of spirits in the world are controlled by the dominant spirit. The world is getting more and more angry. Of course, it may not be appropriate to use anthropomorphic words like angry. They are just instinctively preventing the loss of authority. The birthday of the two gods of the dark night is about to come to an end, but Ryan also ushered in the last day of creation. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. He took down the priesthood of prophecy, he took down the priesthood of history, and finally he took out 3 oracle slabs. He threw the 3 into the origin of the new interface, and his spirituality digested them in a flash. So the time and destiny of the cow's world were shaken, and their source power was continuously injected into the new interface. Under the transformation of spiritual power, the Oracle Stone Slab was reborn in the world. From then on, the world of cows no longer had a destined fate. Spirituality is doomed without interference, while spirituality is unknown. With his hand out, Ryan picked up the first slab. As in the beginning, there is a proverb engraved on the slab, "Know yourself." Ryan keeps this line, but he writes new content on it: know the world, and then know yourself. He used the authority of memory to carve everything he witnessed from the beginning of creation on a stone slab. He gave it and carved it with new words belonging to the spiritual world. In this way, a powerful artifact embryo was born. It symbolizes the past of the world and is a constant truth. Reaching his hand again, Ryan picked up the second slate. There is also a line of words engraved on it: "Do not overdo everything." He left this line and added a new proverb: "Do not overdo everything, the law is its criterion." He engraved the calendar on it and all the rules between the interface on it. The content on it will change as the interface improves. From now on, it is the. Finally, he picked up the third slab. Commitment brings pain, this is the above. He erased the lines of words and extracted the source power of the ancient characters. Before the stone was born, Ryan put it aside. At this moment, at the root of the world, several magical artifacts are being nurtured. Some belong to life and some belong to time, are all creations that were born spontaneously. Ryan glanced at it and let them continue to be pregnant. Then he stretched his hand out of the world, intercepted some blood foam from Heavenly Father, and sat in the center of the interface. All things in the world were created, and he called this interface. There is night and morning, this is the seventh day. At the same time, outside the spiritual world, the new interface has been stable and Miss Yi's figure quietly emerged in the sky of the underworld. It's a step late. The black skirt was swaying lightly and the invisible power was released. The next moment, in front of this supreme figure, the entire underworld began to tremble slightly. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, it's a miracle of creation. The 7-level interfaces are different. This is a new world that belongs to cows but is also independent of itself. Next to the illusory dark moon, Miss Yi's gentle voice came. Just like her, she is erratic, seemingly fake but real. She was wearing a black dress woven in the night. Anyone or God could only know that the person wearing it was beautiful, but how beautiful it was can only be depicted in dreams. Even Ryan only accidentally saw Nyx in the form of a girl at the moment when the original gods were born. Apart from this, the appearance of this ancient creation has never been known to outsiders. She was like the night, mysterious and hazy. What a pity. Nyx said cruel words in a quiet tone. If it were before, I could smash it, but now its origin has been reshaped. Time and space and destiny are combined with spirituality. Unless Cows is willing to give me all the remaining time and space power, I will not be able to access it. Nyx could feel that the spiritual world was right in front of her, even covering most of the underworld. But this is useless because the two sides are spiritually separated. Nyx can use her destiny power to settle the trajectory of fate, but she does not have the power of time and space to break this shield. In many cases, theocracy is absolute. Even if her power is enough to shake the entire underworld, it cannot break through this barrier, just like Zeus in later generations cannot stop the hypnosis of the sleeping god. But Cows won't do that. Suddenly, a male voice that could not hear the age came beside Miss Yi. The voice is calm, but the tone is a bit ridiculous. Obviously, the speaker does not like Cows's instinctual consciousness. This is a world without self. Just like our body, we would rather be sucked slowly than understand what it means to stop loss in time. That is the Dark Master Erebos, whose existence is even more secret than Nyx. After all, he is the dark itself. Maybe we can talk, Erebos said. Ryan knew he was talking to himself. In the past, I have ignored your existence because of your weakness, but the facts tell me that as an ancient creator god who is older than us, your power is far stronger than you show. That's what the Lord of Darkness said, and he really thought so. As the oldest god, the original gods knew the existence of Ryan. But after they sensed Ryan's power, they stopped paying attention to him. If Uranus had not been interested in the weakest ancient god later, he would not have even come to see Ryan, and there would have been a series of prophecies afterwards. In the spiritual world, Ryan was a little hesitant in the face of the invitation from the Lord of Darkness. Originally speaking, Ryan, who had just completed creation, was extremely powerful. He plundered a large number of origins from the world, and even if it had not been digested, its intensity was completely beyond his imagination. Especially the Oracle Stone Slab, the power of and that Ryan obtained was terrifyingly powerful, and even had a lot of mixed powers. For example, is one of them. The innate seal carvings on the stone slabs are even older than the **** of writing, Moan McScene. It was precisely this power that Ryan created the spiritual text belonging to the spiritual world. The powerful origins stacked on each other. In Ryan's perception, the at this time is approaching the strength of if measured by the clergy. Even when he completely digested the gains of this time, he could reach a higher level, but in fact, Ryan's power was not strong. Just like the original C**** Pontos, before he was divided into priesthood, was no worse than, but he never went to Uranos. This is not the difference between clergy, but the difference between actual power. The clergy determines the upper limit of the gods, and the level of divine power determines the current power of the gods. Ryan has a powerful origin, but now he is like the newly born primitive sea god, only at level 11 of the divine power level. If there were other gods outside, even Gaia, Ryan would dare to go out to meet, but the two gods of Dark Night are different. These two original gods have a very shallow degree of personalization, so their power is much stronger. At this time, both inside and outside the spiritual world fell silent. After hesitating for a long time, Ryan finally gave up the idea of avoiding him. He could not stay in the spiritual world forever and slowly accumulate divine power in tens of thousands of years. He has a lot to do, not to mention that he has been reborn with the spiritual world. Even if you are caught by the other party, at worst, you will die last time and your divine power will fall. As long as the spiritual world is still there, he can regain his divine body at any time. It is impossible for the other party to trap him forever. But by that time, he and the two gods of the Dark Night will be over. After making up his mind, Ryan took a step forward. The next moment, his figure appeared outside the spiritual world. The silver-white shadows turned from virtual to solid, and the robe was dotted with lilac patterns. Ryan stood in front of Miss Yi and nodded to her. He is no longer the same person he used to be. Even the original 5 gods are no longer worthy of his bent down. Yuyan, His Highness Nyx and His Highness Erebos have made you wait for a long time. I wonder what you want to say when you see me. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Miss Yi looked at the young **** in front of her. Unlike other male gods in the world at this time, Ryan did not have obvious muscles and did not wear simple clothes condensed from divine power. His silver-white robe looks very distinctive, and he also has a different feeling in his whole body. Haha, you are really surprised. Your Highness Ryan, you look out of place with the gods. I guess you must not be like this before my miserable sister. With a chuckle, Nyx's erratic voice rang again, but for some reason, Ryan always felt that the other party was sarcastic. Maybe, but if Mother Earth could let go of her arrogance in her heart earlier, she might not have ended up now. Besides, I didn't see where you and Mother Earth have a deep sister love. With a chuckle, Ryan's comment on Miss Yi was unanimous. When you are still weak, you always have to be with the light and dust. If he had the power he had before, Ryan wouldn't have to do anything to make prophecy. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Just like if he is a great divine power now, even if the 2 gods of the Dark Night notice the will of the world, they will only regard it as if they have not heard it. But His Highness Erebos, please forgive me for being rude. Ryan said with a smile, his tone a little casual, but can you please come out and speak? I'm really not used to talking to gods I can't see. Since you invite me, you should come out and meet. You are right, I'm rude. The next moment, when the voice of the Dark Lord fell, Ryan saw his appearance. The black hood covers him, and the black one is different from the Nyx black dress. The color of the black skirt is more like a changing black, while the hood of the Dark Master is more like a black hole. It has no color itself, but it is only when it is compared with the surroundings that everyone knows that it is black. With a frown slightly, Ryan discovered that Erebos was not actually hiding his own actions. He has been standing there, but his presence is too weak, so weak that it does not exist. Compared to Nyx's words, he just breaks it hard to deal with this Dark Master. This move in front of him was undoubtedly a threat, but Ryan had to eat it because for him, this hidden ability made him more afraid than simple power. The only 3 existences with hidden authority gather here at this moment. One can hide secrets with history, The other can hide secrets with night, only Erebos, and darkness itself is a secret. After thinking for a moment, Ryan spread his hands out. The brilliance of spirituality emerged and turned into thousands of newborn spots of light. This is the fetal egg of the soul. As long as you use divine power to shape it, you can create nymphs or daemons. And this is also a gift prepared by Ryan. The gods should be noble, said Ryan, who they can obey, but they should not serve. Treating their children as servants will eventually lead to bad consequences. The embryo of the soul, a little gift, may the tragedy of the Heavenly Father never reappear in eternal night. The one who responds to the threat can never be another threat, and the only thing that makes the original **** afraid of is probably the undetermined fate. Ryan's meaning is very obvious. If you can't kill me, then you have to think about the outcome of being an enemy of me. It's not easy. It's been published until now for 18 chapters and finally signed the contract. As a new writer, there are still many shortcomings in the text you write, such as some places have stiff twists, some places cannot describe big scenes, and some places have unnatural dialogues, etc. But there is no way. Being able to realize the problem does not mean that the problem can be solved. I can only say that I have accumulated experience slowly. I hope that after writing too much, I can have a novel with an average level or above. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, thank you for your gift. It seemed that Ryan was not impressed, and the expression of the Dark Lord did not change. He just paused for a moment and reached out to take the light spot in Ryan's hand. Unlike later myths, when the Lord of Spirit is born, there will be no life in this world without his permission. Because all souls must have spirituality, and those with spirituality do not have souls, so the soul is enshrined in spirit. In the original trajectory, even without the help of the Lord of the Soul Iapetus, a natural elves like Nymph could still be born in the world. But now, without Ryan's permission, only the gods can become the exception. After all, God is different. The structure of the gods is very strange, and Ryan doesn't understand the mystery inside. Where is mine? Miss Yi, who was watching from the side, suddenly spoke. Ryan was a little surprised. He thought the couple had a close relationship. After all, there had never been a tragedy like Gaia. Don't look at me like that. Nyx noticed Ryan's surprise, and she explained with some dissatisfaction. He and I are not husband and wife. Those sons of God are descendants of our own body. I thought the prophet knew everything. Ryan was a little surprised now. Whether it is the myths of later generations or the history witnessed by Ryan in this world, Miss Yi rarely appears in the world. His so-called understanding of Nyx is more about speculation. No wonder the two gods of Dark Night don't seem to care much about their children, and they have never received the treatment that the ancient gods should have. It turns out that in their opinion, these so-called descendants are just products of the ontology being inspired by the world. Ryan, who witnessed the personalization process of the original **** with his own eyes, knew very well that for the ancient gods who already had self-consciousness, the ontology and themselves cannot be equated with them. This is why, although Ryan often hangs on and carving on his lips, he never cared about it. The three phases and personality incarnation of the body cannot be equated. Nyx can indeed mobilize the power of destiny, but she herself cannot see the complete destiny. I'm really sorry, this is my negligence. Without caring about Nyx's sarcasm, Ryan used his spiritual power to condense thousands of soul embryos. He let the embryos float towards Miss Yi, but in addition to that, there was a glowing gadget in between them. Through the veil of change, Nyx seemed to touch the corner of her mouth, but she still reached out to take it. I never forget to **** it from Cows's hands for a moment. Miss Yi rose again, not like the original ancient **** at all. You are really a family-oriented one. There is no way. If the world respects the sovereignty of the gods over the clergy, I will not make such a bad decision. Ryan did not shy away from his purpose. He wanted to occupy part of the origin of the stars in front of the star gods, but this one is a bit special, so he hopes Miss Yi can hang it on herself. The mother of earth, the god of sea, the god of the future, and even the clergy of the moon that I once controlled. Whenever I see them tearing apart in the future under the power of the world, I am troubled by escaping the control of the world. Luckily, I succeeded. Entity stars will still be born, but the concept of their star will be eliminated and become lighted celestial bodies corresponding to the lightless celestial bodies of Kus. Now, starlight is not much different from pure light. but in the future, Ryan will personally give them a distinction. But I can hang it up later. Miss Yu was unceremonious. As long as the corresponding **** is born, your steal will not take effect. Yes, if you plan to do that, please. Ryan spread his hands and didn't care about it. Cows's undetermined fate is completely in the spiritual world. Not to mention the origin of fate absorbed during the birth process. The spiritual world and even Ryan themselves are products that should not appear in fate. So if Nyx wants to wait for the corresponding **** to be born, she probably won't be able to wait until the world is destroyed. Snort, Nyx was a little angry, and she didn't need to hide her emotions. On the side, the Dark Lord laughed a little, but he still persuaded him. Okay, Nyx, since you're still here, I think your ideas should be consistent with me. Get the main point, Lord of the Spirit World. We want to know how I seized the source power from the hands of the world. No **** wants to be controlled, but they didn't know that there was this option before. But Ryan's success undoubtedly gave them direction, which is why Nyx and Erebos are still here. They also want to follow suit and become gods outside the control of the world. It's very simple. Faced with the Dark Lord's inquiry, Ryan did not hide his own words. Have a source outside the control of the world, connect with it with time, space, and destiny, and throw yourself into it as the original material, and the world is born. The void that carries the world, the material and spirituality that constitute all things, plus fate, are the four pillars of the world. The body of the gods can replace spirituality and matter to a certain extent, which is also the reason for the successful development of the spiritual world. The question is, how did you obtain the original origin outside the control of the world? Nyx was very dissatisfied with Ryan's explanation, and he was talking nonsense, like the 3 steps to lock the elephant in the refrigerator. If she had such an origin, why would she ask him? Then I have nothing to do, this is born in nature. I was born earlier than you know that. Faced with Missy's questioning, Ryan smiled and shook his head. Why do you think my power is so weak as the original ancient god? It's not that the world doesn't like me, so why did it give birth to me? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Nyx was silent. She had never thought about this before. But now she also realized that in cows, the powerful may not be old, but most of the ancient ones are powerful. Erebos was also a little disappointed. If this was only related to the time of birth, then he really had no solution. Just as the original gods had part of the world as their ontology, they were free to choose the degree of personality, but the later new gods could not do this anyway. So if Ryan's specialness was also because he was born early enough, Erebos could only accept it. It seems that we are going to return without success today. Erebos sighed. He didn't intend to pester it. After all, when Ryan successfully opens up the spiritual world, the other party is destined to become an existence that is absent from him. In the degree of Erebos' personality, he lived in the form of ontology most of the time, so he didn't want to do anything to Ryan. After all, Ryan did not steal the source of darkness. Cows belongs to everyone and he is his own. This matter has nothing to do with him. Even before leaving, he planned to give a gift to ease his behavior of blocking the door. His Highness Ryan, I'm upset today. To express my apology, I have a gift for you. Erebos reached out and a ball of black mist appeared in his hand. The black fog rolled and changed, but in the hands of the Dark Lord, it had no chance of getting out of control. Ryan vaguely felt that this seemed to be an ultimate emotion. This is my nephew's negative emotions. They shake the origin of the world and make me give birth to many children for it. I was worried about how to deal with them before, and now, it's yours. Taking the black fog, Ryan felt the most intense emotions before the God King lost his throne. This is not only a negative emotion, but also a father's hatred for the son and a king's murderous intent for rebellion. Simple emotions are not terrible, but when it was born at the moment when the God King changed his master, it became even more powerful, which was already extraordinary. This emotional power is really useless to the Lord of Darkness, and maybe his children can use it, but Erebos obviously didn't really regard them as his children. As for Ryan, when the spiritual world transforms these emotions, he can use them to cast a magical artifact or generate a monster that can threaten the true God. When facing the 12 Titans, they may have different effects. Thank you for your return gift. Ryan smiled and said, it was such a pleasant meeting. Snort. In response, Missy snorted coldly and the Dark Lord smiled. No matter what, this conflict that might have broken out ended peacefully. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler half an hour later, in the spiritual world. After chatting with the two ancient gods for a few more words, Ryan said goodbye to them one by one. If it weren't for the birth of the Son of God and the inspiration of the world, it would be difficult to see these two gods come out in 1,000 years. Most of the time, they still exist in the form of ontology. After parting, Ryan stepped out in one step, passed through the 7-layer time barrier, and returned to the core of the spiritual world. As the Lord of the spiritual world, Ryan created the world in 7 days, so the spiritual world was divided into 7 levels from deep to shallow. The concept of the moon is also divided into 7, hanging in the 7-level spiritual world. The shallow moon can be seen in the deep layer, but the shallow moon cannot see the deep layer. So Ryan stood at the core of the spiritual world, and 7 different spiritual moons hung together in the sky. When it was initially designed, Ryan made every month 2 colors. It can be either silver or their own color. In the future, he will give them different symbols. However, the newborn spiritual world cannot do this, so July is presented in the same tone at this time. Looking around, the barrier between the 7th level of spiritual world could not block its master's gaze. The interface is still very empty at this time. Except for the 2 most layers of spiritual worlds, there are life, and the 5 layers inside are empty. This is also due to Ryan's current ability limitations, and he can only create a more order life. The outer layer, the more stable the timing is, and the more it depends on the inner layer, the more chaotic the timing is. Therefore, except for the last batch of creatures created, only the 2 outermost spiritual realms can survive ordinary spirits. Of course, as the core of the spiritual world, where Ryan lives, the order of this nameless mountain is absolutely stable. Its predecessor was the spine of Ryan's divine body, which ran through the 7 layers of spiritual world in the level of time and space. This will also be the palace of Ryan's future. After appreciating his creation, Ryan pinched out a chair. He sat on it and called on the creatures he created. "Liana, I'm here, Your Highness." As Ryan's voice fell, a girl with wings on her back responded to the call of the creator. She has a similar appearance to a human, but her silver wings undoubtedly prove her extraordinary identity. In the spiritual world, she and her sisters should have powers similar to regional gods and can handle many things for Ryan. Ryan calls them Christo, translated as transparent, undeceived souls. As the sacred creatures created on the 6th day, there were 18 of them, and Liana was their leader. According to Ryan's judgment, they are not demigods because they have the same essence as true gods. But they are not true gods because they have no clergy. They are somewhat like the ocean goddesses in later generations. Although they are gods, they are not even considered. Divine power level 0, this is their state. I have something to do. Looking at the girl kneeling in front of her, Ryan said gently, "Now, the projection outside the spiritual world is, and the light of the 7 crescent moons turns to shine on the underworld through the projection. The concepts and origins related to of cows converge to the spiritual world, but it will take at least 2,000 years to complete this process, and I can't wait that long. So I need someone who runs the authority of, and she will take over this clergy on my behalf, which will greatly speed up the gathering of concepts. Serving for you is the meaning of my existence." Lena's response was not hesitant. Facing her creator, she had no idea of rejection. "Very good," Ryan nodded. He stretched out his hand, and the concept of that had been enriched in the spiritual world came to him. Soon, a crystal-clear polyhedral crystal appeared in his hands. With a finger on his right hand, the crystal instantly penetrated into Lena's body. The next moment, a force belonging to the true god surged out of her body. "From today, you will be the," Ryan announced calmly. As he finished speaking, Lena's divine power rose step by step and finally stopped at about the level 2 of the divine power. The current upper limit of the clergy is divine power level 5, but if Lena can gather all the origins related to cows, then with this clergy alone, she can enter the realm of medium divine power. At that time, Ryan will naturally help her go further, and become the true top *** of cows. Divine nature surged into his eyes, and Ryan observed the process of Lena's fusion of clergy. His behavior at this moment is similar to the canonization of the gods, but not exactly similar. Lena is to him, just like the gods to cows. When this clergy is enthroned, he not only does not have the sense of decay of power, but instead accelerates his digestion of the chaotic origin. This time he has gained too much source power, and even now, the origins of Minju, Xingqian, etc. are still rushing towards the spiritual world. According to Ryan's prediction, it will take him at least thousands of years to completely digest and unify these forces. But now, with the enthronement of the goddess of the Minju, the concepts related to the Minju are directly digested by him at a rate of 10 times. Esther, I'm here, Your Highness. This is the second divine life he created. This time, Ryan didn't say much, but took out hundreds of light **** directly. At this time, he could sense that the star symbolizing undetermined fate had been hung up by Miss Yi, and the remaining stars should also appear. Strictly speaking, these stars are just projections, and their bodies are still in the spiritual world. Just as the light of the seven-wheeled crescent moon shines on the earth through the dark moon outside, the starlight in the spiritual world will shine in the sky of cows along the connection with their projection. Until the birth of the real star god, they will continue to seize the source power of cows and strengthen themselves after being transformed by the spiritual world. If the star gods were born late enough, perhaps Ryan would not need to pour his strength into it, and these illusory stars would be more powerful than the physical stars. With a light finger, another polygonal crystal fell into Esther's body, and Ryan's voice also sounded. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. I'm going to send stars all over the night sky and let the stars shine through the earth. From today on, I will be. The divine power surged again, but this time, Esther only barely became a weak divine power level 1. Compared with the dark moon, the authority of Buxing and starlight is still a bit weak, but it doesn't matter. Ryan felt that his digestion of the origin of the stars was also accelerated. Immediately afterwards, Ryan conferred 12 star gods in turn. Each of them has a star, which corresponds to the 12 months. Ryan assigns the concept of the month to these stars, as well as plant growth and climate change affected by different months. With the birth of 12 faint divine powers, Ryan's digestion of the star source power further accelerated, and his fusion of the power of time also accelerated. Waving his hand, the 14 new goddesses retreated immediately. Ryan did not continue to enthrone the gods because he could feel that the stronger the priesthood, there were also requirements for the enthronement object itself. As his first creation of Christo, Lena can barely carry the incomplete, but the clergy of, and even, cannot be easily endorsed by Ryan's creatures. Perhaps Lena can slowly improve her essence and bear stronger clergy after being in the position of true God for thousands of years, but now, Lena can only stop first. As the mind moves, time and space form a round mirror in front of the eyes. Through the mirror, Ryan saw the scenery on the earth at this time. It seems that a long time has passed, but in fact, from the opening of the spiritual world to the present, the outside world has just passed by a little more than a day. At this time, under the sky, the war between Uranus and Titans was still ongoing. The blood of God flows into a river on the earth, and the power of Heavenly Father is less than 30% of the time he was in full swing. Although his momentum is still brave, the outcome of this dispute is difficult to change. The end of an era. Whispering softly, Ryan pulled a canvas woven from moonlight. He used the blood of the god king he had collected before to mix some pigments and place them on the round table next to the seat. Cows's first painting is called The Death of the God King. As a god, Uranus will not die, but as the ancient *** king, today is the end of his destiny, thanks to Chen Zin Qianyu's 100-point reward yesterday. The newcomer was a little excited for the first time to receive the reward. Even if the first volume of tomorrow is over, we will begin to usher in the era of the second generation of god kings. At that time, I will pretend to send a speech at the end of the volume to commemorate the first book of the novice. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, boom. Another punch, Iapetus lay on the ground, unable to move. Although the power rising from the earth blocked most of the impact for him, his divine power was still too weak. With the clergy of alone, he couldn't even take up Uranos's casual blow. Divine power level 7, which is completely different from the power that an ancient Titan *** should have. If the gods had not died, he would have been torn to pieces as early as the first moment of the war. Save. Bang! Without looking, the god of speech knew that it was his equally weak sister, Monmoxni, the god of language and words. Language is as weak as rhetoric, And the 3 lines of Proverbs on the oracle stone slab are the true source of the text. They are the only 2 weak divine powers on the battlefield. The only value of their existence is to rely on their immortal divine body to get hit by the fist of God's Father for their brothers a few more times. As descendants of the Heavenly Father and earthly Mother, they were born with weak divine powers, but because of the weak clergy, the two had almost no changes for thousands of years. After all, Maxine had an object of hatred. She discovered that the culprit of her loss of the clergy, the mysterious ancient Ryan, but Iapetus, he could only accept his weak status quo. Tyr, he struggled to get up, and the god of speech watched as one of his original elder brother Okanos's leg was torn off. This was the 4th time he had lost his limbs. The power of the ocean is endless, and the power of the sky is not good at preventing recovery, so every time the limb is pulled off, the Lord of the Ocean can recover quickly. But this didn't make any sense, it just made him suffer a few more times. In addition to Kronos, Okanos, who threw the father's organs towards the sea, attracted the greatest hatred. Even though he is powerful, he is still vulnerable. Obviously, the Lord of the Sky told him with facts that some gods have powerful divine power because they barely have this level, while some gods have powerful divine power because the last step is too difficult to overcome. The earth cracked open, and the land at the edge turned into debris, scattered on the sea, and islands appeared. The celestial bodies fell, and the lightless celestial bodies fell on the earth, bringing mineral veins and creating valleys and hills. This war has lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Except for the inexplicable luminous bodies in the sky on the first day, the whole world is constantly being destroyed. But finally, in a collision, Okanos was surprised to find that although he was knocked away by the Father God, he did not seem to have suffered any more serious injuries. What? What? 2 screams rang out at the same time. The Lord of the Ocean was amazed at his integrity, while Uranus was furious at the decline of his power. On the side, Kronos, who was constantly dealing with the Father God with the help of the power of time and space, finally smiled. With most of the origin being swallowed by the spiritual world, even with the help of Re's power to borrow power from the passing time, he still couldn't hold on. The other Titans were only traumatized, only him, and there was little left of his origin. If he cannot obtain the position of the Divine King, the remaining time and space source power will not even allow him to maintain the power of medium divine power. In order to prevent his brothers from having bad thoughts, he did not even dare to show his weakness, only his sister Re noticed some clues. But the two have always been close to Titan, so the goddess is ignorant of it. Fortunately, fate still stood on his side. Kronos defeated his father, and he persisted until this last moment. Ha 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 ha, you can't hold on, my cruel father god. Hidden behind time and space, Kronos' laughter spread throughout the earth. He did not hide his joy, and it was the only good news he had received lately. Is that? Uranus sneered. He looked at his former youngest son, now the eldest son. He regretted that he had not discovered his ambition in advance, but unfortunately everything was too late. How long is the power of the gods? I will not be exhausted even for 7 years, let alone 7 days. Upon hearing this, the Titans couldn't help panic. They did not question Uranus's words because the power of the gods was so. Even if they are constantly hurt, they can still fight for more than a few months. As the Lord of the Sky, who is far stronger than them and has always had an absolute advantage, 7 years is not an exaggeration. But can they hold on for 7 years? At this moment, the majesty of Heavenly Father seemed to have gained the upper hand in his heart again, but the betrayal made them afraid to beg for mercy from their father. After all, with Uranus's character, Titans who did such a rebellious act would not be forgiven by him no matter what. But at this time, Kronos spoke, and his voice was even a little playful. If it is normal, it is indeed as you said, my father god. The god of time and space had a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. 7 days passed, and he finally realized what the transformation power his father was fighting against was. He couldn't help but thank fate again. The gods are immortal, and he dare not lock his father, who symbolizes the sky, into the abyss. But as long as this transformation power exists, Uranus will soon fall into eternal sleep. Unless he is as arrogant as if he is willing to change his gender in order to survive in the world, but this is impossible. Kronos knew very well that his father would rather die than accept this shame. You are the original father, Kronos laughed more and more wantonly. so you are different from other gods. When the symbol of your male disappears, you can't reshape it with divine power. Because it is not only your organ, but also the representative of all your male power. Without it, there will be no more male power in your body. That's it, my dear god of father, or should I call you dear goddess? Ha 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 ha. Amid the laughter, Uranus's face looked ugly for the first time. The rest of Titans seemed to understand something and began to look at his father with strange eyes. Stop it, you are rebellious, Kronos sneered and interrupted his father's scolding. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. He raised his knife and looked at his father. He used to be so powerful, but now he is only verbal attacks. Kronos sighed a little, but immediately felt the emptiness in his body, and he stopped hesitating. You betrayed the mother goddess and the will of cows, and your atrocities should have been punished long ago. I, Kronos, the king of time and space, pronounced in the name of the future god king. The god of sky is guilty and shall be punished for eternal sleep. The sentence is forever. The next moment, the distance seemed to exist in front of him. He was clearly thousands of miles away from his heavenly father, but his sword passed through Uranus's heart the next moment. The Lord of the Sky tried to stop it, but this time, his divine power that was invincible failed to break through the slowness of the power of time. Right in front of the gods, he was penetrated by a sickle, and his divine blood was sprinkled on the earth. I won, father, Kronos whispered in a voice that only two could hear. You won, haha, maybe. Feeling the increasingly drastic changes in his body, Uranus knew that unless he was really willing to be distorted by the world, he would have to use his sleep to fight the transformation. But at the last moment, the proud Lord of the Sky still did not bow his head. He looked at his child with cold eyes. His voice was also very light, but every creature in the sky could hear it clearly. Kronos, my kid, I hope to remember. You can win once, but you can't keep winning. Where it all starts, it ends. Yes, prophecy is like this, I am like this, so will you. Watching Kronos' sudden expression of frightening and anger, Heavenly Father burst into laughter for the last time. I curse you, he said. You will be overthrown by your children like me. The top of the sky is my destination, and Talteros is your future. Kronos, I am waiting for you, my child. Dang, the sickle fell to the ground, but no one cared. Before them, Uranus's personalized image disappeared. He turned into an invisible airflow, following the original body of his birth, and went upward to an unpredictable height. The sky began to separate from the earth, and the two who had been connected often would never meet again. From then on, the distance between heaven and earth is immeasurable, and it is difficult for the gods to guess their height. The story of the Lord of the Sky, the first generation of the god King of Cows, ends today. I will be the new king. With a blank expression on his face, Kronos picked up the falling sickle and looked at his brother. Who agrees and who object? End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, the ending of the flowers is scattered with a total of 23 chapters and 50,000 words. The first volume is over. The newcomer wrote a book for the first time. In half a month, he experienced how to submit the article. The submission was rejected, and he sent it directly without a signature, and there were also various smart operations. I was finally saved for 40,000 words. Thank you for the editor. I also want to thank the book friends who commented on the first day of posting the book, so I didn't get autistic by being hit by a standalone machine like many newcomers in the post bar said. I won't post more personal feelings, and I will return to the first volume of a few chapters in total. I actually want to write more about this volume, but there is nothing to say about the era of Uranus. In the records of Greek mythology, the first two gods actually mentioned it in one stroke, so I had to use about 20 chapters to describe it. Heavenly Father was hanged into heaven, and at least 2 epochs would not have his role. Whether they will appear in the future depends on the situation. If so, it will definitely be a long time later, and probably a way of appearance that everyone did not expect, and then continue to fall in love and kill his children. Then there is the second volume, The Era of Kronos. I will write more about Kronos. After all, although he is not as famous as Zeus, he has indeed done a lot of things, and his final outcome is easier to unfold. He probably can definitely play the resurrection game, but that will happen at least 100 chapters later. This volume is probably the original birth of human beings, the arrival of the second generation of Titan, and the contradictions between the gods. Some of them are still worth writing about, at least not like the first century. There are not many stories and the protagonist is still very good, so he can only be a spectator and a promoter. Let's talk about the volume name issue. The first volume is called Genesis. It is not only because Cows has just opened up, but also because Ryan wants to create the spiritual world, but also because I have used some content from the Bible Genesis. Of course, as my first signing book, it is also very memorable. As for the second volume, I named it Reincarnation. I know someone will definitely say that this is the protagonist who wants to establish reincarnation or something. After all, this operation is a mess. But in fact, this is not the reason why I named this name, at least not the main reason. And in terms of specific content, considering that the content of the myth is just that, and the more you go back, the more you tend to be people. So I tried to make some arrangements in the front so that there were some things to write later, instead of a bunch of dispensable passersby except for the protagonist and Zeus. Besides, if nothing unexpected happens, when Zeus becomes the god king, his original mythological trajectory should be almost done by the protagonist. I can't say how many are still the original ones, and it depends on the situation. Okay, there are only so many comments, I will post it in half an hour next chapter. To be reasonable, novices can write books, but they really take more time to modify the article than to write the article. They will never dare to publish the manuscripts that have been written without revising them twice. Above. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. No one dared to look at Kronos at this moment. Even Zuperion and Okanos, who had thought about the position of the god king, remained silent at this moment. The curse before Uranus left was clearly heard by the gods. If it was another curse, they wouldn't take it to heart, but the one just now was not the same. Not only because of the object of the curse, but also because it reminds them of the warning given by the existence of the god of prophecy in the underworld hundreds of years ago. If you prosper with this, you will die with this. Does Kronos use his son to seek his father and gain the throne with his sword and weapons also indicate that he will be rebelled by his own children and lose his royal power under force? No one knows, but no one can guarantee that this will not happen. You should know that the Heavenly Father's position as the God King was given by the world, so simple force cannot replace him. If Kronos becomes the God King, the throne obtained by power will no longer be endorsed by the world. But in any case, time does not stop with the silence of the gods. When no asterisk in the world raised objections to Kronos' position as the King of Gods, the power began to shift to him in a dark way. Since there is no orthodox king recognized by the world, the leader recognized by the gods is barely feasible. If no one still challenges Kronos within 500 years, he will be the second generation of god king of cows. During this period, although he could not fully enjoy the authority of the god king, the powerful power had begun to be transferred to him. You guys, you won. In the silence, the scarred Mother Earth came from a distance. In the previous battles, she suffered no less damage than her own children, but she did not appear on the front battlefield, but kept mobilizing the power of the earth to block the downward sky. She also heard the curse just now, but she still acted as if she hadn't heard it. At such a moment, she didn't want to worry about the future that would not be long. Hearing this, all the gods reacted. Instead of having a tight face, they began to celebrate victory and the ascension of Kronos. No matter what they thought in their hearts, facing the strongest man in Titan and Kronos, who also holds a high-level artifact, they all expressed their recognition of his position as the divine king. You're right, Mother. We should have a banquet to celebrate today's victory. Listening to the congratulations of the gods, Kronos barely squeezed out a smile and said to the Titans, "But I think we should deal with one more thing first, Kronos." Suddenly, Momisuni spoke beside him. Her body was covered with blood, and the wound slowly recovered under the influence of divine power. She came from a pit in the distance, which was the pit she had smashed herself. At this moment, Momixine seemed to have forgotten the pain. She looked at her past younger brother, the oldest brother, with anger on her face. That god of prophecy, that thief, he robbed my clergyman. You all feel it. At the beginning of the battle, Kaus's consciousness revealed his disguise. He is the god of spirituality, and he did what makes the world angry. We should punish him, she said. It's right in the underworld, where the world consciousness informs the gods. Yes, we should punish a sinner before celebrating victory. Iapetus also supported. He thought everyone would think so after all. It was Ryan's prophecy that made everyone suffer. But unexpectedly, after him, no one answered his words and everyone's expressions were a little awkward. Ahem, my brother, Zuperion said. The consciousness of the world only appeared 7 days ago. Even if we punish him now, we will not get any reward. Yes, Cow's consciousness always so rigid. When his offensive thing is done, the world's reward of him is cancelled. Tess's echoed. This Titan's elder sister rarely speaks. But where is my clergy? Moan McSeen was a little confused. Is there still a need for discussion to punish a weak prophetic god? There is no world commendation. It is better to simply use him to embody the majesty of the new divine court. I want him to be my god, and the priesthood cannot be transferred, but the Lord God and the god can be boarded for a long time. Kronos' mouth twitched. He thought so at the beginning that he could not transfer his priesthood. But he is not as simple as we think, Monmoxni. The Lord of the Ocean didn't seem to want to go around the circle. He said to his sister directly, just 7 days ago, when we were still fighting with God of Father, the two of the eternal night land had been to the underworld. You two are too weak to sense. On the previous birthday of God, the two primitive ancient gods used their origin to speed up the birth of the new god. It is obvious that they are going to trouble the spiritual god. Upon hearing this, Iapetus stopped talking. He understood what his brother meant, and the two original gods took action personally. Orion had been pushed into the abyss and was punished by the will of the world, so they could not find anyone in the past. Or what method did the other party use to make the night gods come back without success? Then they will be even more unlikely to have any solutions. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. All the gods here, including Gaia, are not enough to be beaten by one hand by the Dark Master. After all, the opponent's strength can compete with Uranus at the peak, and what they had faced before was a huge loss of power, less than 30% of the Heavenly Father at his peak. That's it. After looking at her sister, who was still a little unwilling to accept her, Kronos didn't want to delay any longer. If possible, he wanted to attack the guy who devoured his origin, but now he had to give up. Not mentioning the other party's usual mysterious style and the means of making the original **** retreat, the other party's prophecy alone will make him unable to sleep or eat. He now understands his father. The Heavenly Father has treated the Titans as toys countless times, but has never attacked Ryan once. This is the deterrence brought by the mysterious fate. The other Titans may not care after all. They did not ask Ryan for prophecy, but Kronos was different. He began to regret why he asked Ryan about his future before. If he didn't know, he would at least not be in a dilemma like he is now. Let's go back to Mount Odils. The mother's creatures are always so delicious. The mood became a little more depressed. The future god king, who should have been very energetic, reluctantly made himself look happier and then flew towards the sacred mountain first. Let's go, let's talk about the priesthood matter later. After looking at his sister, Rhi, the only person who was aware of Kronos' condition, also said. Seeing everyone saying this, Momixene had to endure his reluctance and chose to fly to the sacred mountain with Titans. She didn't dare to act on her own. Even the previous one was the god of time series at divine power level 9, which could be more powerful than her god of language and text at divine power level 8. The gods left one after another, and when the war between gods ended, the earth returned to peace. As time passes, it slowly recovers from the damage it has suffered. Half a day later, on Mount Odils, a banquet to celebrate the ascension of the new king began. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler on Mount Odils, everything was as Ryan had expected. The banquet at Shenshin lasted for 3 months. In addition to Kronos, even Monmasun let go of his unhappiness and enjoyed the long-lost free time. They threw everything behind their heads, and it was the first time in their god's life that no one was restrained. Unfortunately, there is no wine in the world at this time, so the gods were unable to stop drunk. 3 months later, the banquet is about to end. As early as the first month passed, Earth Mother disappeared under the sacred mountain to nourish her devastated origin. So at this time, only the Titan brothers were still having a banquet on the sacred mountain. But as time goes by, the atmosphere still becomes a little subtle. It is undisputed that Kronos will become the god king, but the former god king regarded the gods as servants, which was unacceptable to the gods. What Uranos can do does not mean that Kronos can do it too. He did not have the power of his heavenly father, so the Titans couldn't help but think about their own little thoughts. Especially Okanos and Zuperion. One of them was their original eldest son, and the other was in power as a powerful sun priest. Even if they could not become the god king, they would still become the kings in their own realm. Finally, in the subtle atmosphere, Okanos was the first to get up. He looked at his former younger brother, now his brother. Because of his sudden action, the Titans all bet on their eyes. Seeing this, Kronos remained silent, but his gloomy mood added to his panic. Now is not the time for the previous battle. The power that Re had borrowed from the past had been lost, and the power of the god king had just gathered. Now his power is unprecedentedly weak. If he fights with someone at this time, he will have to seek help from Re, but this will only further expose his problems. My brother, do you have anything to say to me? I will seriously consider your request on such a day worth celebrating. Kronos tried his best to be gentle and majestic, and he didn't even call his former elder brother by brother. You're overconfident, Kronos. I'm not here to object. The Lord of the Ocean shook his head. He could feel that Kronos was not in a good mood, but he didn't think the other party was afraid of himself. In his opinion, Kronos just didn't want himself to openly fight him. After all, as the Lord of the outer sea and the river around the world, even if Kronos is stronger than him, as long as he hides in the sea, the other party can't do anything to him. However, he did not intend to challenge Kronos' throne. After all, even if the other party can't do anything to him, the other titans will never surrender to him. In fact, except for Re, who knows the inside story, the titans have already recognized the power of Kronos. But recognition is recognition, and they do not want to bow their knees before the new god king like they did when they served the Heavenly Father. You have proved your power, Kronos. I'm not your opponent, he said. I just want to say a part to you. After all, I may rarely come here again. I'm going to go back to the sea. That's where I should stay. As he said that, Okanos waved to his sister. Tessis hesitated for a moment, but looking at her brother, she walked forward together. I will leave it to you. I will be my neighbor with my uncle. I wish you a good recovery, Mother Goddess. I wish you eternal royal power, Kronos. Finally, he said goodbye, and Okanos did not wait for a response, but pulled his sister to fly away from the sacred mountain. He was not afraid that Kronos would turn against him. He is not the Father of Heaven, and he has no power to fight against all. If he dared to attack him, Okanos believed that his brothers would not watch. Watching the Lord of the Ocean and the Goddess of the raw water leave, Kronos' expression was a little stiff, but he immediately returned to normal. At least it is not the worst result. Even without the lack of origin, he actually did not expect his brothers to bow to him. After trying to calm down for a while, Kronos was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, but Thea and Chapelion, who were standing up, made his expression difficult to maintain. After the ocean god Lord left, he realized that he could not let these brothers surrender, so he was ready to take the initiative to give in, rather than under the persecution of the gods. But obviously, the sun god did not intend to give him this opportunity. Haha, my new majesty, just like the elder brother and sister, we are also ready to leave. After all, the sacred mountain is not warm with the sun, so I still prefer it there. Zuparian looked at the ex-brother with a somewhat ugly face and couldn't help feeling a little happy. You did everything you did and deceived your father from the beginning, but so what? Even if you take the position of the god king, no one will really surrender to you. I think you won't force us to stay by your side like my father once did. Zuparian said with a smile, as if he really respects the god king in front of him. That kind of cruel behavior is not what a king should do. Of course, you're right. Kronos said coldly. Among the brothers, Zuparian has always been the one with the greatest ambition. Perhaps it was the influence of the clergy. The son was born to desire power. Then go back to your son. Since you like it so much, stay there. Haha, of course. As the center of the starry sky, I should be there. With a chuckle, Zupelion didn't care about the words of the god king. The earth belongs to the mother and the mountain god, the ocean belongs to the two sea gods, and the starry sky belongs to him. He was very curious what was left of Kronos as the god king. Let's go, Thea. I wish you a good recovery, mother. I wish you eternal royal power, my dear brother. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The sun god left with the god of light and vision, and the mountain suddenly became much empty. Seeing this, the remaining titans looked at each other. They finally stood up one by one and bid farewell to Kronos one by one. Fuber and Kuz went to heaven together, and as gods of celestial bodies and light bodies, they would be neighbors with Sh. Pelion. Themis did not leave explicitly, but she said she would go to the earth to take a look. After all, she has been confined to the sacred mountain for too long. Monmasun still holds a grudge against Ryan, and she wants to try to visit Missy and find out what happened to Ryan. She didn't dare to go directly to the underworld to confirm. After all, she knew very well how weak her power was. In the end, only Re, Cleus, and Iapetus stayed. The weather was erratic, so Cleus stayed here and regarded the sacred mountain as its destination. Under the influence of authority, Re has always been very close to Kronos, so she doesn't plan to leave either. As for Iapetus, he simply felt that he was too weak, so he just stayed on the sacred mountain. You are welcome to stay. I am not a father. Here you can do whatever you want. After a forced smile, Kronos didn't care whether his frustration was noticed. What happened today has ruined his new king's face, but he has no choice but to do anything about it. You just need time, Kronos. Re comforted his younger brother. When you completely control the power of the God King, it will be different. I will work with you. Even if you can't compare with your father and mother, you can gradually establish your own royal power. Yes, you're right, Re. At least you've been by my side all the time. With some relief in his heart, Kronos arranged for Cleos and Iapetus to live there. When he was the only one left, he stood on the top of Mount Odils, overlooking the earth. Under the night sky, there were stars and there was no sound on the empty earth. In any case, the old era has passed and the new era has arrived. At least, he is the God King now. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. Since the God King changed his throne and the gods left, 300 years have passed in a flash. Over the past 300 years, like a shackle has been opened, the vision of the birth of the **** flashed through the world more than once, and the origin of cows also expanded. On the sea, when the Heavenly Father slept forever on the highest point, the earthly mother and her 2 sons, the primitive sea god, gave birth to 5 children. They are the friendship of the sea Nereus. Wonders of the sea Thomas, the anger of the sea Fuicus, danger of the sea Quechuo, power of the sea Eurubia. When the 5 ocean gods were born, Pontos seemed much more active. He no longer sank alone at the bottom of the sea, but often wanders between the sea and occasionally set foot on land to meet Mother Earth. In power, because of the birth of the offspring, Pontos's clergy split apart. But with the birth of these gods, the concept of the sea has been further expanded. With one increase or decrease, the original sea *** is still a powerful divine power of level 17 of divine power. Also on the sea, the ocean god Lord Okanos and the raw water goddess Texas also gave birth to a number of children. There are currently hundreds of them, and most of the sons of the gods are river gods, collectively known as Potamus. The goddess represents a stream, river, pool, lake, or sea, or even a body of water underground. Most of them are not real gods, but like Christo created by Ryan, they are regional gods with divine power level 0. Although it is as immortal as a god, its power is far from that of the true god. Of course, there are also true gods among the ocean goddesses called Oceanides. The most well-known ones are the eldest sister of the ocean goddess, the goddess of oath, Styx of the Styx, and her sister, the goddess of fame Clymone. From then on, the priesthood of the oath was delegated to the world, and cows no longer responded to the god's oath. However, in contrast, the price of swearing to the Styx River is much smaller than originally. Unlike the bustling sea on the earth and in the sky, except for the *** of the mountains, Uria, who gave birth to some unknown mountain gods alone, only the eldest daughter of Cus and Phubo was born. Her name is Leto, the *** of care and breastfeeding. Ryan has paid some attention to this. After all, her future children are very famous in future generations. But all this has nothing to do with the Lord of the Spirit Realm. For 300 years, Ryan has been absorbing and digesting the original power day and night. The size of the spiritual world has covered the entire underworld and has even begun to spread to the ground. He thought this boring day would last for hundreds of years, but on this day, the unexpected visitor made Ryan stop his movements. Through the projection of the spiritual world in the material world, Ryan clearly saw that the *** Titan, the goddess of justice and law Themis, was there. With his hand stretched out and gently stroked his eyes, time and space fluctuated. Under Ryan's power, the past and the uncertain future kept flashing in front of him. Soon, he knew the purpose of Themis. "Liana, go bring her to me," Ryan said softly. "As for your order, your highness." Since leaving Mount Odils, Themis has been wandering on the earth for 300 years. The cows in this world is very similar to the mythology, but there are many differences. Not to mention the ocean, the area of the earth alone is more than 100 times larger than the Mediterranean area around the earth, but the environment in most places seems wild and sinister. Moreover, With the rise of the world's origin, the area of cows continues to grow. When Zeus's era, no one knows how vast the earth will be. However, although the world is bigger, there are many problems that come with it. While Themis measured the earth with her legs, she had discovered various disordered places more than once. The world should be orderly, but in those special places, the rules of all things are reversed. The water flowing from low to high and once stepped into the loop of the space that keeps circling makes people feel cold flames. As the asterisk of justice and law, Themis can hardly tolerate their existence. She tried to correct them with the authority of the law, and the results were gratifying, and she did get the disordered rules back on track. But as time goes by, the goddess finds that she is just doing useless work. This phenomenon of disordered laws is the embodiment of the original chaos of the world's rules, and is a loophole left behind at the beginning of creation. They are born and die every moment. No matter how many she eliminates, there will always be the next one waiting for her. As long as the source of chaos remains in the laws of the present world, this situation cannot be terminated. I need to create a code. I want to write the correct order on it so that the world can see what I want to say, so that the laws of the present world will solve these problems by themselves. After getting inspiration from the clergy, Themis went to pay homage to the Mother of Earth. She heard that Gaia had 3 magical slabs that had existed since the beginning of Cow's creation. But unfortunately, Mother Earth told her that as far as thousands of years ago, the oracle stone slabs were handed over to the current spiritual god. So in order to fulfill his thoughts, Themis came to the underworld where Ryan finally appeared. However, in the next 6 months, Themis searched all over the underworld, but there was still no trace of Ryan. There is only the dark moon in the sky, which seems to be transformed by his former creation. Finally, she came to the Minju, hoping that its owner could hear her demands. His Highness Ryan, I'm here to visit you, and I hope you can see me. Standing in front of the dark moon, Themis said helplessly. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. However, the next moment, Themis stepped back instantly and looked ahead with caution. A ripples in space flashed, and the spiritual breath penetrated. The girl in black robe with wings on her back appeared silently in front of Themis. Before that, she had not noticed the other party's existence at all. She had never seen each other, but there was no doubt that this strange existence exuded the breath of Minju. And the most important thing is that in Themis's perception, the other party was obviously a true god, but she had never felt the fluctuations of the other party's birthday. Miss Themis. The strange *** spoke. Although the goddess of justice did not know the other person was obviously very familiar with her. Come at your request for meeting, ma'am. My lord has invited you. Host. Themis was a little surprised. She came to visit the spiritual god, but the goddess in front of her called Ryan the master. Even the former heavenly father, although he essentially enslaved the gods, he never made them call themselves slaves. Because they are both gods recognized by heaven and earth, and the incarnation of the law of cows, belittling the other party is equivalent to belittling oneself. Please come with me. Without answering the doubts of the goddess of justice, Lena turned around and a transparent portal appeared in front of the two. His brows frowned slightly, but Themis did not deter him. As an immortal god, only Tartarus can trap them in cows now. Obviously, she did not think that the strange space in front of her had great power comparable to the abyss. And although it was not very certain, Themis guessed that the unknown space in front of him, or the goddess who claimed to be a servant, was probably the follow-up to the wrath of the world on that day 300 years ago. Maybe soon, she will know the reason for it all. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler half a day later. Some were still unsatisfied, but Themis returned to where Lena was. She had asked the owner to wait too long. Although strictly speaking, Cows has not yet perfected etiquette, she still feels it is not good to do so. How did you get it? Lena asked with a smile. Eye-opening. In half a day, Themis walked through the surrounding land and saw thousands of strange-shaped spiritual life. Some of them feed on plants, some feed on other lives, and some feed on some concepts, which the goddess has never seen before. In comparison, her weird brothers are not that strange. In observation, Themis tried to stop the struggle between different lives, but later she gradually understood. All things are different from God. Food is enjoyment for the gods, but it is a must for them. The goddess saw more than once that the spiritual world lives fought against each other in order to compete for food, and she also saw the unique fighting style of the spiritual world lives. Their power is weak, but their fighting skills are primitive and fierce. Unlike the gods who blindly use their authority to fight divine power, the lives of the spiritual world also know how to test, trap, and disguise. When I go back, I will mention this to Kronos. The agreement between Mother Goddess and His Highness Ryan is still 700 years away. When the returns to Mother Goddess hands as promised, we should also borrow this artifact to create life on the earth. Following Lena crossing the light gate, Themis made a secret decision in his heart. Compared to the now empty and lonely cow's world, the spiritual world gives her a more energetic feeling. Passing through the illusory portal the next moment, the breath of source power that came to his face instantly stopped Themis' thinking. Looking around, the goddess found herself on a bottom-high mountain. The seven-wheeled crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the sixth layer of interface that looks like a virtual but a solid is penetrated by the mountains. Standing on the mountain, although I couldn't see the specific appearance of those interfaces, Themis still felt like he was stepping on the world under his feet. Or is the name of the sacred mountain, which is translated as the beginning of the moon and the source of spirituality. When she boarded here, the goddess instantly understood the message. And in the dark, she felt that there was a power that was very similar to her priesthood, sucking, flowing in the sacred mountain and slowly changing her nature. If it were all created by His Highness Ryan, that would be a great feat. Taking a deep breath, the goddess of justice sincerely exclaimed, "Open up interfaces and create living creatures." At least with Themis' theocracy, she didn't know how to achieve it. Nature is a great feat. On the side, Lena said naturally, "The name of the Lord is not circulated in the world today, but one day they will know the Lord's supreme power." A polite smile, although shocked by the scene in front of him, Themis still felt that this was the reason for the special authority. The gods are absolute in their respective fields, just like the later goddess of agriculture that could prevent everything from growing again. But without corresponding authority, even existence like Uranus could not change this result simply by relying on power. Themis didn't know what kind of clergy was, but I think everything in front of me was probably the absolute embodiment of this clergy. Following Lena, she continued to move forward, with steps paved with unknown materials under her feet, and the various strange artificial objects on both sides of the road made the goddess dazzled. The location opposite the light gate is not the top of the mountain, but the slightly lower part. After all, although it can be done, Lena will not directly open the door to Lene's palace. However, Themis did not feel that she was being looked down upon. On the contrary, she observed the surrounding landscape with great interest. Everything in front of her was the novel scenery she had seen for the first time. This more civilized product is naturally consistent with the superiority of the clergy and the order. Themis has made a decision that she will follow her on Mount Odils. Time passed slowly. Although the Cineia mountain was forbidden to fly, the two of them were not far from the top of the mountain, so soon Themis was led by Lena to the palace. Themis' eyes lit up again. Compared to the curtains of the cow's gods at this time, this creature that seemed very orderly and civilized was undoubtedly the goddess' favor. The complex is not dense, and each has a different style and beauty. Although Themis could see only a few nearby, she still wrote down their styles one by one. This is where the gods should live, the goddess thought to herself. It's here, the Temple of Loppers, the place where the host welcomes guests. He pointed to the magnificent hall in front of him, and Lena smiled slightly, then said goodbye. I have completed the lead work, and next is your meeting with the Lord. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the door, Lena was about to leave. Themis was about to keep him, but saw the goddess of black robes smiled at her and then took a step back. Within one step, just like when she began to appear, she disappeared without a trace in an instant, but Themis saw some clues this time. The other party's movement seemed to have used the power of time and space in the spiritual world to come to the spiritual world at different levels in an instant. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Even if she didn't move, when the two were separated by a layer of world, she naturally could not detect the other person's existence. Seeing this, Themis couldn't help but think of the first spiritual world that was exactly the same as the underworld. Perhaps before, Lena had actually been standing beside her, standing in the middle of the dark moon, but she was unaware of this because she could not see through the barrier between reality and a layer of spiritual world. Can Kronos do this level of space-time power? After a little contemplation, Themis shook his head. Instead of thinking about it, she walked towards the hall in front of her. Since I have arrived in front of the door, it is hard to let the master wait any longer. What's more, for the goddess who also wants to build a palace, the interior furnishings of the palace are also worth learning from. After crossing the threshold, my eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to the light of the crescent moon, the palace looks brighter. Looking up, there were tables, lamps, utensils, decorations, and the gods in black who were getting up from the main seat. Although Themis didn't know what civilization was, she felt that all the things she saw were more liked than what she had experienced in the past. "Welcome, ma'am." Raising his glass lightly, facing the goddess of justice who walked up, Ryan said with a smile, "Before talking about the matter, please enjoy the dinner I prepared for you. Thank you for your hospitality, His Highness Ryan." With his eyebrows raised, Themis took the cup that floated over and drank the red liquid in one go. This is wine. The liquid seemed to contain memory, and when it was drunk, Themis knew its name. For her, it was just a pretty good drink, but the goddess believed that her brothers would definitely love this creation very much. Put down the wine glass, Themis stepped forward and took his seat. She also looked forward to the next dinner. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, what an unforgettable experience. In the Temple of Loppers, Themis drank his last sip of wine, and his originally fair cheeks were also a little red. Ordinary drinks are not enough to affect the gods, but obviously those that Ryan brewed with the authority of are not included. If you're interested in it, you can take some back. Putting down the crystal clear wine glass, Ryan waved his hand to bring dozens of barrels of brewed wine. Since the last time I parted, I may not have seen Kronos for a long time. These drinks are just a belated gift for me to congratulate him on becoming the god king, and I think he will like it. Then I'll accept it for Kronos. With an apology, Themis didn't know the grudge between Ryan and Kronos about the origin of space and time. She thought Ryan wanted to use this to remind Kronos not to forget their two previous agreements. In fact, the goddess of justice was a little dissatisfied with her younger brother's delay in fulfilling her contract. Over the past 300 years, she has passed by Mount Odals several times and visited the Earth Mother, who has recovered some vitality. From the Mother God, she heard that Kronos had refused to go to the abyss on the grounds that he had not yet fully controlled the power of the God King, and released his 6 strange-looking brothers. The Earth Mother was very angry about this, but she was not a king after all, so she didn't know whether Kronos refused on purpose or whether he was indeed too different from Uranus's former power. For this reason, Mother Earth left Mount Odals and lived in a place near the Eastern Ocean on the mainland for many years, staying with her 2 sons. The 5 ocean gods who came to the world one after another were born during this period. "Dear Your Highness Ryan, thank you again for the dinner, but I have something to ask for when I come here." With a correct expression, the goddess of justice, who had taken off the blindfolded ribbon since 300 years ago, looked straight at Ryan and said straight to the point. With a smile, although there was a lot of money, Ryan still pretended not to know. "Please tell me, ma'am. I'm also curious what made you choose to come to my door after 300 years of travel." Hearing this, Themis's heart moved. Although he did not hide his traces, it was obvious that Ryan had an unknown way of observing the earth. However, the goddess of justice didn't care about this. She directly told her purpose. "I have traveled many places over the past 300 years. In the present world of cows, I found that the chaos and madness left behind at the beginning of creation did not flow into Talteros, but remained in the law, inside. I seek a solution, and in the end, the priesthood of the law gave me a response. I need to make laws for the rules of the world so that the law can dispel chaos and madness by itself." "But what does this have to do with me?" Ryan asked with a smile. "Because I need a creature that is sufficient to carry the law. I will use it to communicate the world and write my law into the roots of the present world." Themis looked solemn. She could feel that the promotion of her priesthood should be in this matter. As long as she can perfect the present world, the clergy of the law will leap to support her to become a powerful with a divine power level of 18 or above. I visited the Mother Goddess and sought her for the oracle slab, a mysterious creation that was born at the beginning of the world. But the Mother Goddess told me that it had come to your hands as a bet thousands of years ago. I hope to borrow this magical artifact from you, this presumptuous visit." As he said that, Themis looked at Ryan. "Yes," Ryan nodded in the goddess's gaze. "It's in my hands, but now it's no longer an oracle." He raised his hand slightly, and the next moment, as a wave of space flashed, a huge copper book appeared in his hand out of thin air. Without any concealment, the powerful aura of was instantly perceived by Themis. There is no doubt that this is a terrifying high-level artifact, and it even gives her a higher feeling. Different from Mother Earth, Miss Themis. When his right hand brushed across the spine of the brass book, Ryan said calmly, "The essence of the oracle slab is beyond her imagination, and the contained in it is even close to it. Most of Taltero's. I made 3 artifacts with 3 stone slabs, and what you see is the second one." Frowning, Themis knew that she might be returning without success. "The aura of the magic weapon in front of me is comparable to the, and no one would easily borrow such a magic weapon. But out of the desire to perfect the clergy, she spoke. "If you want," she said, "I don't know what I have to pay to borrow this artifact from you." She is ready to make a pledge to do things for Ryan in the future. In fact, she had nothing else to pay. But unexpectedly, she got an unexpected reply from Ryan. "Nothing is needed," he said, "as long as you swear to the spirit realm and acknowledge my undisputed sovereignty over the code of creation. Then it will be yours for 1,000 years." Looking at the goddess's surprise in front of her, Ryan did not explain, but handed over the book that seemed to be cast in brass. He believed that the other party would not refuse. A little surprised, but as Ryan thought, looking at the artifact handed to him, Themis hesitated for a moment and still reached out to take it. Gods and clergy influence each other. Faced with the temptation of priesthood promotion, Themis could not refuse. Finally, after a few more talks soon, the goddess of justice left the mountain with the borrowed artifact. After Ryan sent Themis out of the spiritual world, he also went to a palace behind the Sinai mountain. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. That was his bedroom, the Temple of Ella's. Sitting on the soft collapse, Ryan looked at Themis walking up the ground with doubts and confusion through the mirror of time and space. He knew that the other party was going to seek the decree of the God King. For the present world, the approval of the God King is also an indispensable part. After the legislation, this artifact has been initially improved. After looking at the stone book in the glasses, Ryan whispered to himself. In his original plan, this should be the recorder, perfecter, and pioneer of all the rules of the world and the law. The law can indeed be linked to spirituality, which is feasible. The problem is that the goddess of the law had already arrived in the world long before Ryan opened up the spiritual world. Ryan can absorb the origin of stars in the world, and he has even absorbed it almost. But that is because the real star **** has not been born yet, and Kuz is just *** of lightless celestial bodies. But the law is different. Previous was only powerful because of the origin of the oracle slab itself. Only a very small part of its own comes from. But as Themis legislates for the present world, the origin of Kaus's will rise a lot, and half of it will flow to the that carries it. What Themis will only obtain is the other half. After this incident, this powerful creature that was taken out alone was close to the creation artifact, and even if it was completely mature. There are also the chaos and madness that was expelled by the laws after the code was founded. The power is not good or bad, it is important to use it in the right place. Watching Themis, who came to the surface, was heading towards Mount Odals, Ryan dispersed the mirror of time and space. He can silently observe Themis at the level of divine power 13, but it does not mean that he can observe the God King who is gradually firmly in his position. He doesn't have to worry about the next thing. For his own promotion, Miss Justice will do her best to complete everything related to legislation. The mind sank into the spiritual roots, and Ryan continued to digest different origins. This will be his main job for a long time in the future. The 2 names of the sacred mountain and the 2 temples of the protagonist are both used in other places, and by the way, they leave a plot that I don't know if it will be written afterwards. As a naming decree, I had to borrow the wisdom of the ancients, although they were ancients from the West. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler on Mount Odals. After obtaining the from Ryan, Themis kept rushing to the sacred mountain. Legislation for the world cannot be done casually. Each of these is indispensable for a priesthood, a powerful enough carrier, and the steward of the world and the authorization of the God King. However, Themis was not worried that his younger brother would reject her request. After all, the power of the God King was not constant. Like Kronos, not to mention that the 500 years has not yet reached the deadline. Even if it is here, his powers of the God King are definitely not as good as his father. Although Uranus did things against the enemy, the fact that he created life with friendship itself is the greatest achievement of the God King. Besides, Kronos was still a usurper, and the theocracy he gained would only be lower. Now that this new **** king can complete the achievements of legislation under his own rule, he will definitely not want it. 3 days later, Themis, who finally returned to the sacred mountain, immediately approached his younger brother and told him in detail about his thoughts. But beyond the expectation of the goddess of justice, although Kronos was very supportive of her legislation, he seemed more interested in the spiritual god. So you mean, not only did he not ask you for anything, but he promised to deal with the chaos and madness that was rejected in the law for you? Yes. I thought they would gather on the earth and form many dangerous Jedi. After all, I could not handle them. But since His Highness Ryan was interested in them, I promised to hand them over to him. Somewhat understands the focus of Kronos, but Themis replied. She guessed that Ryan must have had some intentions, but she didn't care. Some things that are not available are just something she keeps, and it will only cause trouble for herself. But Themis could see it openly, and Kronos didn't think so. His resentment towards Ryan has been going on for more than a day. Things are not that simple. There must be something I don't know. Ryan can definitely get anything in this process. He is not that kind-hearted person. With a cold snorkeling, Kronos' face looked a little unfair. 300 years have passed, and although the power brought by his own priesthood is insignificant, the power of the God King, which has condensed most of the power of the God King, still gives him powerful power of level 17 of divine power. Even so, whenever he thinks of the origin he has lost, Kronos regrets the decision he made. The level of divine power is the level of divine power, and the actual combat power is the actual combat power. Without most of the time and space clergy, even if the divine power level is the same, Kronos' strength is not as strong as before. What's more, if the time and space clergy are still complete, his current divine power can still be higher. In the field of powerful divine power, the gap between level 1 is not comparable to that below medium divine power. On the other side, looking at Kronos' expression, Themis obviously had some misunderstandings. She thought the other party was irritating Ryan's previous prophecy. But the goddess of justice will not act like anger, so she reminded. I know, Kronos. Because of His Highness Ryan's prophecy, you and my brothers are dissatisfied with him. But you have to know that, at least for you, you not only took the initiative to ask him for a prophecy, but also owed him 2 requests. You have vowed to the world to complete them. After 200 years, you can't delay any further. Kronos was speechless. Once again, he scolded cows for his rigid instinct in his heart. It is obvious that the spiritual **** did something that made the world dissatisfied, and the other party embezzled his origin. But for the world, it has always been right and wrong. Even if it instinctively dislikes Ryan, who steals the source power, will not give up his guarantee of the Kronos Oath. I will, but there are still 200 years, right? Eventually, Kronos accepted the fact that he wanted to do things for Ryan, and he turned to another question. You said he opened up an interface called, which contains many special creatures. Yes, Themis nodded. I was about to tell you. After he returned I plan to visit the Mother Goddess and create some new life on the earth. I've seen some new life. Kronos frowned slightly and recalled. About 100 years ago, the god of destruction, Kyr, on behalf of the 8 gods who lived in the underworld, came to the sacred mountain to meet me. At that time, there were some lives called around him. They were not gods or even gods with power. According to him, that was the mother of the night, which was given to him by the ancient **** Nyx. The waiter. Kronos actually beautified the process. Kyr was not for the purpose of representing the 8 gods to meet the God King, but was just to show off in front of him, the new God King. In fact, most of the gods and cows are still very emotional. The God King was still alone, but he had servants to accompany him, which greatly satisfied Kyr's vanity and made Kronos secretly angry, but he had no choice. After all, according to Kyr, he had a close relationship with his mother god, and the new **** king did not dare to provoke a primitive **** at this time. Of course, what Kronos didn't know was that the god of destruction also beautified the process of obtaining the eternal nymph. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. In his mouth, the 2 primitive ancient gods were very concerned about their gods, but in fact, The two gods of dark night had never met them a few times. Euripos didn't care about the children of ontological evolution at all. Miss, ye gave them a few nymphs that she created with her sole embryo for her nominal purposes. Among them, there was no one who was given divinity by Miss Yi and transformed into a demigod. It was not as witnessed by their mother and son as Care said. Didn't Mother of Night go to find His Highness Ryan before? Themis speculated. It may be at that time that he and His Highness Nyx created a new life together. Maybe, said Kronos, but since His Highness Nyx has accepted the existence of new lives, it should be fine for them. When the time comes, I will go to see the Mother Goddess with you. On the land of cows, I should know the life of respecting the God King. With a slight frowning, Themis was a little dissatisfied. Ryan creates life in his own interface, and Kronos' first reaction is, they may have problems. At least in her impression, Ryan seemed to have not taken the initiative to do anything to the Titans. You don't understand. Shaking his head, Kronos glanced at the face of the goddess of justice and finally said nothing. He didn't have the world to promote his wrong ideas. If possible, he wished no one knew the shortcomings of his priesthood. Let's do it for now, Themis. When you complete the creation of the code, I may have already taken control of the position of the God King. At that time, I will support your behavior in the name of the God King. That couldn't be better. Nodded, the goddess of justice still did not tell Kronos about Ryan. For her, legislation is the top priority facing her. The previous 300 years were far from enough to let her understand all the loopholes in the laws of the present world. Now, with the assistance of she can have a deeper understanding of the rules of the present world. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, unlike the offspring born by the primitive gods, the offspring of the second generation of gods need to be developed. They no longer can become adults in just half a day after birth, just like their parents. They grow at different rates of different rates. At the same time, the new **** no longer has the power of being born powerful. When the ancient Titan *** was born, at least they had weak divine power, but except for a very few, most of these new gods grew up slowly from divine power level 1. Now, this is what Modi's in front of Ryan. Her newborn skin is as smooth as milk, and her black and translucent eyes are not at all like a newborn, but there is no doubt that it will take at least decades before she can become an adult god. This is not only because the 3 generations of gods should have been like this, but also because her origin is not powerful. When she was born, was scattered automatically in the world like the past, and what was left to her was hydrology. But unlike Monmisani, the 3 generations of gods were not born to know, so she would not realize that she should have these powers. Medes Athena. Maybe I should take her away. Whispering softly, Ryan was not worried about being discovered. Okanos and Thesis are indeed strong, but as long as he doesn't show up with them, it will be difficult for the other party to find him. This is the absoluteness of the divine power. When Ryan hides in history, he is covered by the spiritual world. Even if he is separated by a temple, no one will find his existence. Forget it. Although fate has been changed, I still hope that the world will be more familiar with it before Zeus ascended the throne. And in the original trajectory, this goddess seems not that smart either. Shaking his head, Ryan finally gave up his plans. With Modi's potential, if he brings it back to the spiritual world and trains it carefully, it will be enough to carry some powerful clergy. For example, its origin flows to the spiritual world every moment. Originally, the existence of the god of words could isolate Ryan's absorption of to a certain extent, but unfortunately, the Oracle Stone Slab has a more orthodox text source power. In this case, if one more candidate to take charge of the clergy can not only speed up the absorption of the spiritual world, but also bring Ryan a powerful subordinate in the future. But in the end, he gave up on this idea. A goddess of wisdom cannot even understand her own safety. What is the difference between this so-called wisdom and Prometheus's foresight? In contrast, perhaps her daughter is more suitable for endorsement of wisdom. Since he made the decision, Ryan stretched out his hand, and 3 polyhedral crystals appeared quietly in front of him. The spiritual world has just begun to absorb the origins of the 3 major priests, but it does not affect Ryan's condensation of their corresponding priests. Although they are still very weak now, as the spiritual world absorbs all the scattered origins, they will return to their due heights. With a finger, 3 crystals fell into the body of the baby girl in front of her. At the same time, Ryan's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, the Ocean Lord appeared directly next to the bed. He glanced left and right, but found nothing. The moment Ryan gave him the clergy, he returned from history to the present. Okanos immediately noticed something strange, but he could not track down Ryan's existence. What's wrong? After a while, Thesis also appeared here. The goddess was not in the temple before, but she sensed the divine power that her husband burst out in an instant, so she rushed back quickly. It's nothing, maybe it's my illusion. Shaking his head, Okanos prepared to go back, but when his eyes swept over his daughter, his eyes suddenly stopped. Is this the breath of clergy? A little uncertain, Okanos picked up his daughter and sensed the breath in her body carefully. But soon, he not only confirmed his previous induction, but also discovered and Medes was given other clergy by the world. Did you sense the breath of cows just now? Tessis also noticed his daughter's abnormality, but cows had never had any phenomenon of transferring priesthoods other than gods, and she instinctively believed that this was a gift from the world. Maybe it is, but this is no longer important. The ocean god lord was not sure, but he was indeed very surprised. Unlike Pontos's eugenics and eugenics, he is synonymous with wide casting of nets. Among the children, only Styx has a clergy that allows her to achieve medium-level divine power. The remaining Clymene and Medes, and make them even become weak divine powers. But now Medes is destined to be a powerful existence like her elder sister. At least medium-sized divine power is expected to be even powerful in the distant future, which is much stronger than many ancient Titan gods. My younger brother Iapetus asked me for his wife, and although he did not ask, a daughter other than my true god is not enough to match his identity. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. I was intended to choose one between Clymene and Medes, but now it seems that I don't need to choose. Okanos' tone was very happy, and Tess's nodded in approval. More births and more children. Let the ocean god system spread all over the world, and use in laws to win over the gods. This is the plan they made at the beginning. Later myths also proved his success. Unlike his brothers, except for Re and Themis, the Ocean Lord was the only ancient Titan who retained certain power in the era of Zeus. I will talk about it to Clymene. As a goddess of fame, marrying a Titan with a noble status is also very compatible with her clergy, and she will be satisfied with it. As the good assistant of Okanos, Thesis took the initiative to handle this job. Okay, I hope she can give birth to a powerful **** for my younger brother. In this way, we can also have an extra helper when facing my uncle in the future. Nodding at his wife, Okanos got up and headed for the front hall. His sudden departure just now must have brought a lot of speculation to the guests, but now he can happily inform them of the good news. From today on, the name of Medes of Wisdom will resound throughout the sea, and no one can criticize himself with only quantity. Styx is just an accident. Behind him, Thesis looked at his daughter again and immediately left the hall. She was patrolling the ocean currents before, preparing to extract essence from the seas under her husband's control, combine them with the clergy, and nurture a magical artifact. Although this primitive casting method is relatively ordinary and not as powerful as the Cyclops forging making, it is enough to exist as a symbol of the ocean god lord. Tessis is going to continue to prepare for this. As for her daughter Medes, God is immortal, and she doesn't need to be taken care of by all the time. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler in the ocean temple. Ryan gave him a priesthood, and the next moment, he left his original place with the help of the characteristics of the spiritual world. In addition to the Sinea mountain, the time and space in the spiritual world are becoming more and more chaotic. Above the third level, it already belongs to the deep level of the spiritual world. There, it is very likely that one step forward will have left 1,000 miles away in reality. Although only the first 2 levels of spiritual world have been completely structured, this does not affect Ryan's characteristics with the help of other levels. So in an instant, he came to the sea thousands of miles away. This is because the spiritual world covers too little in the present world. Otherwise, with the help of this movement method named by Ryan, he could travel between the 2 sides of the Earth in more than 10 minutes. When the creatures are born on the Earth in the future, my divine power will accumulate to level 16 or above, which can weaken the barriers between the surface of the spiritual world and the present world. At that time, life with high inspiration can directly see a layer of spiritual world. Some spirits with deep obsessions or respected by sacrifices can also remain in the shallow layer of the spiritual world and survive in another way. Thinking in my heart, Ryan looked back at the direction of the ocean palace. Later generations rumored that a considerable part of Zeus's wisdom came from Metis, but now, Metis's clergy was given by Ryan. But it's not certain. Instead of saying that Zeus's wisdom comes from Metis, I believe he is just using his name. If you swallow a god, you can use her divine power. How can you do this? Besides, if you can trick the goddess of wisdom, Zeus's sweet words may not be inferior to Metis's wisdom. Shaking his head, Ryan walked towards a place near the sea in the direction he remembered. After working hard to digest the origin in the spiritual world for 800 years, I finally came out, but Ryan didn't plan to go back immediately. At least he wants to go there to get something. Arrive. 7 days later, crossing the long sea area, Ryan came to a special sea surface. There is no wind and waves here, and the sea surface is as quiet as death. But when the sun shines on it, there is a sacred beauty. Not far away, a layer of blood foam radiating desire and hatred floated there. This is the source of all the changes in this sea area. Even Pontos himself is unwilling to come to this nearby, because this is the fall of Uranus's organ, which contains his hatred for Titan and Pontos. In the future, Irenaeus and Aphrodite will be born here one after another. As the birthplace of the four gods, when the blood of the god king disappears, it will also become a sacred sea. Who are you? This is the realm of the Lord of the Sea, and the strange gods report your name. Suddenly, a monster half snake and half fish emerged with a slightly weird tone. She looked directly at Ryan not far away, looking alert, but did not act casually. Because the divine power and breath on the other party made her know that this was at least a **** with medium divine power. As one of Ponto's 5 children, she, like her brother and her husband Phyrcus, are both half-god lives. They gave birth to many sea monsters together, the most famous of which are the 3 sisters of Gree. They appeared as an old woman, but the 3 of them shared an eye and a tooth. They are in charge of vicious, violent, and terrifying. But they are not real gods, but only gods with power and immortality, just like those ocean goddesses who do not have clergy. Kidu, the danger of the sea, I know you. Ryan didn't look at her, let alone answer her questions. Compared to Eurobia, the friendship of the sea, Keto and her brother are more like Cyclops and are disliked by the gods of cows. There is no way Cows' **** has always looked at his face. But I don't know, a strange god. This is a sea area that was transformed into a forbidden zone by the Father, and all the gods know this. Keto's expression became more and more unkind. Compared to the normal god, she was affected more severely by instinct. It doesn't matter, Ryan said, an interesting idea popping up in his mind. What's important is, do you want to change your appearance? Get rid of your current appearance, or at least, you can have an extra look recognized by the gods. Kechuo's face, which looked more ferocious, froze. Ryan's repeated answers to irrelevant questions made Keto, who was controlled by animal nature, a little angry. She planned to follow her instinct and attack Ryan, but the words immediately followed her to find her reason. She had claimed more than once that she didn't care about appearance, but when the gods' banquet turned her out, she was the only one who knew what she thought. What should I do? The sound suddenly softened, and Ryan could hear it, although this softness was still very harsh. Without leaving any cover, Ryan pointed to the blood bubble in front of him. Drinking them, of course, can only be a small part. If you dare to drink them all, you will only be the mother and give birth to 4 new gods, but if you only drink a few sips, you may gain unexpected gains. Kechuo was a little hesitant. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. As the danger of the sea, she knew very well that this was the most dangerous place in this sea area, and the source of the danger was this blood. She didn't know whether she should believe the words of this strange god, but she was too eager to change. Drink or not, but this may be your only chance. With his hand out, Ryan scooped a spoonful of the blood in front of him, then flashed and disappeared silently on the sea. This is why he came here, and it was an accident when he met Kechuo. Etc. He quickly spoke out and looked at Ryan's disappearing figure. Keto wanted him to say something more clearly. But Ryan obviously didn't have time to pay attention to her, and he was just intrigued, just to watch it. Damn it, he roared, but under the faint desire in his heart, Kechuo still set his eyes on the blood foam. After a long time, a struggle appeared on her hideous face, but in the end, Kechuo's desire for beauty defeated his instinct. She no longer cared about the danger of the blood in front of her and started swallowing it in big mouthfuls. As the blood entered her abdomen, her appearance did change. At some point, she stopped swallowing and looked at her shadow at the sea. A beautiful black-haired goddess appears there, and the wildness in her eyes adds a bit of charm to her. But at this moment, Kechuo did not feel happy, but instead developed jealousy towards those who are truly beautiful. She knew that she was now. It's just that she is the beauty of dressing up and the beauty of fake disguise. At the same time, she also understood, under the influence of her clergy, that the gods who truly symbolize will be born in these blood bubbles in the future, and her dressing is meaningless in front of the other side, and can only become the green leaves that set off the flowers. Nothing is eternal. One day I will become the real. If you can't, then let them all die. As long as there is no one more beautiful than me, I will still be the synonym for beauty. The voice was no longer hoarse, but the pleasant tone said cruel words. Kechuo looked at the blood foam on the sea and sweared in his heart. That future **** of love and beauty is her destined enemy. I stared for a long time, and when the sun set, Kechuo left here. According to the time she remembered, she rushed to the palace of a god, where a party seemed to be being held. Things in the future are still far away, and now she also needs to experience the feeling of other gods enjoying the banquet. This time, she will not be rejected again. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler Ryan didn't take this matter to heart by illuminating an alternative beauty god. Kechuo actually has no sense of existence in later generations. Only her monster children have appeared in human epics and then used them to demonstrate the great achievements of the demigod's heroes. As a monster, compared with Taifeng, the king of 10,000 demons, she is even unable to compare with Taifeng's descendants. But now, as a god's chariot, it may leave some new traces in Cao's history. Since the birth of Metis, Kechuo has regained his life. Another 700 years have passed. The world never rotates around one person. Although Ryan has lived in seclusion for 700 years, it has not affected the prosperity of Cao's world. 100 years after returning to the spiritual world, a bright moon hangs on the sky of Cao's, the night sky that had been dim for 900 years. That was the daughter of Shuperian and Thea, Selene, the goddess of the moon. This goddess, who should have been powerful in the original trajectory, was extremely weak because she lost all concepts related to, and her limit was that of weak divine power. This was also thanks to the moon as the largest luminous celestial body in the night sky. This incident angered Zhu Pelion. He suppressed his son because the sun could not be divided, but as his daughter, Selene should have become his best helper to rule the starry sky, but it disappointed him. For this reason, Zhu Pelion hesitated for a long time, but he finally came to the underworld. After all, in his opinion, as long as he does not seek prophecy from Ryan and let himself be trapped by fate, the so-called spiritual *** is nothing to be scary. The two gods of Dark Night who had retreated probably made the mistakes of 2 generations of *** kings, and they tied their hands and feet because of prophecy. Therefore, Zhu Pelion searched around the underworld. He tried to find Ryan and let him return the concept of. The sun god is unwilling to cause trouble for a sister with an average relationship, but the daughter who is expected to have powerful divine power is different. But when facing Zhu Pelion's actions, Ryan was too lazy to pay attention to it, so after searching for several years, the sun god could only angrily release his power around the dark moon, but he could not touch the light body that was close to him. Zuperion, who returned in vain, came to Kronos again. He thought that Ryan was able to take away Selene's power by relying on the divine metaphor, and as long as Kronos cancelled this command, the concept of moon would return to its original master. But Kronos decisively rejected the other party, not to mention that the ownership of the moon was his oath to the world before. Even if it was not, he would not give this brother who had always been dissatisfied with him. Besides, others don't know, Kronos is very clear. By referring to his own time and space origin, we know that before the concept of gathered, it may indeed be controlled by Ryan because of the authority of the god king. But after the past, I am afraid that there will be no return. Therefore, in order to cover up the truth about his original losses, Kronos is even more unlikely to agree to this rude request. Zhu Pelion was furious, but feeling the increasingly powerful aura of the god king, he was helpless. Finally, he had to go back to the sky and vent his anger at the surroundings. So during that time, the sun in the sky freely released its power, and the temperature of the whole world rose accordingly. Fortunately, the earth was basically full of gods at this time, so no disaster was caused. However, because of this, the third generation of Cow's gods also learned that in the underworld, there is an ancient who controls the moon and spirituality of the underworld, but he rarely comes out to walk around. After some more years, Astraeus and Eus were born one after another. The former is the god of meteorology and the power of the sea, the god of stars. The latter is Zu Pelion's second daughter, goddess of dawn. Unlike what is recorded in the myth, there is no seen this time, or Ryan didn't think this myth was very authentic. It is rumored that Eus was cursed by the goddess of love and beauty, and could only fall in love with mortals, but judging from her later actions, she did not look like a goddess who was self-disciplined. So just over 100 years later, these two new gods spontaneously came together. They gave birth to 4 great wind gods and many star gods, most of which were gods of type without priesthood. There is only one exception among the star gods. She is Estriel, the star of justice, and the goddess of purity. Although she is not strong as a real god, she is regarded as the leader by all the star gods. The wind Enemi and others were much more powerful. They tore up some of the clergy from their grandfather, the god of meteorology, to represent the wind in 4 directions. They are the north wind god Boreas, the south wind god Nodos, the east wind god Alus, and the west wind god Zephyros. With their birth, the airflow in Cows became more and more varied. At the same time, on the earth and in the ocean, the 3 goddesses of Ash Tree and the 3 goddesses of Revenge were born one after another. They were transformed from the divine blood left by Uranus, the former called Meliades and the latter called Irenaeus. Perhaps because the sea danger Ketuo had drunk the divine blood before the birth of the 3 goddesses of Revenge, they regarded Ketuo as their elder sister and stayed in the ocean with her. The 3 ash tree goddesses came to Mount Odals to pay homage to the god king and were brought by Re, who had become a queen of gods. On the other hand, Iapetus on the mountain of divine also had his own son of god. He and the daughter of the ocean god Lord, his niece Clymone, gave birth to 3 gods, all of whom were famous in later generations. The first of power, and later the supporter of the sky, Atlas. The creator of the bronze man, Prometheus, the thief of the fire, and Epimetheus, the ignorant of the fool. Unlike the weakness of the 2 brothers, Atlas has demonstrated extraordinary divine power since the day of his birth and has the potential to become a powerful divine power. For this reason, the Ocean Lord personally came to congratulate the birth of his nephew/grandson and wished him never to be violated by the ocean. Of course, while his brothers were working hard, Okeanos, who was fond of childbirth, was not idle. Over the past 700 years, thousands of children have been born in the Cow's world, and rivers and lakes have begun to spread throughout the earth. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Most of them are regional gods, but there are still several true gods. They are Eurinomo of the aquatic grass ranch, Perses, Prano, Doris, and healing goddess. Due to the increase in children, the conflict between Pontos and Okanos became increasingly fierce. Their children had fought several times on the sea, but there was no obvious result. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that if it weren't for the god king on the divine mountain, the war might have broken out between these 2 sea gods. In addition, during the birth of many gods, something happened that made the gods confused. About 1,000 years after Kronos ascended the throne, many mountain gods and river gods on the earth noticed that a ray of emerald green light flew out from the ground and headed towards the residence of Mother Earth beside the East China Sea. After that, the land of Cows was inexplicably shocked for 3 years. That was the anger of Mother Earth, but there was no subsequent result. Later, the god King Kronos came to visit the Earth Mother and borrowed but returned in vain. It was not until the goddess of justice, the queen of God and Rhea, came to the door to seek it that they got what they wanted. But what disappointed the 3 Titan gods was that as the source of Cows' life, they can indeed create creatures, but none of them have consciousness. In desperation, Themis had to give up the idea of creating life first and continue his preparation. So hundreds of years passed, and the preparations that lasted for 1,500 years were announced to end. On this day, the god of justice and law finally stood on Mount Odals and began to legislate for the present world. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, are you ready? Kronos asked at the top of the sacred mountain, in front of a group of palaces. Although the legislation is not dominated by him, as the god king, he will also have a reward from the world. Of course, what about your order? 1,200 years have left no trace on Themis. On the contrary, years of running around made her eyes more calm and sharp. She looked at Kronos and asked him for the last thing needed for legislation. Use this, the god king's scepter. My brother, who ruled the sea outside, is powerful. In addition to the mountain gods of Uria and the star gods of heaven, his descendants are even more than the gods of cows. Kronos' voice was dull, and he didn't have any extra emotions when talking about Akanos. His former elder brother used the essence of the sea to merge with the origin of the priesthood to forge a sea king's scepter for himself, and used this to command the sea. So Kronos followed suit and forged a scepter of the god king that belonged to him. But as soon as the king of sea scepter came out, thousands of gods from all over the ocean followed their destiny, and no one cares about Kronos' decree. If you cannot leave the sacred mountain, this is the current Kronos. Even the earth has long been occupied by many river gods, lake gods, and mountain gods. In their eyes, it is basically a fact that the god king ranks first. It's not a good thing to be with someone else, Kronos. The gods will remember the first one, but few people know the second one. Taking the scepter inlaid with the three-color jade, Themis reminded his younger brother. This is a sentence she heard from Lena, and the goddess of justice feels very reasonable. For thousands of years, she has visited the spiritual world many times and then reproduced what she learned on Mount Odils. She didn't take it without a lawsuit because Ryan was happy to see it. Themis' behavior not only did not harm his interests, but instead accelerated his absorption of cows' related source power. Maybe, but the strongest one is also the first one, isn't it? Kronos' voice was much more confident than he had been hundreds of years ago, or rather, the growing power of the god king gave him this confidence, and he was already planning to start doing something. The god king inlaid 3 gems on his scepter, hoping that one day he would command the sky, the earth, and the ocean with this. On that day, perhaps he will have faith to fight against the curse left by his heavenly father, or even an indescribable fate. However, unlike Kronos, facing the response of the god king, Themis nodded, but he was not optimistic about his younger brother. Unless he can have the power comparable to the original gods and become the true king of the gods, the strongest one is nothing more than empty talk. But Kronos couldn't do this at all by relying on his clergy alone. Has the potential of great divine power, because the Heavenly Father is the incarnation of the sky. But Kronos, even though Themis didn't know what was missing from his origin, he originally only occupied more than 30% of the time and space origins in the present world. To become a true **** king, you must have powerful power. But if you want to have powerful power, Kronos can only rely on the power of the god king, which is simply a vicious cycle. In later generations, Zeus successfully broke the deadlock with his faith, but the second generation of god king at this time did not have that condition. I'm going to start. He spoke softly. Themis stopped delaying. Everything is done, she can't wait. Kronos, who was standing beside him, heard this and quickly dodged away. When legislation begins, the entire worldly rules will be gathered here. Except for the legislator himself, even the primitive god dare not come into contact with this endless chain of order at this time. After all, the so-called present world is actually the cow's consciousness in the eyes of the gods. The laws and visions of God's birthday only occur in this world and do not affect other places. The truly complete cows includes everything in the world, but the gods only come into contact with his partial order. This part contains most of the sky, all the earth, most of the ocean, and the core of the underworld. Outside the present world are the eternal night land, the lightless realm, the bottomless abyss, the edges of the starry sky and the sea, and some dangerous places in the underworld. There, the chaotic part of cows is dominated by, and the power of the gods will even be weakened there, and only those who touch the great divine power cannot be affected by it. Seeing Kronos retreat, Themis pursed his lips. She stepped forward and stood at the highest point of the sacred mountain. The next moment, the goddess of justice held the scepter of the god king tightly, and the vast divine power began to surge. That was not only the power of her medium divine power, but also some of the powers of the god king that the scepter temporarily gave her. Under the dual effect of divine power and divine power, in the dark, part of Chaos's instinct, the laws of the present world began to open the door to the goddess under the guidance of the clergy of the. In an instant, Themis seemed to see the source of chaos accumulated between the chain of order. That is the legacy of the beginning of creation, and they are not uncommon in parts outside the present world. But where order is dominated by order, their existence itself makes the flow of laws seem much more difficult. So Themis raised his right hand. Silently, the brass-colored ancient book that looks like jade but not jade, or stone but not stone, opens the title page. New handwriting began to emerge on the bibliography that was originally engraved with the calendar and the order of the spiritual world. As part of the agreement, she used spiritual texts to write, so the part of the original spiritual texts that was connected to the law was enhanced. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The divine power in the body became more and more prosperous. With the emergence of the handwriting on the chains of laws emerged from the void, rushing towards the artifact. In this process, not only does the chain of laws seem to be purified, but a trace of invisible power emerges, quietly injected into the code, slowly enhancing its power. This invisible power is extremely high in nature. With a little more, the aura of the artifact becomes stronger and more perfect. Themis knew that this was the unattributed source power transformed from chaos by Chaos. In addition to the code of law as a medium, this source power was also constantly poured into her and turned into part of the clergy of the. Although Themis's divine power has not been enhanced, her upper limit has been opened. The road to powerful divine power has been paved by her. So under the gaze of Kronos, under the secret view of the Lord of the Spirit world, the goddess of law held high and declared to the laws of the world. I, the Lord of the law granted by Chaos, was born a great ancient Titan god, the master of the scepter of the god king and the writer of the. In the name of order, I am here to make a covenant for the present world. At the same time, when Themis held up the invisible fluctuations spread out. In the entire Chaos world, all the gods with medium power and above looked in the direction of Mount Odils. There, the laws of Chaos's appearance are being rewritten. I swear that I must complete the chapters to be published in advance tomorrow. It's not very tiring for me to code, but after I finished modifying it, I didn't want to move at all. I dragged it until night every time, and I was autistic JPG end of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, unlike weak divine power and weak divine power, starting from medium divine power, the gods can first contact the source sea of the world. The clergy is the manifestation of the source power. Apart from the world itself and the great divine power, there is no wisdom that can easily contact the source power itself, because this power that constitutes the essence of the world will only gradually assimilate their thinking. In the words of Ryan in his previous life, it is transformation. So Chaos created a clergy, and Ryan created a multifaceted crystal condensed by source power. Only when one layer is separated can the gods move their authority freely. But it's like a needle falling into the seawater, and although the water cannot stop it, it's hard to cause damage to the water itself. When the divine power enters the medium divine power, the gods no longer fear the source power like a tiger, but can perceive its rhythm to a certain extent, and even deepen their understanding of the corresponding source. It is this ability to sense that at this moment, on Mount Odils, the laws of the world are gathering, and gods are affecting the arrangement of rules. Themis has been walking on the earth for thousands of years, and more than one god has witnessed her figure. Gods have long known about what this goddess has done, but in their eyes, it is completely impossible to accomplish a medium-sized existence that actually attempts to modify the laws. But the shock coming from the sea of sources now forced them to change their minds. Perhaps this unfamous ancient Titan **** is not arrogant, but there is really something special. No matter what means Themis used, the gods knew very well that with the completeness of the laws of the world, as the first promoter and executor, the clergy of her law would inevitably be promoted. There is no doubt about the powerful divine power. Whether you want to admit it or not, the gods can only accept that another ****, who can influence the direction of the world, is about to be born. It's Themis. She said last time that she wanted to legislate for the present world. I thought she was joking, but I didn't expect it to be true. On the sea, goddess Yuan Shui stood beside her husband and said with great certainty, If she can succeed in the present world, the sublimated clergy of the is enough to support her to touch the peak of powerful divine power. It seems that another strong man is coming out of our generation of titans. Hearing this, Akhanos nodded. The ocean god lord is still happy to see his sister's promotion. Themis' clergy was destined to not interfere in the war between him and Pontus. After all, they were both sea gods and their disputes were natural. Let's go and congratulate her together. After watching for a while, Anos retracted his gaze. Legislation for the present world is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, and before it is completed, it is enough for him to arrive at Mount Odals. I haven't been back for a long time, and I don't know how much the current sacred mountain has changed from it. In the underworld, his younger brothers and sisters surrounded him by the *** of skylight. Unlike the gods on the earth, the gods in the underworld are rare and weak. In addition to the powerful clergy of the goddess of daytime, only the god of destruction and the god of destiny have the opportunity to enter medium divine power in the future. In the eyes of outsiders, although they are not strong, they are backed by the 2 ancient gods of creation, and the gods have acquiesced their special status. But only they themselves knew that the 2 primitive gods had never taken them seriously. Even the land of eternal night and the land of lightlessness remained far away from them. It's not that they can't get in, but like other gods, they don't even know whether they can come out again after entering. I have warned you a long time ago not to cause trouble everywhere. Last time you went to the sacred mountain, Kronos didn't care about you for his mother's sake, but this is not a reason to act recklessly. There is no secret that can be hidden forever, and they will know the truth one day. At that time, no one knows whether he will use us to establish the prestige of the god king. After all, compared to his Titan brothers, no one will stand up for us. Looking at his younger brother, even though he knew that Care was somewhat affected by the clergy, Ethel was still a little angry. Is that true? If there is really one day, let him come to me. I think you will be fine after all. Aren't you going to show your loyalty to him? With a sneer, Keir didn't appreciate it. As a descendant of the ancient creation god, even if his nominal parents do not recognize his existence, he still believes that he is an existence comparable to the ancient Titan gods. In fact, gods like him are not uncommon in cows. The gods are immortal, but it does not mean how smart they are. You on the side, Ethel pointed at his younger brother, but he didn't say anything in the end. Now, he fully understood why Hemera was reluctant to be with them because, as she said, they were different. The light of the sky in the daytime, the clergy itself determined that the 2 of them were incompatible with the other 6 gods. I will go to the Mount of God to congratulate the Lord of the Law. As for you, stay here if you don't want to go. Shaking his head, Ethel shook his sleeves and left. It was time for him to consider his sister's idea. Perhaps compared to the underworld, the starry sky is where they should stay. Are we going to go there too, father? In the sky where Ethel was thinking, Selene, the goddess of the moon, looked at Chapelion. Although she has been born for hundreds of years, she is still a weak divine power now. Like all gods, she has a look that is difficult for mortals to reach in later generations. Moreover, the gods of this era are not like those of later generations. A weak but beautiful *** like her is not worried about her situation. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. On the contrary, there were many gods who had expressed their emotions to Selene, but she did not agree to any of them. Of course, Selene, Ryan shamelessly stole the concept of the moon, making you so weak, but when I tried to create in the underworld, I never succeeded. I don't know how he did it, but as the god of justice and the law, your aunt will make the decision for you. Selene was a little silent. She heard the ***, who had lived in the underworld many times from her father. His capture of the concept of originated from an agreement with the Earth Mother and the Titans. She did not think that her aunt would violate her priesthood for her father. Just thinking of her own strength, she still let it go. The current sun god family is different from the original one. Both the eldest son and the eldest daughter are weak in divine power, but the originally weak goddess Dawn is stronger than her brother and sister. Helios was weak, at least because he had no chance to activate the sun and strengthen his divine power, but his clergy was still powerful. And Selene, she doesn't want to be weak forever. Maybe I can find a strong man to rely on. If my father hadn't had conflicts with the god king, maybe he would be a good choice. Thinking silently in his heart, Selene flew towards the center of the earth with his father. At the same time, similar scenes are performed in many places. The higher the level of divine power of a god, the greater the gap between the first level. A powerful divine power that is expected to be at level 18 or 9, even in later generations, will be an important existence in cows. No matter what their thoughts were made, no matter whether the relationship was friendly or not, the gods left their temples and flew towards Mount Odils. So on this day, the gods formed by Kronos himself for 1500 years, and the gods gathered together. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler top of the Audiles. The sun and the moon alternate in the sky, and the oscillation of the source sea is becoming increasingly dense. As time goes by, the number of gods around the sacred mountain gradually increases. Surrounding the sacred mountain, the positions among the gods are clearly divided. The ocean god system, the ancient sea system, the mountain system, and the star system, they are arranged in all directions and do not connect with each other. As for the other gods, they stood scattered among them, which also eased the solemn atmosphere between the gods. Among the four great gods, the star god system is in conflict with the world. They are in the sky and are dominated by the sun god, and have no contradiction with other gods. The only celestial Kus who is likely to have conflicts has only 2 children, and the star gods are also very courteous to him. But the remaining 3 gods are different. Hiddenly, the mountain and the ancient sea stood together to fight against the gods of the ocean. The conflict between the 2 sea gods has been around for a long time, and on the earth, due to the increase in the number of river gods, lake gods, and spring gods, the conflict between the Russians and the mountain gods has also become dense. So the 2 brothers Uria and Pontos joined forces to face their nephew's growing divine system together. This is why, even though he had 2 powerful divine powers, Okeanos never really attacked his uncle. This is not only a concern for Mother Earth's attitude, but more because of Uria's existence. Of course, there is also Kronos on the sacred mountain. Everyone knows that, although the god king was forced to accept the current situation where the gods were in charge of their own affairs, he would not continue to accept it. If the gods start a war and let him seize this opportunity, he will definitely do something. Several gods of the divine system knew this well. Just in the slightly tense atmosphere of the gods, more than 3 months passed in a flash. The perfection of the code gradually came to an end. Around the goddess of the law, the chain of laws gathered like a naked eye, closely connected with the increasingly deeper. Using his fingertips as his brushstrokes, and using the power of his source as ink, under the gaze of the gods of cows, Themis writes his achievements over the past 1,000 years freely. At some point, when she wrote the last character, time and space seemed to freeze for a moment. The surroundings of the sacred mountain immediately fell into a strange calm, and only the sound of the chain of laws was still the same. In this special atmosphere, Themis was not affected. The law has been written, and there is still one last step left. She pressed her hand on the page of the brass book. This artifact, which had become tall at some point, flashed, as if responding to the will of the goddess of the law. Themis could feel that at this moment, she was infinitely close to the source sea. Every word she says can be heard by the world. I am here to make a contract with the world in the name of the highest law of order, under the witness of cows. Anyone who has been born for 100 days will establish a rule. It will take effect at this moment and will be the same for all generations. The sound was light, but when it really spread, Cows's appearance seemed to be shaking. Immediately, the chain of order around Themis began to roar in an orderly manner, and gray mists from shallow to deep precipitate from the law. The fog gathers and disperses impermanently, eventually forming a snake-shaped shape. They wander around and scream at it. The gods couldn't help but feel it in their hearts. That is the remaining source of chaos in the present world, and the cancer left behind since the beginning of the world. They are the placenta that gave birth to Talteros, and are also the core of those places outside the present world that let the gods stop. The source of chaos left here is less than 100% of the initial 1 or 2%, but it is enough to make any *** afraid of it. Chaos are inherently hostile to order, so they revolve around but the gap in strength has made them instinctively stop moving forward. After all, the complete artifact of the Trinity is truly a creature with great divine power. Even if it is not yet perfected, it cannot be confronted by these remaining source of chaos. Time passed by minute, and the number of fog snakes around them gradually increased. When the last bit of scattered gray mist overflows, the chain of laws returns to calm. There is no skyrocketing, and there is no sudden increase in power, but everyone knows that the legislation has been successful. Themis' priesthood, like the power of Kronos, has gradually improved in the past 100 days. All the gods could feel that although the divine power had not been improved, the goddess of justice had opened the threshold to powerful divine power. All that remains is just the accumulation of time. Congratulations, my sister. The gods should remember your feat. Around the sacred mountain, Okanos took the lead in congratulating. Although he did not dare to approach the sacred mountain due to the wandering fog snakes, his loud voice still came from afar. Congratulations, His Highness Themis. Congratulations, it is my honor to witness your great cause. Congratulations, your deeds today will be circulated in cows forever. The voice of the Ocean Lord seemed to remind the gods present, and the sound of celebration continued to sound. On the top of the sacred mountain, Themis was very tired, but she still cheered up and greeted the gods. After 1,000 years of hard work, I felt the increase in the origin of the priesthood. Even the gods in the underworld who were always unfamiliar, Themis gave him a smile. And other clergy are born to conflict with. But since they are brought by the god of heaven and the goddess of day, Miss Justice reluctantly accepts their reluctant congratulations. But in her impression, there should be more than 5 gods in the underworld, and she doesn't know what is left to be delayed. The gods kept ringing, but Themis soon realized their embarrassing situation. After the legislation was over, the gods should have come to the mountain, but due to the existence of the source of chaos here, including Kronos, they could only stand aside from a distance and dare not approach. There is no solution to Themis. She signaled Kronos with her eyes, preparing to invite the gods to the temple behind Mount Odirs, where the celebration banquet was ready. Congratulations, Miss Themis. Just as I was about to speak, a familiar voice came. The goddess of justice turned around in surprise. She thought the other party would wait until the gods dispersed before coming. Wherever his eyes reached, space fluctuations came, and a young asterisk in black appeared quietly in front of him, as if the source of chaos was not threatening him. Several powerful divine powers in the distance frowned, and with their power they only noticed the arrival of the person for a while in advance. They have only seen this level of power of time and space in Kronos. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. It should be said Tonksi, His Highness Ryan. With a slight smile, the goddess breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the beside her. It's time for the property to return to the original owner after 200 years. There are also these sources of chaos. If you don't come again, I don't know what to do with them. Hearing this, many gods around who had never seen Ryan were curious about his identity and what did it have to do with the artifact of the goddess of the law. The few who recognize Ryan's existence are also puzzled. The source of chaos is simply a dose of poison for the gods born in the present world. Ignoring the gods beside him, Ryan nodded at Themis. He stretched out his hand and the immediately shrank, turning into a normal book size and falling into his palm. As soon as he knocked his finger on the spine, a page fell from the artifact. A golden light flashed across the page, and the surrounding fog snakes suddenly flowed into it like a long whale sucking water, leaving no trace. Obviously, in the hands of the real master of the artifact, it shows a more powerful power in the realm of. Do you want to stay for my celebration party? No, I'm just here to take away these things that I can't handle. I've been looking forward to the source of for a long time. Shaking his head, Ryan rejected Themis' invitation. He had no interest in attending banquets of this era. After getting the stuff, Ryan was ready to say goodbye. But the next moment, an inexplicable sense of oppression came instantly, making the space around it solidify. This level of confinement actually has little impact on him. As long as you use a little more force, Ryan can easily break it. But he didn't do that, he just turned slightly and looked at the source of power. As expected, the sun gods and his family stood there wherever he saw. The leader is the Lord of the Sun, Zupelion. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler with the undisguised divine power fluctuations of the sun god, the originally lively atmosphere inside and outside the sacred mountain became solemn. The gods who were about to step forward also stopped. Although the mist snake was cleared, they were also unwilling to get involved in the obvious conflict in front of them. The sun god's character and ambition are well known, and he has never been a sociable god. Except for his wife Thea, even his children, they fear him more than respect him, and the gods naturally would not speak for him. As for Ryan, let alone among the gods who knew him, most of them were happy to see someone attacking him except Themis. This god, who is suspected to be older than the original god, has never really taken action. Although fate also scares the gods, it is still powerless and intuitive. Now some people are willing to be this pioneer and test Ryan's strength. Even the ancient mountain Uria couldn't help but think about watching the show. Is there anything wrong? Under the gaze of the gods, facing the divine oppression of the divine power from Zupelion, Ryan asked slowly. Ryan's attitude was undoubtedly revealed in a plain tone and unremitting expression. He didn't take the sun god seriously at all, at least it seemed like that. You know what I'm here to do, Ryan. I've been to the underworld to find you, but you don't even dare to meet me. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Zuperion returned to oppressing with stronger divine power. Light and heat emerged around Ryan and rushed towards him, but soon he discovered that despite his divine powers, they were all gone at the edge of Ryan's clothes. No, it wasn't gone. Zuperion could feel that the power of the sun was still there, and it was still moving forward. The distance is just a short finger wide, but it seems to be stretched tens of millions of times. No matter how close your strength is, it is always a little bit short of the other party. Faced with this situation, the sun god glanced at the onlooker king with his eyes. This method is very similar to the application of spatial authority, but in his impression, Chronos is the asterisk of time and space. But this doesn't matter anymore. When the power of both sides is transferred, the power of Ryan's medium divine power is very obvious by him. There were some threats, but only that was the only thing that made Zupelion's determination more firm. Ryan, you should be very clear about my purpose. Thousands of years ago, you used words to confuse the god king and demanded 3 conditions, thus shamelessly stealing the concept of. Today, I am just to correct this the error comes. In front of the gods, Zupelion still has to talk about some reason. Although the ancient titan who had truly experienced that time knew that he was the one who agreed at that time. The sun god is happy to broaden his authority, and he who has not yet been free does not know that the moon in the future will become his daughter. But it is obvious that the dark sun has not appeared for a long time. Selene was born again, and Zupelion's ideas have also changed. On the other hand, facing the questioning of the sun god, Ryan was unmoved. Since the last time the other party went to the underworld, he has expected that today will be there. The other party wants the in his hand, but why doesn't he want a chicken to intimidate the gods? If it were other titans, Ryan might not have any good solutions under the gap in divine power level, but Zuperion chose to attack here and here. It can only be said that he personally laid the root of disaster for himself. Feeling the worldly laws that have not completely dissipated around him, Ryan did not reply, but turned to look at Chronos. Is this what you mean? The god king beside him was stunned when he heard this, and then decisively denied. No, this matter has nothing to do with me. The promise of the god king is never discounted. Although he wanted to say yes, and then take Ryan down with Zuperion to see if he could return to his own time and space origin. After thinking about it, Chronos gave up on this idea. Now that Zupelion takes the initiative to jump out, he can be determined according to the subsequent situation. If Ryan was not as terrible as he thought, he would believe that his god queen would definitely disobey the command of the god king and take the initiative to do something that makes Chronos feel regretful. But if Ryan solves the problem brought by the sun god, he will never act rashly. Ryan. He shouted softly, and the sun god, who was ignored by Ryan, surged again. He thought about the other party's reactions, such as refusing to hand over the concept of and leaving directly in some way, and for example telling the gods about their past promises and prophecies, criticizing his capriciousness, but Zupelion unexpectedly, the other party ignored his existence at all. He wanted to do it directly, but the previous test of returning ineffectively made the sun god barely find some reason. He calmed down and turned his head to look at Cleo's, the asterisk of weather. As a result, he was relieved, and the in-law gave him a look of affirmation. Because of the calendar, Cleus was somewhat dissatisfied with Ryan. He won't be able to take the initiative to raise trouble, but he still dares to play assists. The goddess of justice, my sister Themis, this greedy asterisk first stole Monmasons and conspired to seize my daughters. I hope you can make a fair judgment. He paid the price for his evil deeds. With a helper, Zuparian felt it was not enough, and he tried to let Themis stand on his side. But obviously, the result was different from what he thought. God and clergy influence each other. At least that is the native gods of cows. No one can make justice and the Lord of the Law go against his instincts except for his former heavenly Father. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. What's more, even from a personal emotional perspective, Themis would not hesitate if he had borrowed the artifact and the son who had not seen each other for thousands of years. The spiritual god was born before us, and the belonging of was Cows's decision. As for, it was the agreement that the mother god witnessed with us. Shaking his head, Themis had no idea of giving favor to his brothers. She turned her head and looked at Ryan. If the other party needs her help, she doesn't mind being on the side of justice. She has not yet broken through her divine power and may not be the opponent of the sun god, but she is still sure to stop Thea. Agreement. It's just that he threatens us with prophecy. With a sneer, Zuparian seemed to have forgotten how humble and embarrassed he was when his heavenly father was still there. As the leader of the star god system, he has long since lost his cautiousness. Since you don't want to help me, my sister, you'd better not stop me. Even if the clergy has been promoted, you are no match for me now. And you, Ryan, Zuparian looked over with a sneer. He was not going to endure it anymore. In front of the gods, I will tell you that power is far more effective than words. The next moment, the sky became brighter. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler. As soon as he finished speaking, Zuparian was not hesitating. A vast divine power emerged from him, echoing the celestial bodies in the starry sky. Since he made a decision, he didn't plan to test it anymore. The sun in the sky burst out thousands of times the heat instantly. All the intelligent creatures of cows could see that the sun, which was originally hanging in the sky, began to deviate from its original position and hangs towards the earth from slow to fast. As the original sun and the powerful Titan god, Zuparian did not need any to drive this celestial body. In other words, using external objects to control the symbol of one's own clergy is itself a manifestation of insufficient strength. At the same time, the ancient Titan gods Thea and Cleus also secretly carried out their authority, although there is no direct action, and are two in line with each other, and can also increase the power of the sun. The sun's light became tens of millions of times fierce, and it rushed towards Ryan along the pull of divine power. With the power of one attack, under the combined force of the three titans, Zuparian's power rose by more than one level. Even the powerful divine powers present could not help but show a solemn look. Although Zuparian's divine power fell back to the threshold of powerful divine power due to the birth of his eldest son, this attack that led to Dari was enough to make any here retreat. It's still time for you to give up now. Looking at Ryan on the sacred mountain, Zuparian finally laughed. When the sun sets, you will have no chance to go back on your word. With his eyebrows raised, Ryan had to admit that Thea and the sun god were indeed born with each other. With the joint efforts of the two, they have faintly approached the level of divine power level 19. If it weren't for Zuparian digging his own grave, Ryan wouldn't have dared to stay where he was. Of course, not being able to take it down does not mean that you can't avoid it. The big sun vaguely locks this space, but it has no authority in time and space. As long as you circulate history and travel through time and space, Ryan can retreat calmly at any time. But he has a better solution than evasion. Nothing is absolute Hyperion. God always pays the price for what he has done, and Uranus is no exception. The lessons of history are right in front of you, but I have never learned anything. Shaking his head slightly, Ryan responded calmly. The next moment, the time around him was instantly distorted, and under the influence of authority, it was stretched into more than a moment. This is just the basic application of the power of time. With enough time, he slowly raised his hand and flipped the pages in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless pages of paper filled with spiritual texts were turned over, and finally, it stopped at the part that recorded the rules of the movement of celestial bodies. Everything has its own order. Even if the god king abuses his authority, he will be punished by the world, let alone a sun god. And holding the, Ryan can make this punishment more specific, stricter, and more efficient. The big sun falls into the ordinary. It is actually not a big deal. As long as Zuparian controls it properly, and does not let it really hit the earth. The backlash he needs to bear is almost nothing. But the sun god suppressed his eldest son for hundreds of years, leaving the celestial bodies that should have risen and fallen in the air. This is his greatest violation of order. And on this mountain, where the legislation has just been completed, the remaining laws of the world will increase the power of the and double the punishment for those who deviate from order. The movement of the sun and the moon has its own rules, and according to the code, each performs its own ways. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan's divine power flowed into the booklet and was absorbed by this powerful creature that was close to the next moment, a crisp sound of chains shaking came from the void. The speed of the sun, which was originally hitting towards Ryan, suddenly decreased, and there was no initial momentum at all. As the sun god, Zupelion also discovered that as the sun shifted its original orbit, there was a stronger force to prevent it from moving. Although the sun is still approaching Ryan, the power of this attack has been reduced by most of the time. HMPH, just a trick. With a cold snorkeling, Zuperion glanced at the Mother of Light beside him. Seeing this, Thea understood the gods, and the two of them began to activate their divine power at the same time, and the speed of the sun's falling speed increased again. If Ryan is also a powerful divine power, or holds a complete in his hand, Zupelion will definitely turn around and leave. But now, even if he has to use nearly half of his strength to fight the chain of law, he still has enough confidence. However, until now, he had not realized the seriousness of the problem. Those who violate the rules are guilty. Those who are guilty shall be punished. With Ryan's second verdict, Zuperion disregarded himself at first, and then his face suddenly changed. He was already ready to resist the power of order again, but just now, he found in horror that his control over the sun was actually declining. No one can shake God's authority except cows, and Zuperion thought he had an illusion. But then he suddenly realized the problem. "Is Helios, what did you do to him?" Exclaiming in surprise, Zuperion understood that it was not cows who was cutting his theocracy, but that there was a problem with the sun. Since the birth of Helios, the sun has two masters, one symbolizing its existence and the other symbolizing its operation. But because of the oppression of the eldest son, the sun has not really moved since the day of birth. There is no doubt that this is a violation of the present order. But under normal circumstances, as the original sun, a few hundred years is far from enough to make Zupelion pay for it. But under the influence of the Code of Genesis, the feedback of order is magnified. Zuperion's control over the sun began to flow to his children, and although this transfer was reversible, he was forced to stop the sun's whereabouts. He could continue to attack as long as he had enough trust in Helios, but it is obvious that there is no trust between the sun priest. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Although Helios always obeyed him on weekdays, he knew that Zupelion didn't believe it at all. For the sun god who personally performed the father, kindness, filial son, it would be fine for his daughter after all. There was no conflict in priesthood. But his son Helios had been prepared for it. "Okay, very well, Themis, is that your justice?" Knowing that he could only return without success today, Zuperion glared at his sister beside him. Since the oracle slab was reshaped, it is exactly the same as before. Even the ancient gods on the mountain who had seen oracles did not recognize that there was the stone slab that was once. "This is originally His Highness Ryan's. I just returned the property to the original owner." Frowning, Themis explained, "With his relationship with us Titans gods, will you kindly borrow your magical artifact?" With a cold snorting, Zuperion was not overwhelmed by his anger. He glanced at Ryan for the last time, turned around and left. No matter how many harsh words are spoken now, they will only become a joke, but today's affairs are not over. Looking at Zupelion who was leaving, Ryan shook his head slightly. He could probably guess what the other party was thinking. But it's a pity that you can decide when to start, when to end, I'll just say it. So the next moment, he reached out and took out a gift that had been kept for 1,500 years. Yesterday, about the issue of that level of divine power, since everyone thinks it should appear in the narration rather than the dialogue, then I will change it according to the public opinion. At least for the next era, I will not mention numbers in the dialogue between the cows gods. Now. But for some reason, the comments there were automatically removed after the modification. Anyway, I didn't delete them. If there is any accidental injury, it will be blamed on Kidian. In addition, you all say I will be out of context, but the new author will not know anything about it at all. I can't even control one chapter or 2,000 words. Just like when I was reading a book myself, Zhang 20/10 coins like a card point. I can't learn it at all. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler 1,500 years ago, Uranus lost his position as the god king, and Ryan opened up the spiritual world that day. At the same time, the two gods of Dark Night were inspired by the world, but in the end, not only did they not have a conflict with Ryan, but after he gave out his soul embryo, each of them returned a gift. Nyx quits a star for Ryan, while Erebos gives Ryan the negative emotions when Uranus loses his position. That is the father's hatred for the son, and the king's murderous intent for rebellion. Ryan had planned to mix with other materials in the future and practice it into a magical tool specializing in the 12 titans, but later, he had some new ideas. Where can we target 12 gods be powerful enough to target one god? Touch the with your left hand, and the invisible order will be rewritten. At this time, the sun in the air had not returned to its position, and the punishment of order on Zu Pelion was still maintained, so Ryan mobilized his divine power and cleverly changed the method of punishment. The sun god in the air suddenly felt a shadow covered in his heart. He glanced around suspiciously, but found nothing. The next moment, standing in the twisted time, Ryan induced the source power of the spiritual world and slowly injected into the changing black air in his hand. The source of chaos that I just obtained also quickly transformed a little and weaved in the negative emotions together. Time passes slowly, and the creation of the source power and emotions in front of you has begun to take shape. It inherits its previous true nature, like a vague fog. The imprint that once belonged to Uranus was washed away, but the hatred against Titans was preserved. If nothing unexpected happens, it will never have normal rationality when it comes to contact with the origin directly. Cryan didn't care. It's just a weapon. It doesn't require sanity. As long as it's easy to use, it's enough. After looking at it for a while, Ryan finally gave the things in his hand a new life in the name of the Lord of Spirit. Eclipse, the indescribable evil spirit of the spiritual world, devours the uncertain fog of light and heat, and I give you life in the name of the Creator. As soon as he finished speaking, the black fog in front of him trembled first and then became agile. Although the evil spirit is still irrational, it creates the instinct of chaos. The next moment, the newborn eclipse seemed to sense the Creator's thoughts, so it instantly merged into the surrounding space and rushed towards the distant celestial bodies. The murderous intention of the God King was originally issued to the 12 Titans, but during the reshaping, Ryan concentrated on the sun represented by Zuperion. When the scope is reduced, this force becomes more targeted and restrained. Moreover, these created lives are different from gods. They do not need to grow, and birth is the peak. After mixing other powers, this emotion that Ryan originally believed to be can create creatures comparable to true gods went further and directly became an evil thing close to medium divine power. Facing its power is even more powerful. It seems that a long time has passed, but in the twisted time, the outside world has only passed by a few seconds. So the gods on Mount Odals saw Zu Pelion leaving in a panic, and the next moment, the sky darkened. Zu Pelion, who had never seen evil things, had a trance, and the black mist had already surrounded him. The newborn evil spirit unfolded its illusory body and wrapped it into it, so the sun's light was covered and cows fell into darkness for the first time outside of night. What's it? Not right, stop. He was stunned at first, and then the tall and heroic sun god showed a fearful expression for the first time. When the evil spirits that originated from the emotions of the previous **** kings obscured the sun, he suddenly felt that the power belonging to the sun was truly weakened. This is not a previous transfer, nor is it a temporary change. Zu Pelion clearly felt that part of the origin of the was being transformed into a force that was opposed to it, which seemed to be born with hating the light and wanted to pull the world into eternal night. Even at this moment, since his eldest son was born, his divine power that had finally stabilized began to shake. If the source power of the sun continues to flow, he may not be able to maintain his power anymore. Get out! Boom! In fear, Zu Pelion no longer cared about whether he would hurt himself. He mobilized his divine power and punched the sun. The black fog covering the surface of the sun was dispersed with a blow, and the light was revealed, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the black fog covered again in a blink of an eye. Zupelion's attack cannot be said to be ineffective, but the evil things that directly merged with the source power themselves also gained incredible immortality while sacrificing reason. Even if the power gap is huge, it is difficult to be directly defeated. Help me. Listening to her husband's panicked call, although the Mother of Light was not like the sun god, who could clearly feel the transformation of the power of the great sun source, she still took action without hesitation. The black fog wrapped around the sun instantly expanded, which was the light triggered by the goddess. In a blink of an eye, the black fog returned to normal. The light triggered by Thea did not penetrate its body, but was turned into food by the evil spirit. Obviously, the sun god couple who met evil things for the first time did not know the correct way to deal with it. The simple bombardment of divine power is just a massage to the other party. At the same time, as Zuperion took all his strength, the wave of his divine power was also noticed by the onlookers. The second and third generation Titans only have some vague sense, but the first generation Titans are different. They already felt something was wrong when Ryan showed that emotion. Now that the sun god's clergy has completely changed their faces. Thesis, did you feel it just now? I felt it. I'm not sure, but that gave me a feeling of facing God the Father. In a deep voice, Goddess Yuan Shui couldn't help but clench his fists. Thousands of years have passed, and she thought she had forgotten her past, but when the familiar breath came, she still couldn't control her emotions. Titan, synonym for the faint-hearted. To separate from the past, they changed the word to Titan and used it to express courage and strength. But it turns out that, before the Father, they are no different from thousands of years ago. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. It's not him, at most it's just some of the strength he left behind. Unlike his brothers and sisters, Fu Bai, the goddess of light body next to him, seems much more dignified. Fu Bai has always paid attention to decency and longed for respect and compliment from others, but even she herself did not notice it, and her voice was a little trembling. Whether it is the two gods who are in charge of the ocean, their husbands, the asterisk of celestial bodies, or even the Zuperion who is madly attacking the sun in the sky, they are all powerful divine powers. But Fu Bai is different. If the Mother of Light was unable to be promoted because of her divine power accumulation too slowly, then she was simply restricted in her clanship. Perhaps in the original trajectory, Fu Bo once took charge of the oracle and used it to gain revelation, taking that critical step. But now she probably doesn't have this opportunity. Some powers. If it were just like this, I wouldn't be worried, but he could actually turn these powers into that special kind of life. The innate restraint, and the power gap is so great, it can make Zupelion helpless. It is a terrible creation. On the side, the taciturn Lord of the Mountain pointed out the key to the problem. Hope this is not replicable. Pontos' face was also a little gloomy. Unlike his younger brother who had nothing to do with him, he personally hid Uranus's organs at the bottom of the sea. He didn't know whether there was only one power against the 12 Titans, but whether there was any targeting him was the real concern of the ancient sea god. A silent sense of depression spreads among the gods. This is the first time they have heard of the creature that can shake the origin of the clan. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler His Highness Ryan. On the sacred mountain, Re, who had been by the god king, suddenly spoke. The eyes of the gods were attracted by it, and the goddess who had passed by time spoke at this time, which obviously not only represented herself, but also expressed the will of the god king. His Royal Ryan, your creation shocked me, but the earth cannot be without the sun, just as the underworld cannot be separated from the illumination of the dark moon. If the sun loses its light from now on, then everything in the world will go to silence. The collision in the sky continued, and the power of the sun god became increasingly unstable. If it were just that Zupelion himself was weak, Re actually didn't want to say anything. Her words were obviously exaggerated, but feeling the turmoil of the great Japanese source, the Queen of God knew very well that the lack of a celestial body in the world under Kronos was definitely something he could not accept. The sun god can pay the price, but the sun cannot be in trouble. Without commenting on the proposal of the Queen of God, Ryan looked at the god-king couple with a slightly changed expression, but still did not stick to the end. Not to mention that he actually does not have the ability to destroy the sun. Even if he has it, he can't think of any benefit to doing so. Shupalian should be punished for his arrogance, but you are right, cows really cannot be without this celestial body. So under the witness of the gods, I can make some concessions. If Zupirian is willing to apologize to me and vows to give up the son's 500 years of control and let his parents run for him, then I can forgive his actions. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Kronos next to him didn't know what to say about Ryan's concession. It is not permanent, it is just 500 years, and it looks very broad, but the God King doesn't have to think about it. After experiencing true freedom, Helios will never be willing to continue to accept his father's control. Perhaps a father-son slaughter will be staged in the future, but this has nothing to do with the God King. In my heart, Kronos is quite happy to see this scene happen. In the past, the God King could not leave the sacred mountain, but if he could take down the starry sky, he would have a territory he could control. Dear Sun God, I think you heard it too. Since he received the reply, the God King no longer hesitated. He looked into the sky and said to Zupirian, as the Lord of the Spirit Realm said, you should pay the price for your behavior. There is a theorem for the movement of celestial bodies. The rising and falling east and falling are the trajectory of the sun. Now, it is time for my nephew and I to take charge of the starry sky together. As the words came to the end, the gods present also looked into the sky. If Ryan insists on destroying the sun, even if they are not close to Zupelion, they will not be able to sit idly by and watch this happen. But if it is just a family dispute involving the sun god, it is a different matter. In the sky, listening to the sound coming from the earth, Zuperion punched out unwillingly. But looking at Eclipse who torn and closed, he finally surrendered. He didn't know if this monster had a limit on the transformation of the origin of the sun, but if this continued, he might become the second *** of cows who fell from his powerful divine power. Stopped the attack, and Zuperion took a deep breath. He was silent for a moment, trying to squeeze a smile on his face, but he failed in the end. Yes, you're right. His Highness Ryan, I apologize to you for my previous actions. You have undisputed sovereignty over the moon, which is a pact between the Mother God and us. Nodding, looking at the stiff face of the sun god, Ryan still had no expression. Zuperion's cheek twitched, and he knew what the other party wanted, so he looked at Ryan and said word by word. I swear to the sticks that my eldest son will run the sun on my behalf in the next 500 years, and this is the punishment I deserve. The next moment, a fluctuation of the law came here. This was the spontaneous feedback of the clergy of Styx far away in the underworld. She witnessed the oath of the sun god. Very good. Seeing this, Ryan was finally satisfied. Come back, Eclipse. He waved to the direction of the sun, calling for his creation. Although the evil spirit's consciousness is chaotic and disorderly, it still cannot resist the call of the creator. When leaving the sun, as an immortal spirit, it directly disintegrated its body and returned to Ryan in a scattered manner. The darkness ended, and the sun shone on the earth again. Everything seems to have changed, and everything seems to have changed. This is just a lesson. In the sun, Ryan glanced at the gods with a smile, and then looked at the embarrassed figure in the sky. But if there is a next time, it's more than just a lesson. His face turned dark, but when he saw the black fog wandering around Ryan, Zupelion didn't say a word after all. He turned and left, with Thea and Selene who remained silent throughout the whole process. The young moon seemed to be a little scared. She had thought that her father would not succeed in this trip, but she did not expect the ending to be like this. Her light looked at her Aunt Phoebe. The Titan's clergy is also not strong, but her husband coos, as the of lightless celestial bodies, even touched a little realm. Even among the powerful divine power, his power is absolutely extraordinary. The moon had some thoughts again, but unfortunately she wanted to spend the cow's gods, and she couldn't think of any powerful who had a close relationship with her father. The sun god's family has left, and the expressions of the gods around the sacred mountain are different. Some are worried, some are panicked, some are indifferent, some are respectful, and some are fearful. But the same is that they all silently included Ryan in their hearts. Although they knew very well that the act of eroding the origin of the clergy was not as easy as Ryan showed, no one wanted to experience this kind of thing in person. Ryan, under the gaze of the gods, felt a little happy when he felt the clergy of the evil spirit. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. He didn't want Cows's first solar eclipse to last longer, so long that the power of Hyperion completely fell. But Ryan knew that if it continued, it would be easy for the other party to see some clues. The origin of was indeed shaken, but that was actually done by Cows's will himself. Eclipse is regarded by the world as a new born from the emotions of the previous kings, and is its clergy. Therefore, the previous source passage is actually more similar to the clerical division when the new was born, but Ryan influenced the manifestation of this process with the help of a magical tool. If you really need to compare power, even if there is a restraining relationship, it is difficult for the evil spirit to cross the two levels of divine power and truly threaten the sun god. However, after this time, after the concept of it seized was taken over, absorbed and digested by the spiritual world, it would be reunited with Eclipse. With medium power and double restraint buff, it is the real nemesis of the sun. Since the farce is over, I won't bother you. I'm sorry, I've disturbed your celebration party. In the latter sentence, Ryan said to the goddess of the law. Themis shook her head when she heard this. She didn't care about this either. Seeing that Ryan was about to leave, the gods present greeted him no matter what they thought. Ryan responded with a little bit, and then the power of space emerged and his body gradually faded. Before leaving, Ryan glanced at the of weather on the sacred mountain. Thea was right toward her husband, but he could see Cleus's mobilization of the divine help. However, he has done enough today, and there will be a more suitable person to punish him in the future. Ryan left, and as the two protagonists in the previous conflict left one after another, the atmosphere in the field also eased. Today's scene made many new gods present recognize this ancient existence who was hiding in the underworld. Even the first generation of Titans are different at this moment. Okanos couldn't help but start thinking whether he had the chance to turn Ryan into his relative. Cleus was already regretting that he shouldn't have helped. As for Kronos, the king had no other performance except for mediating in the middle, as if everything was within his expectations. But as Ryan said, the farce was over, so he wasn't silent either. Everyone, said the god king loudly, it was just an accident before. Since the problem has been solved, please move to my divine palace and enjoy the feast I have prepared for you. Although this celebration banquet prepared for the success of legislation was a small episode, for the god king, neither side of the conflict was good, and he would be happy if anyone lost. Now, it is naturally time for the banquet to officially begin. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. Half a day later, Ryan returned to the core of the spiritual world. The Sinea mountain was as peaceful as usual, and there was basically no life close to this place, except for Ryan and the first spiritual angels he created. The seven-wheeled crescent moon casts the moonlight, which looks a bit like the Eternal Night place. Miss Night's realm is different from the Dark Lord. Eternal Night does not mean there is no light. Evil spirit, it's better to call it evil things. Although it is just a pure spiritual body, this construction method that directly combines the source power seems to be used not only on spiritual bodies. Lyanna came back to greet her. Lion sat in the temple of Ella's, looking at the invisible and vague Eclipse, who was surprised. This creation that has powerful power and can be quickly created is indeed easy to use. Other gods cannot do this because there is no wisdom in the existence directly merged with the source power, and their thoughts are completely confused and crazy. Even the masters who created them are difficult to manipulate their behavior, but Ryan is different. As the essential master of the source power and the pioneer of the spiritual world, he can control these lives with other methods. Gaia, later generations, had nurtured Typhon to express his dissatisfaction to Zeus and declare his strength. Perhaps by that time, I can also put two ancient evil things on Mount Olympus to see this king of Buzeng the world, how to deal with it. By tapping the armrest of the seat, Ryan was very satisfied with his creation. The cultivation of gods takes time. Even if there is a powerful clergy, it must have enough potential to bear and sufficient time to accumulate divine power. But these evil things are born powerful, like giants with hundreds of arms, and their birth is at their peak. But the only drawback is that, perhaps because of the integration of the source of chaos, although Eclipse is stronger because of this, it is also faintly rejected by the laws of the world. The origin of chaos is the debris that was squeezed out by the order of the world after the legislation. Even if other things are integrated into it, they are still disliked by the world. It can be said that this kind of evil thing can only stay in the outside world for a short time, or use some means to isolate the law to sense it. Otherwise, the longer you stay in the present world, the stronger the suppression of the interface against them. There are only a few exceptions in the edge of the underworld, the end of the ocean and the sky, the realm of the three primitive gods. Those areas, like the spiritual world, are not included in the control of the present world, and Eclipse will naturally not be affected. The ancient evil things in the spiritual world, the indescribable ones who wander between the virtual and the real, are becoming more and more interesting. I don't know if humans in later generations will regard the depths of the spiritual world as a terrifying, forbidden area where evil gods run around the ground. He shook his head with a smile, and Ryan felt a little expectant about this. By clearing the space, Ryan threw Eclipse to the 5th level of spiritual world. For such a spiritual life that is comparable to the true God, if there is wisdom and reason, it can naturally wander around the 7th level of spiritual world, but Eclipse is obviously not included. Compared with ordinary life, it prefers to stay in the chaotic and disordered deep spiritual world. Because for them, the shallow spiritual world of the 1st and 2nd levels is somewhat narrow. This kind of small is not in space, but in spiritual concepts. When an evil thing in the shallow spiritual world, who cannot restrain his power like a true ****, will have an instinctive sense of being bound, and its existence itself is an irresistible disaster for non-God spiritual life. So unless necessary, Ryan isn't going to let it move freely. Just let it stay in the 5th and 6th levels of the spiritual world. For Eclipse, who has no wisdom, even if he wanders for 10,000 years and cannot understand the chaotic time and space of the deep spiritual world, he may just be wandering around in place. After dealing with the evil things that had just been created, Ryan took out the again. Compared with the past, there are obviously many patterns added to the ancient brass-colored ancient books, which is the manifestation of the rules of the present world. The thickness of the book has not changed, but Ryan knows that its page count has increased by about a third. After this legislation, the components of this creation artifact were completely improved. From now on, it no longer needs to stay in the source power pool of the spiritual world, but can serve as one of the cores of the spiritual world, helping Ryan sort out the rules and integrate the source power. This artifact alone is enough to make the rules and order of the spiritual world more than 30% powerful at the original level. Externally, the speed of the spiritual world extending has been greatly accelerated. Internally, when other lives enter the spiritual world without permission, the interface's suppression against it has also been enhanced. It can be said that Ryan does not need to take action for an existence below medium divine power. He can easily suppress it based on the chain of laws of the spiritual world alone. That is, the is not an attacking artifact. Its power is more towards assistive than direct combat. Otherwise, even if a Zoopelion whose divine power has fallen to level 16, I will be able to suppress him head-on even with the help of the Mother of Light. There is no need to worry about this. Shaking his head, Ryan knew that the key to the problem was that he was busy integrating source power, increasing the size of the spiritual world and the upper limit of the clergy, and had no time to accumulate divine power. This time, the forced surrender of Zoopelion was also the right time, place, and people. Otherwise, with his current level of divine power, it would be really difficult to win with a supporting artifact. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The more you go, the bigger the level of divine power of the gods. Below the medium divine power, the type of authority and the number of gods are the keys to determining the outcome. 2 or 3 true gods with weak divine power can win a weak divine power. A priest who tends to fight can make the gods fight over the level like the protagonists of a fantasy novel, and fight with one enemy. But when it comes to the field of powerful divine power, you can basically get 2 levels of divine power, and you can still gain the upper hand if you fight 1 or 2. Moreover, no **** who can reach this point is weak. When the source power of cows is absorbed, I wonder if it can produce a magic weapon that specializes in combat. Zeus has and Kronos has his sickle, so I should have won too. The handle belongs to my killing weapon. It's true that the power of is indeed a bit huge. I hope that before the birth of Kronos' eldest daughter, I can completely absorb the relevant concepts. Sighing, Ryan continued to invest in the great cause of digestive power. When it comes to being a god, Zeus is the most comfortable, either to abuse his power or to find a princess/queen/goddess. Unlike him, since he opened the spirit-breaking realm, he has not had a few free days. But no matter how much he sighed, it was obviously not the time for Ryan to relax. When the related gods of cows are born one after another, unless there is another asterisk as easy to deceive as Kronos, he will not be able to escape the world unscrupulously like now. Relying on the operation of the spiritual world itself to enhance its origin, there is no simple way to directly grab it. So before that, Ryan naturally wanted to get more if he could rob me. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, the site returned to Mount Audiles. When Ryan returned to the spiritual world, the banquet officially began. In the past, for various reasons, the gods of cows rarely gathered together. But taking advantage of this rare event, some originally contradictory divine systems also let go of their disputes and sat in the same temple together. Perhaps because I can often learn some new knowledge, Shenshin has a bit of a trend-leading meaning in the past 1,000 years. Whether you like Kronos or not, the gods of cows really enjoy his entertainment. In the blink of an eye, March passed by in a hurry. In this desolate era of the earth, God's perception of time is always not profound because there are no short-lived humans as a comparison. The moon at this time is shorter to God than the heavens in later generations. The banquet was about to end, but just as the god king was about to raise his glass, an unexpected topic caused heated discussion among the gods and finally came to him. The cause of the matter is simple. Just like the experience of the god king over the past 1,000 years, the god of destruction, Ker, has visited more than one asterisk on the earth. Living in a remote underworld, even plants are difficult to grow. For Kier, this is already his rare entertainment activity. Thanks to his gift, the gods became interested in the non-god-wise lifelike nymph. But Kier claimed that this was Missy's creation, and they did not dare to face the divine power of the ancient gods, so they had to put aside their thoughts. Until today, Ryan created a monster comparable to a true asterisk in front of everyone, and the Titan gods finally recalled that Miss seemed to have these lives called Ningfu after she had been to the underworld. In addition, Ryan possesses the priesthood of, and has obtained from the Mother Earth, many gods can't help but guess. The gods talked a lot at the banquet, and finally, the asterisk of speech Iapetus took the lead. As the only two weak divine powers in Titan, the god of speech cannot feel the honor of being a asterisk at all. Compared to other gods, he hoped that there would be more weak but thoughtful lives on the earth. Happiness has always been compared. This is true for man, and God is no exception. So under the gaze of the gods, Kronos quietly listened to Iapetus's story. The god of speech hopes that the god king can create new life on the earth, just like Ryan and Mother of Night. I understand what you mean, but I'm not very clear about this. Sitting on the platform, Kronos lies with his eyes open. I borrowed from the mother god, but I failed to create a conscious life. Perhaps the wisdom of life is different from that of plants. It involves going to other areas of authority. As for how His Highness Ryan and His Highness Nyx did it, I don't know. As ancient gods born at the beginning of creation, they may know some secrets that I don't know. Although Kronos had long heard of the existence of spiritual life from Themis, he still pretended not to know it. Others may not know about him and Themis borrowing but Cleos, the asterisk of speech and the asterisk of weather, were neighbors with him on the mountain, and they knew very well. Now that Iapetus mentioned this, he just wanted him to come forward and ask one of the two ancient gods to help in the name of the god king. Although Kronos agrees with the creation of life, it is absolutely impossible to ask him to find someone by himself. As Kronos finished speaking, a generation of Titans looked at each other. They did not express their opinions, but the new generation of gods started to talk about it. Most of the new gods have never seen Mother Earth before, and they only stay in legends about the previous era. Now I heard that the god king had failed to create his life, and I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Can't even the create creatures. I can't believe that I thought the treasure of Mother Earth was the source of life. I heard that there was a hidden in the initial vase. The Mother of Earth planted a golden apple tree. I don't know if I could create a wise life if I used a golden apple. It seems that the god king is just like that. It is said that the previous god king has the power to compete with Mother of Night. If he is still there, he may be able to create life like His Highness Nyx. I heard from my father god that when the Lord of the Sky was still there, my cousin didn't even dare to breathe. Is that true? You mountain gods know a lot. His Royal Highness Uriah is a rare, ancient who has not been oppressed by his heavenly father. Of course, he is not afraid of these things. It would be different if you Titans. His face remained unchanged, but Kronos couldn't help it as he listened to the increasingly deviated discussions of the gods. Yu Guang glanced at the of speech, and Kronos decided that since he was so interested in creating life, let you face Ryan. Ahem, clearing his throat, Kronos attracted the eyes of the gods. He looked at Iapetus and said with a gentle smile, Iapetus, the in charge of speech, may be more proficient in the matter of giving the wisdom of creation. Since you asked this, then my brother will leave it to you. In the name of the god king, I entrust you to visit His Highness Ryan and ask him to come forward and create life together. If such a deed can be done, I think the gods will remember your contribution. But Your Majesty, no mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. As soon as the god king finished speaking, Iapetus's face immediately changed. The battle 3 months ago is still vivid in my mind. He couldn't even beat the monster that Ryan had just created, but he didn't want to run to the underworld at all. But obviously, since a bird that emerged himself, the gods would not give him a chance to refuse. I think what His Majesty the God King said makes sense. Okanos spoke first. Perhaps because of the rising power of the god king of Kronos, the ocean god lord used a respectful title this time. Isn't the clergy of used here, my brother? I believe you can convince him. If conscious life can be spread all over the earth, I hope you can remember to add some new life to the sea. Yes. Pontos' eldest son, Nereus, was not behind the scenes. There should be life near the sea, and if you can do this, my father will also be grateful for your achievements. The 2 sea gods spoke one after another, and the gods also started to talk. Finally, under the gaze of the gods, Iapetus took over the task. The banquet that was originally intended to be terminated was postponed. The gods watched the god of speech go to the underworld, waiting for the results he brought. Although not very clear about what it takes to create life, they do not think that Ryan would reject so many gods' requests if it weren't too difficult. But if you don't refuse, it will be beyond their concern to whether the person who goes to make the request will be remembered by the Lord of the Spirit Realm. Even the Ocean Lord, after learning that Atlas was in common with his father and brothers, he no longer took this brother to heart. The clergy of is too weak after all. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler through the earth, Iapetus came to the underworld. Although strictly speaking, is also part of it this time, perhaps because it is tightly wrapped by the 4 ancient gods of creation, it feels like it is a self-formed world. No matter where you enter the underworld, whether it is the bottom of the ocean or the center of the earth, unless it is a jump similar to the spiritual shuttle in the space-time level, anyone will first appear on the edge of the underworld. One place is 3 in the future. The place where the dog Cerberus guarded. Behind the door is the river of Pain Akron, with sides of the eternal Nightland and the lightless realm. No matter who you want to enter the underworld, you can only cross the river. Of course, at this time, there is neither a portal nor a river of pain has been born. Carefully avoid the realm of the 2 ancient creation gods, and the of speech stepped onto the gray plane. Only one of the 5 great Styx rivers in later generations has existed now, that is, in concept, circling the 7 circles of the underworld, but in fact, it connects the world on one end and penetrates the Styx River in Talteros on the other end. Iapetus stopped here, nodding slightly to the direction of the River of Oaths, and then waited for a while. As expected, a while passed, and he received no response. But the god of speech was not angry, but continued to fly towards the center of the underworld. As the goddess in charge of the laws of cows, Styx has been alone in the underworld since his birth. Even her father, Okanos, the lord of the ocean, rarely saw her, so she was one of the few gods who did not visit the legislation. However, despite this, the of speech still dares not ignore the other party easily. When Styx took over the world's delegated authority, she became the few gods and cows who can increase the strength of his own clergy. Witnessing God's oath can bring her the inclination of the world's power, and the gods who punish the oath can obtain additional gains. This enhancement may have its limits and it grows very slowly, but at least so far, Iapetus's insight can't see where its upper limit is. I felt a little envious, and the god of speech quickly passed by the gray plain and flew straight towards the dark moon in the sky. As a weak divine power, Iapetus did not fly fast. But before leaving, Kronos and the four wind gods gave him temporary blessings, allowing him to quickly travel to and from the sacred mountain and the underworld. So on the third day after leaving Mount Odils, he came to the front of the Minju. According to Goddess of Justice, Minju is the official portal to the residence of the Lord of the Spirit Realm. As long as he is called here, he will receive the gods who come to visit. Dear His Highness Ryan, I am Iapetus, the **** of speech. After the command of the King of God, I come with the request of the gods and hope you will meet me. Facing the Minju, who seemed to be in front of her but was actually invisible, Iapetus said respectfully. Unlike other titans, the god of speech has no heirs. He now completely put himself in the position of messenger and did not intend to say a little extra. Truly convey the meaning of the gods, and then go to the sacred mountain to reply, which is what he wants to do. As for using clergy to influence Ryan's decisions, that is impossible. He came for the benefit of the gods, not for himself alone. When will he become the god king? He will come to serve the gods. The god of speech. After waiting for a while, a strange female voice came from beside Minju. Iapetus looked in the voice and saw a goddess in a black dress appearing silently in front of her. The goddess in front of her had wings on her back, and 7 different brilliances flashed on her silver-white wings. A faint breath of divine power lingers around the body. This is a ****, who is close to the limit of weak divine power. As soon as he heard in his heart, the god of speech knew that, according to Miss Justice's advice, this was Lyanna, the goddess who was in charge of Minju, the lord of the spirit world. Themis advised Iapetus not to underestimate the other party. Even though she often regarded herself as Ryan's servant, the goddess of speech felt that the reminder of the goddess of justice was completely redundant. Just kidding, the premise of contempt is to have a sense of psychological superiority. But the reality is that without taking action, Iapetus knew that he could not beat the other party at all. Although the divine power was not much different, could compare. So the next moment, he expressed his respect without hesitation. Dear His Highness Lyanna, the goddess of the nether moon who shines forever in the underworld, your beauty is amazing. I follow the request of the gods, come here to visit the Lord of the Spirit and ask him for the secrets of creation and ask you to guide me. Nodding, Lena accepted the tribute from the gods in front of her, but she did not intend to open the spiritual world portal. Ryan is not the prophecy ****, who could not predict anything before. Shortly after returning to the spiritual world, he already felt the rhythm of fate. Although he never actively observes his destiny as a symbol of uncertain destiny, Ryan can always get more or less some revelation from destiny. When an event is closely related to it, and the lower the level of power involved, the higher the probability and clarity of the revelation. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Undoubtedly, in the destined trajectory, the birth of creatures on the earth is extremely important, and the participation of the soul is high enough, so Ryan naturally foresaw the visit of Iapetus. The Lord has known about your purpose, said Lyanna calmly in the eyes of the god of speech. Simply creating a body is not enough to make the creatures wise. The creatures also need souls to carry thoughts and memories. The Lord can give souls to all things, but you can find a way to shape the body. As he finished speaking, Lena quietly waited for the reply. As she said, Ryan was not interested in getting involved in the preparations for creation. Although he also expects life, he is only willing to give his soul, and at most he can witness the birth of the golden mankind in person. Anyway, the first generation of lives do not have the ability to reproduce, and they will die in the end. The gods just want to create sergeants and pets, not species that can be continued on their own. Even when creating humans, he actually had more of the idea of verifying conjectures. After all, humans in the Golden Age were actually a bit different from the people he understood. A lifespan of thousands of years, born is adulthood, and will never change when you die, and it is like being stamped with thoughts, only devout faith and positive emotions. This kind of life, except for its similar appearance, Ryan is really I can't tell where I look like a human. Even from the perspective of humanity alone, the gods of cows at this time were far closer to the humanity that Ryan understood than the mortals in the Gold and Silver Ages. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, I see. In front of Lena, Iapetus bowed slightly. I will definitely bring the meaning of the Lord of the Spirit realm, but I hope you can give a more detailed description so that I can turn it into the God King. Nodding, Lyanna calmly said the decision Ryan had made in advance. The Lord can give thoughts to all things, but the gods need to create their own lives and determine their nature of creation and give them the corresponding power. Whether appearance or ability is the business of the gods themselves. The Lord will only give their souls according to the predetermined requirements at the end of everything, and when they die, the souls of all things will return to our Lord. The embrace of death. Iapetus was a little surprised when he heard this. This is a word he has never heard of. There is no existence of death in the **** language where cows was born naturally. Yes, death. This is the word that describes death and end in the language of the spiritual world. Nodding, Lena explained. Ryan used the ancient texts on the oracle slab to evolve spiritual texts, and naturally they also have their own pronunciation. Many words that are not found in the divine language of cows can be found in the language of the spiritual world. Death is one of them, and the wine that is indispensable at the banquet of the gods is also here. I'm very sorry, but I don't understand the respected goddess of the Minju. Why does life still dead after gaining thinking? On the side, after listening to Lena's explanation, Iapetus was still a little puzzled. The Lord of the spirit world is not interested in fabricating his body, and the god of speech is not surprised. Even if he hasn't done it, he can think of it. Creating life is by no means an easy thing, but when it comes to death, Iapetus cannot understand. In the past years, he had never seen something with intelligence die, or he did not understand why death occurred. In God's impression, all conscious beings are eternal. Going into the abyss is already a terrible punishment, while eternal sleep is the most unacceptable ending. As for the end and death, people cannot imagine and understand things other than those, and God is naturally the same. Faced with Iapetus' doubts, Lena said lightly, "Before the Lord conquers the authority of spiritual life, it is not without consciousness. This is how plants are. You cannot detect their vague thoughts, which does not mean that they do not exist, but that such a weak mind is not enough to form a soul. Just like plants can be destroyed, thinking lives can also die. In this world, only God is immortal. Unless the gods cut off part of their divinity, all things will eventually die, which is also destined by fate. Ending. What about the soul?" After a moment of silence, the god of speech keenly discovered the problem. The body of life will dead, can their souls not? Of course it will, but it's slower. Lena had long anticipated her ignorance of the gods in the outside world, so she continued to explain. In this world, matter is easier to manifest than spirituality, so the body is more likely to decay than the soul. When the body of the mortal world dies, its spirit is far from over. Life belongs to the gods, but the soul belongs to my Lord. When they lose their sustenance in the present world, they should naturally return to the spiritual world and return to the embrace of the spiritual master. I see. Iapetus nodded, indicating that he had understood. He could accept such a result, but the gods may not have no objection to it, but that has nothing to do with him. After all, he is just a messenger. Life and death are really magical phenomena, but they make sense. How can the creatures of the gods compare to their creators? Death is indeed a good existence, which allows them to have thoughts after they have. Recognize the difference between God and them. Somewhat moved, Iapetus finally said, "I will convey His Highness Ryan's meaning truthfully, but the specific decisions must be left to the God King to make the final decision." "Then you go," Lena said lightly. "The decisions of the gods are their business. My Lord's meaning has been expressed. If anyone has any objections, let him try to come to the spiritual world. If he can come in, my Lord will take the time to see you. Now you can leave." After calmly speaking, the wings behind Lena swelled gently. In a trance, she disappeared silently in front of Iapetus's eyes. Watching Lena disappear as if she was coming, the god of speech waited in place for a while, then turned around and left. He didn't know whether the gods would accept the return of the soul to the underworld after death. After all, for all the gods today, death is a new thing. But since the result has been received, Iapetus simply handed over the decision to the gods. No matter what the end, his errand is over anyway. 3 days later, with the help of Feng and Space, Iapetus rushed back to the sacred mountain. As 6 days ago, the Feast of the Gods continued, and they were all waiting for the return of the god of speech. In front of the gods, he told his experiences one by one, emphasizing in particular his difficulties, and how he cleverly used his divine power to convince the mysterious ancient god. No mistakes. One song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. I tried my best to talk, and in the end, His Highness Ryan told me that only when the flesh and soul gathered together can life have thoughts. He promised to give souls to all things after the creation of the gods, and I am very grateful for his kindness. After listening to the story of the god of speech, the gods were moved by his words. They did experience Iapetus' hard work, and even many gods with weak divine power raised respect to him. But in the end, His Highness Ryan told me that non-god's life will dead. All things will die, and the decay of matter is much faster than that of the soul, so the soul after the death of the creature should also return to the spiritual world. Death, I'm sorry, is this a new word? Next to the side of the god Queen Re, 3 white oak goddesses born in Uranus's divine blood, asked. Like Iapetus before, the gods present expressed doubts. Seeing this, the god of speech rattled in detail the news he received from Lena. The gods responded to this in a different way. When the true gods focus on their attention, they can perceive the hazy thoughts of plants. It's just like people don't care about ants. The gods in the past have never cared about this. Eventually, they all accepted the existence of death. It is very reasonable to use life and death to define the difference between ordinary things and gods. It may be a little more troublesome in the future. Every few thousand years, they will just create a group of lives. The final problem of creating life was also solved. Seeing that this journey was complete, the god of speech was ready to return to his seat. But at this moment, the eldest son of the ancient sea Pontos suddenly stood up. It was the friendship of the sea, a sea with good relations with many gods. Even in the ocean god system, many gods have a good impression of him. His Highness Ryan is willing to give life souls, and I am very grateful to him. In his usual tone of spring breeze, Nereus looked at Iapetus and said slowly, "But is the ownership of the soul still to be discussed? I think this probably isn't my own idea." End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler in the hall, Nereus was still expressing his opinions. Many gods actually don't care about the belonging of the soul, and now they don't understand the value of the soul. It was just because of the idea that I didn't need to pay anything anyway, so they chose to wait and see. And it has to be said that at first glance, Nereus's subsequent views make some sense. Everyone, the soul is just a creation of authority, not a valuable thing. It is to His Highness Ryan, just as the sea water to me, and to His Highness Uria is insignificant. As long as it does not create too much, there is no what burden. And I heard that His Highness Ryan also has a clergy in. From this perspective, the soul of the creature should also belong to each himself. He nodded slightly, at least for the latter. Many gods showed expressions of approval. The soul of all things contains memory, and no god wants his secret to be known to others. Perhaps once they didn't pay attention, they might have talked about things that they shouldn't know in front of ordinary things. But you can give divinity. Listening to the god's comments, the goddess of justice spoke. It is also a burden for God to allow too many creatures to live forever, but a few are different. As long as you are interested in immortality, there will naturally be no problem of soul return. Faced with Themis' suggestion, the gods were silent. Not all of them could not think of this, but the few thoughts did not point it out. After all, they were not the ones who gave their souls. Go and try again. Finally, a suggested, "It's just some souls, maybe His Highness Ryan will change his mind." As soon as this suggestion was released, some gods agreed and more chose the default. But this time, Iapetus refused to go again. He had been an envoy once and got a pretty good result, so the gods did not force him, but sent the of the west wind, Zephyros. Although the wind god and the star god are brothers and sisters, the blood relationship in the cow's world is really not taken seriously by many gods. Compared with the grandfathers, they are closer to Cleos, who is in charge of the weather. So even though the star gods had already returned to the sky with Zupelion, the 4 wind gods still chose to stay. After taking over the appointment, Zephyros set off immediately. He transformed into an invisible airflow and rushed to the underworld along the gaps of the earth. But this time, after half a month when the wind god returned, he angrily said that no gods paid attention to him at all. He stayed in front of the Minju for more than 10 days, trying to find the entrance to the spiritual world, but the result was obvious, so he had to return the same way. There is no need to send someone else. The god king finally spoke, and he knew that it would be the result. Only these stupid guys would think that Ryan was willing to give life souls because of the requests of the gods. As early as Themis saw life in the spiritual world, he had already questioned this. Ryan was happy to see the appearance of life. The god king was sure of this, but he definitely had something else to ask for, but Kronos still sat on the useless act of the gods. Now, watching Feng Shen return without any help, Kronos couldn't help feeling inexplicably happy. Only the wisdom of the god king can discover the true side of some gods, rather than like them, who still do not know that there is a god that can devour the origin. If Ryan was here, he would tell Kronos that this was a sense of superiority of everyone who was drunk and I was awake alone, and the whole world was turbid and I was clear alone. The Lord of the Spirit should have ownership of the soul, which is the right given to him by the clergy. With his eyes glanced at the gods, Kronos said slowly, "So if no one is willing to try to change this result with his power, then that's what it means." 500 years later, we go to Earth Mother to seek use it to create the body of the living beings, and then give the soul to His Highness Ryan. That's it, Okano sighed. Although he was also interested in the soul, it was not enough to make him do anything about it. After all, he was not very clear about what the meaning of the existence of the soul was. As for what Kronos said 500 years later, he was not surprised. The sun god's son will run the sun on his behalf, and this is a conclusion. Although everyone knows that even 500 years later, Helios is definitely not his father's opponent, this god king may have planned to take the opportunity to do something. The fathers of many star gods are the eldest son of the weather Cleos, Astraeus. If the god king brings another son under his command, even other titans can only admit that he is qualified to interfere in the starry sky. Then it's decided. We each create the lives we want and own them separately. The god on the earth creates the earth, and the god on the ocean creates the sea, and they have nothing to do with it. The gods nodded one after another. Neither the god king nor the ocean god lord were willing to stand up, so they naturally would not do anything unnecessary. The matter of life is concluded, and the banquet should be concluded. But in the end, a proposal from Kronos attracted the interest of the gods. He hopes to create a special species that resembles a but has no divinity. His Majesty the God King, is it really necessary to gather the power of the gods to create a species? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Of course, Kronos said with a smile. I plan to create a race that worships us in the form of God. Even with we are not gods who are good at creating, and no one can accomplish such a feat alone, but if we unite, this kind of life can be born. I agree. Iapetus was the first to support. He first proposed the idea of creating life because of his insignificance of power among the gods. Compared to showing authority in front of a group of strange-shaped lives, he hopes for some lives that are similar to him but much weaker. Is it detrimental to the majesty of the gods that create the same life as us? Asked a god. No, they will dead, but we won't, although I haven't seen it yet. What exactly is dead? The words of the Queen Re made the gods nod. The goddess rarely speaks, but since it was her husband's proposal, she still spoke up for it. Scandaling the gods, Kronos nodded with satisfaction. He did not care what Ryan thought about the soul, but under his rule, he could also enhance the power of the god king. Themis's behavior gave him some inspiration. Although that guy who has lived in the spiritual world for a long time has many conspiracies, he can still get some benefits as long as he does not plot on himself. As for his final proposal, in fact, on the one hand, he wanted to go with Iapetus. As the king of the gods, his status among the gods is not as good as that of the lord of the ocean and his 2 uncles. Even if the clergy of the sun god was not divided, it would take some years before Thea was powerful divine power, and I'm afraid that Zu Pelion would have a more presence than him. In this case, creating some creatures similar to the gods and watching them worship themselves is not a bad choice. On the other hand, his temple also needs some other life. For example, even serving food and wine requires the gods to do it themselves. Kronos also hopes that there will be some creatures that meet the aesthetic taste of the gods to complete these trivial matters for him. Since everyone has no objection, Kronos said at last, then today's party ends here. 500 years later, gods who are interested in participating in this matter can go to the bank of the East China Sea and then visit the Earth Mother together. Creating life is not an easy thing. I guess you must also take some time to prepare. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. Since the banquet in Shenzhen was over, 500 years passed by in a hurry under the shining sun. Unlike the quietness on the earth, the subsequent battle between Ryan and the sun god is still ongoing in the starry sky. Back in the stars, Superion fulfilled his oath to the Styx River. He handed over the sun to his eldest son, and Helios, who was born for nearly 1,000 years but still maintained in his weak divine power. So for thousands of years, the sun that had been hanging in the sky continued to move according to its trajectory for the first time. But to many gods' expectations, the operation of the big sun was not as smooth as they thought. Perhaps it was because the divine power was too low, or perhaps it was because of the discooperation of another sun ruler. In the cold eyes of Superion, Helios could not operate the sun freely without his father's assistance. His power was so weak that even if he just allowed the sun to move for a small distance, he was exhausted. For this reason, he asked the god king for help, but Kronos had no choice but to think of it. Superion did not violate the agreement. He did not take action to block Helios. He just integrated into the sun and merged with it. This behavior increases the weight of this celestial body. If Helios is a **** with medium power or above, he can still control the sun freely. But because of the suppression of his father in the past years, his power can be the lowest among the true gods. The god king was very disappointed with this. He had many plans, such as secretly supporting Helios and continuing to take charge of this in 500 years. He knew that the other party would agree, but what he never expected was that the other party could not fulfill his priesthood. In this way, Kronos' idea of winning without a fight was shattered. He had no choice but to be prepared and use more direct means to intervene in the starry sky. But what happened next disappointed Kronos again. About 200 years after the sun changed hands, endless light shone through the earth, and the Mother of Light finally entered the realm of powerful divine power. Seeing this, Kronos had to sigh that he was not with me, and then temporarily put down his thoughts. In this case, when the 500 years passed, Superion rudely imprisoned his eldest son on the surface of the sun, and then took over the sun again. This time he learned to be smart. Although the sun rises and sunsets are not his authority, he still actively moves the celestial bodies to complete this behavior. With his divine power, although it seems a little trouble to make the sun move every day, it is not a difficult situation. However, therefore, the contradiction between the sun priest and father and son has been completely open. In such an environment, one day 500 years later, the gods gathered on the coast of the East China Sea, the nameless retreat of the Earth Mother. Here they will create the first life on the Earth. Don't you give up. Next to a stream near the East China Sea, Mother Earth holds the emerald green vase in her hand. The gods were waiting in the distance, and there were only a few Titan gods who came to visit the Earth Mother. Many years have passed since the god king changed his throne. As the world's source power increases, the Earth increases accordingly, and Mother Earth also gains a lot of benefits. Although the damage she suffered had not fully recovered, at first glance, she no longer looked old, but was a rich woman in her 50s and 60s. Kronos and Themis had been here once before, and Mother Earth thought they had given up. But unexpectedly, not only did they come again this time, but they also brought more than half of the true gods of cows. Mother Goddess, we failed to create creatures before because of the lack of souls, but now the Lord of the spirit world has agreed to lend a helping hand. Faced with the questioning of Mother Earth, Kronos whispered. If possible, he actually didn't want to explain. Among the gods present, he probably only guessed the truth about the anger of Mother Earth 1,000 years ago. Perhaps the original life aviary can create complete life, like plants. Although they do not have specific consciousness, they are definitely not completely none, but that kind of consciousness is very hazy and vague. But now, thinking about his own time and space origin, Kronos is ready to get angry. Ryan. As expected, Gaia's face suddenly changed when she heard this familiar name. The earth around her shook, as if responding to the anger of Mother Earth, but then she didn't know what she thought of, so she endured it again. Since you have his help, why are you here to do it? Although there was no attack, the expression of Mother Earth still became colder with the naked eye. As long as you have a soul, you can also create life with divine power. Why do you have to borrow the? Faced with the blame of Mother Earth, Kronos' expression remained unchanged. He was actually a little surprised and thought that when he heard Ryan's name, Mother Earth would have a more intense reaction, but it's not his business. As the original god, Even if he is the one who is the worst, Mother Earth can often obtain some information that ordinary people do not know. Maybe I learned something from Mother of Night, so I haven't troubled Ryan. Thinking of this, Kronos couldn't help but praise his wit once again. What can you compare with him if you are a fool like Zupalion? Mother God, the gods do not only intend to create a little life. We plan to let creatures spread throughout the earth without the authority related to, which is difficult to accomplish. And we intend to create a special species in the way of the gods. He raised his head slightly. Although his anger had not subsided, Gaia was still interested by Kronos' words. The species created by the gods is indeed very interesting. If you want, we can start creating around us. The mother of the earth was attracted, and Kronos continued. You can also see our progress in your spare time. After all, in the realm of creating life, you are more important than we need more experience. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. After thinking for a while, Mother Earth was finally moved by Kronos, not only because of that special species, but also because it is the common idea of many gods. After experiencing the era of Uranus, Gaia has vaguely realized the importance of power, and power is not good at fighting. Instead of demonstrating force, it is better to use other methods to reflect your status. Take it after all, I am already the God King, right? He took out and the Mother Earth still stabbed Kronos. The God King did not dislike this, but took over this advanced artifact in the life field. He knew that because the Cyclops and 100-armed giants were not released, the Earth Mother had always had an objection to him, but Kronos still did not intend to release them. In fact, since the beginning, Kronos did it on purpose. He knew that his rejection would not cause too much hostility to Mother Earth, but this was enough to allow the only primitive walking in the present world to leave the sacred mountain to express his dissatisfaction. But Gaia's departure was exactly what Kronos wanted. If his brothers left, but Mother Earth still stayed and he did not have enough strength, then he really didn't know who Mount Odils should belong to. If you can't even control the place where you live, then this God King will be a little ridiculous. Now that time has passed, Kronos has firmly held the throne, but he still does not want Gaia to return to the sacred mountain to live. As his god queen, Re has always advanced and retreated with him. Since the last time he failed to secretly help Zupalion, the god of meteorology has also chosen to completely turn to Kronos. Today, Mount Odils does not need a primitive who does not obey the orders of the god king. There is also the urging of the world. Enhanced authority can indeed delay it, but as the of cows, I cannot avoid the responsibility of giving birth to gods. His eyes were a little cold. Kronos didn't know what Mother Earth would think of his plans in the future, but he didn't want to know either. No matter who it is, if it threatens his position as the God King, it is his enemy. Children are like this, brothers are like this, and Mother Earth is no exception. Recently, I was considering whether to change the name of the book. The editor also asked me before, asking me to think of a serious name with 4 or 5 words. What do you think is better? End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. It took decades to pass since Kronos obtained the from Gaia. Not far from the residence of Earth Mother, the gods searched for a great plain. They gather here and try to create various different lives with the help of the source liquid flowing out of the artifact. Their selection of materials is very casual. The mud and sand at the bottom of the river, the fallen leaves beside the trees, the earth and rocks on the ground, and the clouds in the sky. The gods shape them into the shape they want, and then merge with the divine liquid. If their creation meets the basic rules of life's existence, then a species is born. Next, just use this as a template and thousands of the same creatures will appear. However, it is simple to say, but it is not that easy to do. Gods who have never had any experience in creation have tried many constructions, but most of them ended in failure. For them, how to create the first one is the biggest problem. Finally, during the exploration, when nearly 100 years have passed, a total of 8,400 new species have appeared on the Earth. Each true more or less created several kinds in the heaven, underground, and in the sea. Although there are no souls at this time, from the perspective of biological beings, they are already living creatures. It's finally done. Looking at a strange-shaped fish in front of him, the ocean god Lord wrapped it with his divine power to maintain his life. For the first time since the Father ascended to heaven, he showed a tired look. Although his divine power was still abundant, Okanos felt powerless. Medes, my daughter, let's stop here. Shaking his head at the young and beautiful goddess beside him, Okanos didn't plan to continue. Okay, father, this is indeed the limit of our ability. Goddess Medes is a little regretful. Although according to her idea, life swimming in the sea does not require limbs, no matter how it goes in practice, neither of them knows how to deal with this fish. It's not over yet, Okanos. We still have one species that has not been created. After looking at his former elder brother and niece, Kronos had no change. There is nothing else. The god king has no life he wants to create. Over the years, he has only given advice to other gods. After all, the sacred mountain is so big, and he is not prepared to let an existence without divine nature enter his sacred palace. These simple lives are so difficult to create. Creating life in the image of the gods will never be able to give us another 500 years. Shaking his head, the goddess of raw water, Theseus no longer had hope for it. Even if the mother god is willing to take action, is just the mother god's artifact after all, and she does not really have the clergy of, and have a high relationship, but a life similar to the gods. I'm afraid there is no way to imagine things, the mother goddess. Only by trying it yourself can you know how difficult it is to create life. In the original trajectory, the soul Iapetus created gold and silver humans, and some people say that Gaia created gold humans, but the myth about their creation process is just a part of it. No one knows how much energy these two gods have spent on this. Goddess Yuan Shui secretly swore that when these creatures die, she will never create life herself. Leave these complicated things to others. With a frown slightly, Kronos was also a little difficult to deal with. He now also found that his previous thoughts were still too simple. It seems that if you want to make the godlike creations you imagine, you have to let professionals do it. Thinking of the spiritual experiences that the goddess of the law once said, Kronos made a secret decision. Iapetus, my brother, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go there again. Turning around and looking at the god of speech not far away, the god king's smile was very gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. Creation is about to end, and it is time to invite His Highness Ryan to come. In addition to the soul-giving matter, I also have a lot to ask about the creation of this last species. His Majesty the God King, I think, The asterisk of remarks who was captured again were about to refuse, but the next moment, including him, the gods present looked not far away. Space shaking, and under the eyes of the three powerful divine powers, Ryan's figure quietly emerged. No need to worry, I'm here, Ryan said with a smile as he reached out to smooth out the ripples of space he had created. His Highness Ryan's control over fate is really amazing, Texas sighed. If Ryan hadn't rarely moved around in this world, she would have wanted to use the traditional skills of the ocean god system to introduce a goddess to the ancient god. Unfortunately, unlike other gods and cows, this ancient who lived in the underworld seemed to have no interest in banquets and entertainment. At least over the years, Theseus had never seen him in the palace of any god. Of course, if Ryan knew what the other party was thinking, he could only say that it was not that he was not interested in entertainment, but that he was not interested in entertainment now. In an era when music and dance were not invented, was Ryan going to the temple of other gods just to drink 2 glasses of shoddy wine? Since the Lord of the Spirit Realm has arrived, it seems that our last creation is about to be completed. Although Kronos couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw the fluctuations in the space, he still smiled and welcomed Ryan's arrival. After so many years, Kronos gradually accepted the facts. He no longer gritted his teeth when he heard Ryan's name like he used to be in front of Themis. Yes, I created humanity and I came for that. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Nodding, Ryan glanced at the strange-looking fish in front of the ocean god lord, showing an interesting look. Is this the life created by His Highness Okanos? It looks so strange. Upon hearing this, the face of the ocean god lord became a little unnatural. Just as Uranus refused to hate the giants for the current gods, ugly rejection is completely normal. Well, this is indeed the creation of the Lord of the Outer Sea and his daughter, but it has not been perfected yet. If His Highness Ryan is interested, you can help repair it. Okay, the wise Medes has long been famous. Nodding slightly, Ryan greeted the goddess beside the ocean god lord, and Medes smiled back. He knew what Kronos meant, and the other party wanted to further confirm his achievements in the field of life. After all, hearing is false, seeing is true, but Ryan is also thinking that way. At least he was very interested in getting started with the first batch of humans himself. Extending his right hand, a verdant light emerged in Ryan's palm. Although he only possesses the authority of life related to spirituality, this part is one with the rest of the. In terms of the attainments in the field of life, Gaia may not be as good as him. What's more, for Ryan, creating life is somewhat of a bit like copying homework. The light of life was in his hand, and Ryan gently wiped the body of the fish. As the light entered the body, the originally penetrated bone spurs disappeared, and the twisted spine was straightened. The arm used to fluctuate the water flow becomes fish fins, the burrs on the surface turn into fish scales, and the body is more in line with the structure of the fluid. In almost the blink of an eye, the originally Cthulhu-style fish became a normal animal, and the three gods around them were stunned. If the previous fish was not created bit by bit by bit by bit by bit by themselves, they wouldn't feel anything. But it is precisely with some experience that they can truly understand the subtlety of this hand. Seeing this scene, even Kronos was a little surprised. He had never believed in the saying, 7 days create the world, and the 5th and 6th day creates all living things. The god king thought that Ryan could spend a few days to change this fish to be more beautiful, which would be enough to be the leader in creating godlike life. But he never expected that he didn't use it for a minute. In a hurry, that's all. It seems that he is still not very satisfied with his work, but Ryan does not make any further moves. He looked at the god king beside him. He smiled and said, "Fate guided me here precisely for the birth of mankind. Since everything is ready, we can start creating humans." End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler on the banks of the East China Sea. When Ryan also came here, the work of creating humans really began. Without wasting time, in a clearing land near the river, Kronos attracted the gods. They mixed their blood with the soil and dripped into the stock liquid that flowed out of the. The gods exerted divine power on these raw materials, allowing them to obtain extraordinary essence and were born to be close to the gods. The raw materials were made, and under the gaze of the gods, Ryan used these raw materials to shape the first human flesh. He first depicts a shape that allows the skin to be wrapped around the outside. Immediately afterwards, he created flesh, meridians, and internal organs, allowing the power of life to skillfully balance it in the human body. Then, Ryan determined the position of the bones and the direction of blood, causing blood to flow through the human body. Finally, he added bone marrow, heart, and brain to allow life to gain motivation. 6 days passed, and even with Ryan's control of and his understanding of the human body, he made several mistakes before he succeeded. In the end, Ryan pointed his eyes on it, and the original human body was born. This is the first human and the most perfect human. In him, the gods seem to be able to see the characteristics of each of their gods. He will be the template for the golden human beings and their future leader. When everything was done, Ryan dusted his sleeves and took a long whip from his waist. This is the prototype of the artifact formed by Ryan using part of the earth and water after the power of the element merged into the spiritual world. Its power is not strong, because Kaos's relevant source power has long been mastered, but Ryan still chose it because humans are not unique, because of their natural strength. Ryan intends to take a look at whether this long whip will undergo some interesting changes when several epochs pass and when civilization develops to its peak. Bah! Rolling up the material that created the first human being left, Ryan mixed it with more soil and stock. And he shook lightly with a long whip, and the mud spots flew all over the sky and then landed on the ground. When it falls, it changes. In a blink of an eye, the brown mud dots turn into hundreds of thousands of humans. They also have the blessings of the gods, but after being separated, they appear a little weak. Amazing skill. Even though he sensed that Mother Earth was looking here in the distance, Kronos couldn't help but exclaim. Although it is not difficult for the gods to create with the first model, it is very difficult to replicate hundreds of thousands of them under a whip like Ryan, even with the help of magical tools, even if it is a magical tool. After all, everyone can see that the artifact in Ryan's hand is not strong, and it has not been completely forged. Just a little trick. Ryan didn't care about Kronos' praise. At the same time, he also sensed the unkind gaze of the Earth Mother in the distance. Ryan laughed at this. He got all the benefits, so he naturally didn't plan to stimulate the old man again. Although in terms of age, he is the real old man. The body has been created, and next I will give them souls, but souls are biased, and it is up to you to decide what life will become. The other lives are decided by the gods who created them themselves, Kronos said. But human, His Highness Ryan, that's what you call them, then just call them humans. I think that as a god-aligned creature, mankind should have all the good, beautiful, and good emotions. They should be pious and regard God as the highest. They should be fearless and willing to give everything for God. They should also be diligent and intelligent, and can accomplish the tasks assigned to them well by God. Of course, in return, I allow them to feed on plants and other lives created by the gods. They are the longest gods of all spirits, the closest gods among all things. The voice of the god king spread far away, and the gods did not object. Although some gods did not agree with this, they did not stand up, and everything was decided. So immediately afterwards, Ryan collected all the ideas of the gods about their respective creations. Finally, he stood by the river and looked at the bodies of countless creatures on the plain in front of him. An invisible force slowly spread out from the void. With a light wave of his arm, the lives created by the gods have approached him and hanged in midair in the past 100 years. Only humans stood on the ground, surrounding him in a circle. The divine power began to surge, and the surrounding time and space became disordered. In a trance, the gods vaguely saw the seventh-level world slowly emerging behind Ryan, but only the mountain in the center seemed clearer. At the top of the mountain, behind the palace complex, an indescribable well exists there. It is infinitely large and infinitely small, which makes anyone who sees it feel a sense of desire from the heart, condensed by the origin of life seized by Ryan. It is the source of the birth of all souls in the world. Any life that drinks its well water can gain immortal divinity. Come, accompanied by the long and light whisper, the transparent well water moved with the sound. It flows out of the well, passes through the 7 layers of spiritual realm, combines with different emotions, and then turns into mist, covering all the lives present. On the side, which was still held by the god king, trembled slightly. It was originally part of it, but now it can never be united. When the 2 stalks that symbolize matter and spirituality flow again, true life is born. From today, you will be the king of mankind. Pointing to the original creation and the first human race to open its eyes, Ryan announced calmly. At the same time, the 3 artifacts participating in the creation all trembled one after another. In a short while, their aura became significantly stronger. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. On the other hand, when such a number of lives were born on the earth, the source power of the world seemed to have also increased. But because there are only males at this time, they live long but cannot reproduce, so the increase in source power is not significant. The gods failed to get benefits from it, but Kronos, who is the god king, is different. In the perception of the gods, his divine power directly reached the level 19, approaching the peak of powerful divine power and becoming the leader of the gods. This is the particularity of the power of the god king. It is essentially an external force, not the gods themselves. Therefore, Themis, whose priesthood has been improved, will need thousands of years to accumulate divine power to achieve this step, but Kronos has it directly. Corn, from today on, I will be called Corn. Under the gaze of the gods, Kronos restrained his unconscious divine power and said to the original human. At this time on the earth, just named king by the creator and given a name by another god, Cohen quickly knelt on the ground to thank the gods for their kindness. Seeing this, the gods smiled one after another. It is the same as God's appearance, but now worships them, which is one of their purpose in creating humanity. Standing aside, Ryan watched all this calmly. Like a few gods, he didn't think there was anything to be happy about, so he didn't laugh, just watched silently. He had always said before, golden humans are not humans, but before, he thought that when he really witnessed the birth of humans and witnessed the appearance of life similar to his old self, he would have some other emotions, but the fact is, he doesn't feel anything now. When he pinched out the first man with his own hands, when he made regulations on the emotions of the golden human beings like writing a setting, he looked at the hundreds of thousands of confused humans in front of him, and he didn't know why. Ryan no longer thinks they have anything special. That's the golden human. Shaking his head, Ryan ended up saying nothing. He just dispersed the phantom of the spiritual world and waited quietly. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler on the nameless plane. Countless created lives have just possessed consciousness and crawled on the ground under the influence of instinct. Human beings were created, and all other lives were also active. They first came into contact with the world and then shivered under the unconscious pressure of the gods in heaven. But no god is paying attention to them, and at this moment, their eyes are all focused on the newly promoted God King and the humans on the earth. Thank you for your help, His Highness Ryan. With a powerful breath of divine power, Kronos couldn't control his power for a moment. He stared at Ryan for a few seconds, but finally smiled. For your blessing, human beings have been created. This is a perfect life. I wonder if you plan to take some away so that they can also be found in the spiritual world. No need. It is not where they should be, and the spiritual world does not welcome the living of all things in the world for a long time. By the day they die, their souls will naturally return to my kingdom. Shaking his head, Ryan rejected Kronos' proposal. He glanced at the place where Mother Earth was, and the gaze from there felt that it had not disappeared yet. From the breath, Gaia seems to have recovered a little, but her current situation is still not optimistic. The remaining great power position was barely stabilized, but Ryan knew that she couldn't hold on for long. After all, whether it is Typhon, Demeter, or even the future master of the underworld, they have not been born yet. Okay. On the side, the god king nodded with regret, but as the place where the gods created, there should be a name here. It will become a holy land for mankind to commemorate the achievements of the gods. His Highness Ryan, you are involved in creating humans after all. Since you don't want humans, why not give this name here? With his eyebrows raised, Ryan didn't know why Kronos was so keen to make him related to humans, but he didn't plan to refuse. Name? After thinking for a while, Ryan finally said, that's Delphi. The great plain of Delphi, the birthplace of the golden mankind. With his hand out, Ryan gently tapped the void in front of him. The next moment, an invisible force enveloped the land in front of him. The rocks are raised and ancient trees are towering. On the hillside, a temple full of reliefs and patterns appears in front of the gods and humans from scratch. In the main hall of the temple, the Lord of the Spirit Realm, the King of the Gods and the Mother of the Earth are offered together in the center, because these three give the mortals the rights to the soul, body, and existence respectively. The other gods involved in creation are worshipped on both sides, proving that the life of the world has been blessed by the gods. Of course, Ryan did not create the statue of other gods. He only left himself a three-dimensional symbol that was uncertain and difficult to describe in words. He had no intention of showing his appearance in the world, and he didn't even intend to leave his name. If a mortal intends to worship him, it is better to worship the spiritual world itself. Delphi Oracle, this is its name. As for this mountain, call it Parnas. In later generations, there was also a Delphi temple. Apollo obtained the oracle stone here, possessed the power of, and killed the giant python. But now, it probably won't be related to Zeus's son anymore. Is it a good name for the oracle to make mortals pay homage to the gods and listen to the will of God? Nodding, Kronos' divine power poured into the temple, and the statue of the god king also appeared in this magnificent building. Unlike Ryan, his statue shows his appearance without any concealment. The god king held a scepter in one hand, and the three gems symbolized the rule of the sky, the ocean, and the earth. He placed it in front of him with the other, as if he was embracing the entire world. I will also build an oracle at the foot of the sacred mountain. In the future, the part of my human beings will listen to my will. Good idea. Ryan didn't care about Kronos' plans. He was going to leave. But remembering Kronos' previous gaze at him, Ryan planned to add another fire to the god king. Let him quickly expand his authority. Compared to the mythical he is, Kronos, who was seized by Ryan, is much weaker. Kronos, the creation of man is over. This is the first generation of human beings. Now, it's time for me to leave. Space fluctuations emerged, and Ryan looked at the human in front of him and said slowly, they are the golden humans, the most beautiful, happiest, and carefree generation of humans, but life must be dead. When the years belong to them are over, humans in the Silver Age will replace their existence. Silver human. Hearing this, the god king turned around and asked curiously, is this a prophecy? If so, I don't know what the alternation of 2 generations of human beings this time means. Nothing, human beings themselves are insignificant to the gods. Ryan shook his head. It's just that I see that in the age of silver mankind, the earth will be on the ground. The battle of the gods obscures the sky, the blood of the divine flows among the mountains and rivers, and the thrones face each other. The figure faded slightly, but Ryan's voice still came clearly. Many gods born later did not understand their intentions, but the Titans' faces became solemn. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Especially Kronos. Although he had never paid attention to the so-called fate for thousands of years, he could know that Ryan's prophecy and Uranus's curse have always been hanged in his heart, and never a moment passed away. The Earth will launch wars. So after the birth of the second generation of human beings, will there be God challenging my status, my child? Yes, I can't delay it forever by the world. The expression on his face remained unchanged, and Kronos gritted his teeth secretly. Everyone has left, so I have to leave him such a sentence. The God King felt the increased power in his body, but he still did not feel relieved. Even now, he is nothing in front of Uranus at his heyday. Even if he loses his power and has only half of his power, he will be unable to reach the level of his heavenly father at this moment. Such powers are declining under fate, let alone who they are now. The second generation of humans, then don't have a second generation. As long as the human beings I have made are only here, then the prophecy can be delayed. Wait until I make full preparations, and then calmly break free from the shackles of fate. Kronos was slightly relieved after making a decision in his heart. Although reason tells him that fate is not so simple that it can be fooled, it is better to have direction than not. We should discuss the distribution of human beings too. Kronos did not intend to let the gods focus on their destiny again. Upon hearing this, the gods bet on the God King. Regardless of whether there are any subsequent opinions, the initial division was reasonable for Kronos. Once legislation, once creation of man, the new **** king finally established basic authority among the gods. He should have been happy, but unfortunately, Ryan couldn't be happy when he left. Go to start. Faced with the gaze of the gods, Kronos said calmly, "We use 1,000 people as a collective, and they can cooperate with each other to survive on the Earth. Every true *** present can at least get the part that belongs to him. As for the rest, it should be arranged according to their respective strengths and contributions." The gods nodded one after another. This is cows, and the power is always ahead of contribution. So in a relatively harmonious atmosphere in front of the newborn humans, the gods began to divide up. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, there are about 800,000 newborn humans, much more than those in later mythology. But considering that the area of cows in this world is much larger, the once Mediterranean area may have been a super large island, so these people don't seem to be too many. As the God King, Kronos and the gods living on the mountain received the most. They brought 300,000 humans back to Mount Odils, including the original king of humans. The Lord of the Outer Sea won 150,000 people, and Pontos and Uria won 100,000 respectively. The two sea gods brought humans to the island, which were all transformed by the falling celestial bodies and shattered continents when the Heavenly Father fought against the gods. The gods of the mountains and the gods together brought humans back to their birthplace. Gaia left 100,000 people around his residence, and the rest were divided by the true gods. Some followed the god of heavenly light to the underworld, while others were taken to a place on the western border of the continent by the god of heaven. There was the closest place between heaven and earth after the first age, and Kuz asked his 2 daughters to take care of these humans on his behalf. Before leaving, every *** who participated in the creation of man left his image in the Delphi oracle. In the dark, under the influence of the power of the gods, the oracle also became extraordinary. The 100,000 humans who followed the Earth Mother lived in the Great Plains around the temple. They built houses in the form of oracles and prayed to God for food to make a living. So the plants that humans can eat naturally grow around them. Every time they pick one, one will grow, and their vines will never wither. Newborn humans are grateful. They had nothing else to do except eat and rest, so they worshipped the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, and the gods devoutly. Under the instructions of the gods, temples were built. The first generation of golden humans were born strong, with amazing endurance and excellent learning ability. Humans who are taken away by different gods often use different gods as their main objects of sacrifice. They build temples into different styles according to their preferences for serving the gods. In this process, perhaps it is the combination of the soul and the body, coupled with devout worship, a mysterious power was born. The gods noticed it, or they might not, because they didn't care about it. Perhaps it was because the creation was too deliberate. Humans in the Golden Age had only positive and beautiful feelings. On this basis, the birth of those mysterious powers also seemed very weak. This weak power may have some effect on the regional gods, but every god involved in the creation of man is a true god, and they obviously don't care about this trivial existence. Ryan is not surprised by this. Humans do not have strong beliefs at this time, because this is how life in the spiritual world is. Even because they have no body, they bring less faith to Ryan. Maybe a large amount of faith can be born only by having both wisdom and body, but not having thoughts modified. Zeus in later generations could even break the upper limit of priesthood with this, allowing the civil priesthood to be equal to the natural priesthood. Even what you get from faith must be limited by faith, but this is terrible enough. With some emotion, Ryan looked at the origin of in the spiritual world. Very weak. Even though the gods praised this, the so-called Dixon god could only become the true **** goalkeeper with weak divine power. In comparison, the later generations of Dionysia even took the position of the 12 main gods of Olympus. As long as there is a continuous stream of faith in one day, Dionysus will be a powerful god. Ryan only had some speculations about this, but because he still had very few beliefs now, he was not very sure. But what he was sure of was that as the master of spirituality, Chaos was the first to come into contact with the existence of faith. Even he could prevent the creation of faith at most, but he could not take the faith pointed to others as his own. From this, we can see that faith may indeed be spiritual, but it is by no means derived from simple spirituality. And Ryan vaguely discovered that acquiring faith did not seem to rely entirely on the so-called devotional reverence. In other words, the faith gained from simple prayer may only occupy the small part of the whole, and it fluctuates at any time due to the mood of ordinary people. After all, even as the creator of the spiritual life in the spiritual world, there are only a few spiritual bodies that can truly be called devoutly faith in Ryan. Even the spiritual lives that were born later, those who had never seen Ryan, were more of a symbolic existence. They respectfully call him the great ancient spiritual will and consider him the world itself without personal thoughts. In contrast, spiritual lives often worship the spiritual angels who travel between different levels. But even so, the faith that Christos and others have gained is still far less than mine. Sure enough, compared to worship, which leaves deep traces in the history of a race, one's own clergy has extraordinary significance to this race, and even becomes a part of the cultural heritage of civilization. The faith brought by these actions is more meaningful than worship. Just like the spiritual life at this time, although they did not have many beliefs in their birth, Ryan could still feel that compared to their unconscious sacrifice to themselves. As their creator and the creator of the spiritual world, the beliefs brought obviously are much more than the former. This time, Ryan went to create a man to verify this conjecture. After all, the experience gained from life in the spiritual world may not be adapted to all situations. But now, Ryan can be sure of his thoughts. As the creator of human beings, Ryan could feel that even if no human beings knew what kind of *** he was, he still had faith from the collective of human beings. He even had a vague feeling that even if the humans of this era completely disappeared in history, no creature survived. But as long as the traces they left to the world are still there, this kind of faith that does not come from respect will continue. It may be cut, but it won't disappear completely. This is the intuition that the clergy of history brings to Ryan. Perhaps this magical power derived from intelligent life has a special essence that is indelible to time, and it will still last forever even after years. It's so magical. Civilization, faith, life, is the most elusive thing in the world. But if you say that, it doesn't seem surprising that Prometheus's fate. Those who know the first consciousness, those who know the last consciousness, no mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. It's obvious that he is a great foolish person and a great foolish person. Recalling the birth of the two brothers, who were similar to Moses' operations, Ryan saw more deeply the secrets hidden behind the myths in his previous life. The fire thieves and his younger brother were the first to come into contact with the existence of bronze humans. Perhaps they both vaguely discovered the mystery of faith, but in the end, the two made different choices. The three generations of gods also discovered this. Perhaps Pandora's treasure box and the great flood that destroyed the world were essentially Zeus was trying to test the essence of faith. He discovered this weak power at that time and tried to test it. The result was gratifying. He further made up for the missing part of the emotions based on bronze humans, and then realized that faith was more than just kneeling down. And this is likely to be the key magic weapon for Zeus to fight fate and to infinitely delay the birth of the next ***** king. Even the subsequent 12 trials of Dionysus, Hercules, were just his further exploration of the power of faith. Is civilized. It coincides with my original plan. After looking at the third level of spiritual world that was still very empty and the third oracle stone slab that was empty, Ryan finally turned his attention to humans. Following the connection between the Lord of Spirit and the soul, he gently plucked the string in his hand. So Cows's first dream was born. Oh my God, Shuoquan was only at least one point that the chapter had not been changed yet. I just watched the big guy show the Operation Autistic JPG end of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler time flies, and it has been 700 years since humans were created. Call at the foot of the sacred mountain. Another huge rock nearly 10 meters high was moved. Koen wiped his sweat and looked at another temple that was about to be built in front of him. Tall and majestic, unlike the oracle that was born under the finger of God when it was just born. This is a temple built by the golden humans. Before this, they had built many temples in turn, and each true **** on the mountain had his own. There are no exquisite reliefs, no mysterious patterns, and no sacred sense of the soul at first glance, but Koen is still very satisfied. The creation of God symbolizes the power of God, and the construction of mortals symbolizes the piety of mortals. These two cannot be confused. Wang, please take a rest. Just as he was about to move a stone, the sound from the side stopped Koen. We should not seek peace for the sake of serving the gods. Shaking his head, although Koen was very tired, he was not at all dissatisfied. The humans of the Golden Age gathered all positive emotions. They were upright, kind, hardworking, brave, and sincerely respectful to the gods. In their opinion, doing things for God is a natural thing. What's more, he was the first human created by the Lord of the Spirit world, and he was therefore named the King of Human Beings. After the division of the gods was over, he was chosen by the God King and came to the surrounding Mount Odils. At this moment, there are more than a dozen tribes of all sizes distributed around the sacred mountain. They belonged to the gods on the mountain in name, but they all followed Koen's orders. As the leader of gods chosen, although the king at this time was more of a title and had no concept of nobles, officials, and states, he still demanded himself to the highest standards. Of course, as the first human, he does have abilities beyond ordinary people. We should certainly serve God, but you haven't had a break for 7 days. After hearing Koen's words, although the visitor expressed his understanding, he still persuaded him. Although Koen is the first to be created, he is far superior to ordinary people, but he is not a **** after all. Even in the original myth, humans in the Golden Age ascended to heaven after death and became special heroes close to godlike creatures. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Koen was finally convinced. Have enough spirit to work more efficiently. Proper rest is also essential. Nodding, Koen said goodbye to the visitor. He walked to a shade and sat down on the trunk. The cow's world originally had no sleep, and what humans called rest was just stopping to work. As lives blessed by the gods, they will soon recover as soon as they take a little rest. But this time, as soon as Koen sat down, an inexplicable sense of trance hit his heart. He didn't know what it felt, so he tried hard to stay awake. However, the power of all things could not resist authority after all. In the end, Koen still relied on the trunk of the tree and fell asleep. It's dark. It seems like I am trapped in an abyss. My mind cannot turn. I only have a cold touch. The concept of time became blurred, as if it was a day and then it was a second. At some point, Koen seemed to see a ray of color. Call suddenly awakened. Koen suddenly realized that he was no longer in his original place. At this time, he appeared in front of a tall building. Unlike the stones he had seen, the building is made of various unknown materials, with exquisite patterns and patterns on it. Some of them were engraved with people, and some were engraved with objects. Although Koen could not understand the meaning of most of the patterns, he only recognized the one that was carving by a person. He had learned carving, but when he saw the painting, Cohen felt that what he had learned in the past was a clumsy joke. May goddess Themis forgive my presumption. As soon as this idea appeared, Cohen hurriedly prayed in his heart. Before, all the shallow skills of mankind were learned from the goddess of justice. It includes the construction of the temple, the records of major events, and the carving of the statues of the gods. In addition, the goddess also helped humans simplify the innate words containing extraordinary power and taught them a lot of knowledge. Human beings use this to write history and commemorate major events that have occurred. However, although I saw more than I learned in the past, Cohen, who quickly reacted, did not think it was God's problem. God will not be wrong. The goddess only teaches him those skills because mortals should only understand these. After praying silently for a while, Cohen began to observe the surroundings again. Although I don't know where this is, there is no doubt that only God deserves to live in such a place. Cohen dared not step into God's residence privately, so he looked around. But for some reason, there was a white mist around him. He seemed to be wrapped in the middle, and only he and the temple were real. Squeak, the sudden sound made Cohen turn around. Behind him, at some point, the gate of the temple opened automatically. Temple of Savaraz, this is the name here. Although Cohen didn't know any character, he just knows this now. However, in the face of unexpected changes, Cohen felt relieved. He has confirmed that everything he has experienced now must be God's will. Great God, if you guide me here, then I will come to pay homage to you. After paying respectfully to the gate, Cohen carefully crossed the threshold and walked into the Temple of Sevalaz. After passing through the gate, there is a long corridor with a row of columns on each side. The murals inside the temple are more exquisite, but Cohen did not dare to see them. He walked forward carefully and quickly, so as not to let the owner of this place wait too long. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The corridor is very long, much larger than the temple itself seen from the outside world. Cohen didn't know how long he had been away, and the concept of time seemed to be blurred. He seemed to hear a sound coming from afar. Chen, Lingtu, is it the voice of God? With a shock, Cohen quickly accelerated his pace. Whether it is God or not, since it can exist in this mysterious palace, the other party must be related to God. Light body, Almighty. Where, crown, surround, billions of gigabytes, the name of God. As we get closer to the source of the sound, the bytes are becoming clearer and clearer. Cohen gradually distinguished that this seemed to be a poetry. The great Lord of the Law had seen something similar, so the King of God hoped that mortals could learn poetry too. But unfortunately, although the golden human has excellent learning ability, it has no creativity at all. This is not done by Ryan, but no matter how anything beautifies the so-called positive emotions, the creatures alone are still distorted. A twisted soul is not strong enough, so it is naturally impossible to carry more things. Going forward quickly, out of respect for God, Cohen did not run, but his speed was still very fast. At some point, the scenery in front of him finally changed. There was no longer an endless corridor in front of him, and Cohen appeared in a wide hall. There was no expected God, only a slender figure shrouded under a white hood. She sat on the side of the ground, and the previous poetry came from under her hood. And now, the sacred singing still resounded, and even as Cohen left the corridor, he felt as if he had crossed an invisible barrier. When he passed through the barrier, he suddenly realized that the previous song was not sung in his familiar language, and how powerful the short verse contained. How can sinners look upon? God is majestic and glorious. Each person takes jade crowns and flowers decorations and presents them to the golden hall of God. Sacred, holy. The wall of July rises westward, and the darkness is eternal in the sky. The past is here and now and will last forever. The poem is half drawn and half composed. The original knowledgeable readers will definitely see it at a glance, so I will not be able to popularize it. The part omitted with the previous use of may be used elsewhere later, and it is me who can use both the poem. Then about the image of the protagonist in humans, in fact, given that no asterisk will promote the existence of other gods in humans. Humans' understanding of the protagonist is limited to this, is the lord of the spirit realm which can give the soul. But the spirit realm is what? If he has other titles and abilities, he knows nothing. Finally, don't ask me what building has not been completed for hundreds of years. On the one hand, there is more than one, and on the other hand, I see the stone that is more than 10 meters at the beginning. Can you guess how big this building is? End of this chapter. Mythology. "Spiritual ruler, it seems that I don't notice the visitor, nor do I seem to care." The sacred poem still echoed in the hall, but this time, Koen heard it clearly. That is not the language used by gods, nor is it the language simplified from humans after listening to God's word. Koen had never heard such a tone, beautiful and mysterious, but it was not like a sound that could be made with the vocal cords. He felt like he was undergoing a baptism, and his soul seemed to become transparent and holy. A sense of desire from the soul came faintly. Unlike the yearning for beauty, it is more like a desire for completeness. But as a masterpiece of God, Koen did not know what was incomplete. "May God forgive me." Kneeling on the ground, Koen prayed devoutly. It was clearly the first time I heard it, but Koen easily understood the meaning of the poems of the creatures in front of him, and she was praising a supreme existence. He ordered the month of July to rise from the West Mountains and let the spiritual light shine through the underworld. He is the great man who transcends time and is the eternal king. After a while, I don't know how long it took, and the last bite fell in the empty hall and returned to silence again. In the silence, Koen heard a sound of footsteps from far to near. He raised his head. It was the mysterious existence that had chanted poetry before. He had never seen such clothes before. The white robe is woven with unknown things, and it is not like the stems and leaves of plants at all. The hood hung slightly, covering the appearance of the visitor. Although Koen didn't think he had any appreciation ability, he still felt that it was even better than the costumes of the gods on the mountain. This is an idea that should not have been found, but when he thought that the other party might also be related to God, Koen convinced himself again. God, of course, can do better than another god. "Are you human?" Under the hood, a soft and distant sound came. It was still the strange language before. Although I had never heard of it, Koen could understand the meaning. In his feelings, this language seemed not to be heard by his ears, but was conveyed to his heart in another way. "I am, my respectful highness." Responding to the inquiry in front of us, Koen still used his respectful title to God. "Your Highness, I didn't intend to break into this place. Just now, I just planned to go off, I know." The man in white in front of him interrupted Koen's explanation. "You came here through dreams, humans. 700 years ago, the Lord brought sleep to the creatures on the earth. At first it was plants, then animals, and then you humans. And even the gods will gradually learn to sleep. And as the first intelligent life to fall into a dream, was allowed to cross the 7-story spiritual world and step into the temple of the holy mountain. God can sleep." I was stunned at first, and then a little shocked. Koen's attention was completely attracted by the first half of the sentence. It was hard for him to imagine that God would be forced into the dream, which was incomprehensible. "It's not what you think." Shaking his head, Evangeline glanced at the mortal in front of him and explained, "Just like water, food, and breathing, they are indispensable to all things, but God can choose to accept or reject it, and so does sleep." "I understand. Thank you for answering my doubts." His emotions calmed down a little. Koen said respectfully, "God can refuse, which is in line with the simple logic of gold human beings." As for whether the other party lied to him, humans at this time still didn't know what deception was. "I don't know your name yet, Your Highness. I have been summoned by God and I have to come here to see you. When I return to my tribe, I will definitely build a temple for you and your lord, so that no matter how daytime I can do it. In the darkness, there are humans who praise your greatness." Koen did not look up, but he felt a look at him under the white hood for a while. "I am Evangeline, the angel who sang the poem for the leader, the incarnation of the music of the spiritual world. As you think, by the outside world, I am indeed a god." Shaking his head gently, Evangeline said lightly, "But the Lord does not need you to build temples, nor does your faith, and I do not need them either. If you want, then do one thing for me." Koen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to get such an answer, but since God has requirements as a golden human, he will naturally do what he wants. As for not believing, Koen easily accepted it. In fact, due to the defects of the golden human soul, the meager power of faith is not noticed by God. In this case, some gods do not even want mortals to sacrifice to them. "Being able to serve you is the meaning of my existence, Your Highness." Koen responded respectfully, as every time he received an oracle in the past. "Okay, I want you to do it very easily. Go ahead and write down what you can remember, that's all." The cold voice fell, and Evangeline pointed to the slab on the center stone platform. Following the direction pointed by the god of music, Koen clearly saw that in the middle of the hall, 2 sculptures with wings on their backs were kneeling on the ground. They held up their hands and held up a stone platform together. Above the stone platform, a quaint stone slab was floating there. During the ups and downs, Koen vaguely saw something written on it, but when he observed it carefully, he was a little unreal. For some reason, Koen vaguely felt that the asterisk who was invisible in front of him seemed to be very similar to the stone statue. If the two people holding up the stone platform put away their wings and put on their hoods, the figure on the left is exactly the same as hers. As for your order, your highness. Holding his mind, Koen stood up and slowly approached the stone platform. At first, he felt as if he was doing useless work, because no matter how he approached, he still couldn't see the contents on the stone slab. Time passed by minute, until at some moment, he finally saw two symbols on the stone slab. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. It was a kind of text he had never seen before, changing and rising and falling. But for some reason, Koen understood its meaning. Civilized years. The next moment, endless knowledge surged into Koen's heart, and in the torrent of information, he almost lost his mind. Some of them can understand, some of them cannot understand. When these are mixed together, he feels that his soul is about to be torn apart. It seemed as if in a moment, it seemed like a long time had passed. In a trance, Koen felt himself jumping in the colorful tunnel and then suddenly woke up from the tree. Subconsciously covering his head, Koen found that the indoctrination of knowledge had stopped. Unsystematic things were mixed in my mind, but Koen still found a lot of useful things from them. What is civilization? Silently recited the sentence that the stone slab was first printed in his mind. Koen knew years, and it was said that it was the great power of the god king and the god queen, but civilization is something he has never heard of. Wang, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm just feeling uncomfortable. Koen's abnormality was seen by people passing by. In the face of other people's inquiries, Koen responded casually. Today's experience is really unforgettable, but thinking about the knowledge in his mind, maybe it is the treasure given to him by God and allowed him to spread to all mankind. So Koen stood up and walked towards the temple being built. Before, he was shocked by the magnificence and exquisiteness of the temple and felt that this was the pinnacle of human skills. But now, he feels that what he has done is far from enough. God gives him knowledge, so he will naturally not take it for himself. He will sort it out one by one and teach every golden human. Only God's skills can better serve God. Walking on the rammed mud, Koen was a little excited. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, the king of gods who had descended the oracle and asked him to build the temple was watching him on the top of Mount Odirs. From before, when and after waking up, the god king kept silently watching him. He watched Koen excitedly tell the humans around him about his previous experiences, teaching them all kinds of knowledge, and talking about the slab containing mysteries. Human. So, what exactly do you want? Shaking his head, Kronos turned around and returned to his bedroom. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler on Mount Odils, Kronos returned to the palace and waved his hand to back the fairy nymph standing beside him. On the day of creation of man, many plants around the residence of Earth Mother were also baptized by spiritual breath. Their accumulation has long been enough, but their spiritual power is still very weak. Now that they have made up for the shortcomings, they have transformed into shape. Ningfu are born naturally. They have no divine nature, but have a long lifespan. The gods liked these beautiful elves very much, so they took some of them back, and Kronos was no exception. This solved the problem that the god king had always had a headache. He no longer had to deal with everything himself. He therefore slowed down the idea of giving human divinity. Compared to now, Kronos intends to wait until humans die and then promote those who are valued by him in the name of reward. You should have seen it. Humans have learned to sleep and started to dream. Even the leader of the human race learned novel techniques in his dreams. He called the thing containing knowledge civilized stone slab, which was not like a natural creation. Behind the bedroom, the queen of the queen, Rhea, walked out slowly, dragging her golden clothes to the ground. I know, it's just the plan of some people, but unfortunately, I haven't understood it yet. Judging from his previous choices, human beings themselves are not important, or it should be that human beings can indirectly achieve what they have done. Purpose. Fate, it is a mysterious power. It always allows God to walk the right path. Shaking his head slightly, Kronos reached out to his sister and sighed. Nex and Ryan, the only two gods who are in charge of fate, cannot be used by him, otherwise he would not be so troubled. His past prophecies and the curse of God the Father were never let go, but instead made him more eager to pursue power. It's good that you know. nodded, leaned on his husband. She actually just found an excuse to come over. Chrono's attention to Ryan had long been watching her. These humans, especially the first human, have always been noticed by him. In this regard, there is no need for Rhea to remind him. Compared to human affairs, perhaps because of the influence of the position of Queen of God, she wanted to give birth to their son of God with Chronos like her brothers and sisters. But so many years have passed, and out of fear of prophecy, Chronos has always expressed his rejection. But this kind of rejection is meaningless, and fertilizing the gods is one of the responsibilities given to the **** king by the world. Chronos can be postponed by other methods, but can only be postponed. You said, are there anything special about these humans? Looking down the mountain, Chronos didn't notice Rhea's emotions. He was just thinking in his heart, what else was there that he didn't expect? Can he obtain anything from these humans by creating dreams and imparting knowledge? Or is it that humans obtain knowledge from the Lord of the spiritual realm has the special significance of itself? Maybe it's just for dreams, or the clergy that corresponds to those knowledge. Rhea said guessingly. Now, except for the original god, only the two of them know that Ryan can devour the source power. Among the other gods, even Zupelion, who suffered a great loss, only thought that it was the power of 2 generations of **** kings that allowed Ryan to take away the concept of moon and shake the sun's divine power. Maybe, at least, and are indeed powerful authority. I even felt that the gods could sleep and dream. Nodding, Chronos had no other idea, so he had to agree. But he still felt that this was not what Ryan really thought. After all, dreams are fine, but what do those skills count as? Compared with the power of the natural clergy, the humanistic clergy of is so pitiful. They are worthless at all, except that they may have some uses in forging artifacts. Even Chronos knew that even if they did not have any clergy, they themselves had the ability to forge divine artifacts, which was the power they inherited from Mother Earth. If civilization time and time civilization, maybe he is more suitable to be a *** of language than Monma-san. After laughing, Chronos couldn't help but think of the sister who didn't know where to go. There are rumors that she tried to visit the Night Mother, but unfortunately she has never been received. I heard that she went to the Abyss later, but in the end she didn't dare to take a step. I heard that she was the youngest son of Iapetus when Atlas was born. It is said that she accidentally ran into a young *** who had just been born for decades, but for some reason she was taught a lesson by this new god. Since then her figure disappeared, and the gods rarely heard rumors about her. What, are you planning to find her? As if he had read out his husband's thoughts, Rhea asked out loud. No need, in fact, it's good to live alone in seclusion as a *** like her. I have the noble identity of the ancient Titan god, but I don't have the strength to match it. But I'm still very arrogant. In this world where there are more and more new gods, it's not a good thing. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Shaking his head, Chronos had nothing to say to this weak sister. Besides, he cares more about himself than others. As the god king, he has already had the power initially. As long as he expands his divine power again, occupying half of the starry sky, 30% of the earth, or part of the ocean, he can truly base himself on the realm of divine power level 20. But as the god king, he is far from the power. Starry sky, Chronos whispered. Whether the ocean or the mountains, there are their corresponding main gods. They can have more powerful power in their own realms, but the stars are different. In this world, there is no *** born to control the starry sky. The sun is the most powerful celestial body in the starry sky, but it does not mean that he should be the master of the starry sky. If there is no suitable reason, it is not easy for the god king to attack the Titans directly, which can easily arouse the sensitive nerves of his brothers. But there is a very suitable candidate in the current sacred mountain. Through him, Chronos may also have a group of people. Kuz has never been interested in power and is light-free. Just like his clergy, he is always not interested in hilariousness. But compared to him, Fubai is not a person who is used to being deserted. Let's go, let's meet Cleos. The star god is clearly the descendant of him and Zupelion, so how can the sun god be ruled alone? And his second son Persith, I think goddess Ryuxing is very suitable to be his wife. After holding on to his own god, Chronos rushed toward the residence of the god of meteorology. Although he knew that after the *** of stars Astraeus, and the goddess of dawn Eos had given birth to a group of descendants, Cleos had already negotiated with Shapirian. The four wind gods belong to the weather, and the star belong to sun, but he doesn't care. I believe that if there is a chance, his brother would not care. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler since the birth of human beings, living creatures are everywhere, and the land of cows seems to have suddenly become active. The contradiction between the gods seemed to be relieved, and they turned their attention to many lives, among which the humans around the sacred mountain attracted the most attention. Because of the knowledge learned from dreams, the already intelligent golden humans were like cheating. They divided their professions and built cities, quickly widening the gap with humans in other places. In just a few hundred years, they have transformed from barbarism to civilization, and even if they were not born with positive emotions, the primitive city-states may have already taken shape. There are clever beings among the gods who guess the source of everything, but they don't care. Regardless of the purpose of the Lord of the Spirit realm spreading knowledge, they also gained benefits from it. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Exquisite ornaments and gorgeous costumes, when they are accustomed to all kinds of human creations, the gods can no longer live without them. It is in such an environment that the eldest son of the ancient sea is combined with Doris, the daughter of the ocean god Lord, seems to be in a temporary trend. But in the sky of cows, another conflict is brewing. With the support of the god king, Cleos, the of meteorology who advanced not long ago, ordered his son to win over a group of star gods. They no longer obeyed the orders of Shapirian, but honored the masters of Mount Odirs. The sun god was furious because of this. He wanted to go back to Israel to fight directly. After all, the star gods could leave, but as regional gods, the celestial bodies they represented were still hanging in the starry sky. But as Kuz and Fuber were invited to the sacred mountain, everything returned to peace. The situation became stalemate for a while, and only their respective children fought occasionally in the stars. Until this day, a familiar skirt suddenly appeared in Minju, who had few visitors. His Highness Nix, I haven't seen him for many years, so it's been so good lately. The cold moonlight shines through the underworld, just as Ryan has been watching the earth. The first time he sensed Miss Yi, he appeared directly outside Minju. Thousands of years ago, when he took the initiative to spread his dreams, Ryan knew that there would be such a day. After all, in the original trajectory, the god of sleep and death are the true gods nurtured by Nix alone. Let's not talk about the god of death, but sleep is the rest of the soul and the rest of the body. Just like Ryan's absorption of not complete. Since it is incomplete, clues will be discovered. Nix could easily realize that the Son of God she was born into was missing half of the clergy, and the corresponding power had already flowed into the spiritual world. Of course, Ryan would definitely not admit that he had planned it. Unlike Mother Earth, you don't go out often. Pretending to be quite similar. Why will the prophet also pretend to be innocent? With a sneer, Nix's words were still so rude, just like thousands of years ago. However, Ryan has a high tolerance for this ancient who stays at home every day. On the one hand, he couldn't beat it, and on the other hand, compared with that, although the Dark Lord was gentle and polite last time, he still felt that Miss Yi was a little more real. The intuition of spiritual masters is still worthy of trust. What is this? So Ryan said with a smile. Spying into fate also requires strength. As the original god, he is also a destined being. Unless you actively allow it, no one can see the destiny related to you. Maybe there is a misunderstanding, so why not say it? His eyes swept across Ryan's cheek, and Nix's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was actually a little shaken. After all, in the realm of there is very few that can escape her perception. She was not very sure whether Ryan could see the future related to her, but even if he could, Nix would definitely feel it. Prophecy is the observation and anchoring of destiny, and Miss Yi's body symbolizes destiny itself. But this is the truth, but this does not affect her attitude. Regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with Ryan, she will just treat him as a matter of fact. After all, no one in cows can take advantage of her for nothing. I've devoured the concept of I'm right. Looking at the cold face under Nix's veil, Ryan nodded calmly and said, "It's like this, but it's just an accident. When I created the life in the spiritual world, I found that they are different from God, although they are conscious, but it is not immortal. So I accelerated my time and created the first death of cows. After that time, the source power of was connected with the spiritual world, but it has to be said that is so weak that even a asterisk with weak divine power cannot support it. This is a lie. The swallowing of the source power of is obviously not an accident, but the second half is true. Compared with is simply like non-existence. In other myths, the asterisk of death is often the front line of guarantee and is even expected to be the top ancient god, but this is not the case in cows. Here, death is a third-rate passerby who plays a role like black and white impermanence. Not only can he not decide when ordinary things will die, but even his soul has nothing to do with him. In this world, material death belongs to the realm of and belongs to the subordinates of. The end of a life is because he is destined to die, and the string of fate is broken, rather than exhausting life and transforming life and death. Moily in later generations was a symbol of this kind of destined death. One of them is the textiles of life thread, the other is the one who determines the length, and the other is the one who cuts the thread. And their collective name is not the three gods of death, but the three sisters of destiny. On the contrary, in the soul, Ryan was able to confirm that there was indeed a little law of death. Okay, I'll just think it's an accident. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. On the side, Nix didn't care what Ryan said at all. She just continued to ask, what about end? What are these two accidents too? Faced with Missy's questioning, Ryan smiled slightly and did not rush to respond, but asked instead. The spiritual world cannot swallow the source power that already has corresponding gods, so this should not be your authority, lady. Since it has nothing to do with you, but you come to this door again, that is, you should have been inspired by the world to give birth to children with these authority. Faced with Ryan's accurate guessment, if it weren't for the destiny, Nix would have doubted whether the other party had secretly predicted her fate, but now she could only glimpse Ryan, but didn't know what to say. However, through the, which is close to the creation artifact, her glimpse conveys at most less than 30% of the past. Haha, it seems that I'm right. So, is His Highness Nix very interested in the ontological pregnancy and childbirth, so he came to cause trouble for me? From the last conversation, I thought you and His Highness Erebos were disgusted with this, and I didn't want the original body to give it to myself inexplicably. Enough, Nix interrupted coldly. But perhaps because of her natural erratic tone, Ryan couldn't hear any coldness. You have done these things whether I like it or not. Since you have taken away the corresponding power, you have to solve the troubles that come with it. Trouble. Ryan was really surprised now. He thought Missy was purely here to seek punishment, but he didn't expect to solve the problem. After thinking for a while, Ryan still planned to listen. He also wanted to know what the trouble was that she couldn't solve. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, then let's go. Under the dark moonlight, Ryan spoke. Since he has made a decision, he doesn't plan to waste his time anymore. But before leaving, Ryan looked west. In that direction, a breath that tried hard to hide itself, but was particularly obvious. What, isn't that your person? No, nothing unexpected happens. It should have been sent by Kronos. Feeling the very invisible airflow that he thought was hidden under the dark moonlight, Ryan felt a little funny. It remains to be determined which of the four wind gods is, but from the perspective of breath, it is likely that the west wind Zephyros, who was rejected last time. The other party has been here for a long time, but Ryan has been in the spiritual world before, so he ignored him. But whether it is the god of the west wind or not, Ryan actually doesn't understand why the other party dares to secretly monitor him and a primitive god. Even Ryan, unless he hides in history, when he set foot in the underworld or the earth, he will be faintly sensed by Gaia. The concealment of the wind god is more of a physical change. It is easy to deceive other gods, but in Ryan and the primitive god, his existence can be seen at a glance. Did you want me to deal with him? On the side, Nix said casually. She was not interested in why Kronos sent someone to monitor Minju's movements, but the other party dared to stay after seeing her, which was provoking her authority. No need, I can probably guess what he is here to do. Shaking his head, Ryan said lightly. Kronos wants to attack the starry sky, but I also have several star gods under him. He probably made the idea of stopping me in advance if I have a sign of intervening in disputes. After all, I am not Titan. God, he doesn't need to take care of his brothers. But since he wants to know my movements, let's show him. Let's go. If this guy is still here when I come back, it's not too late to deal with him. Ignoring the existence of Zephyros, Ryan did not mind that the other party would report to the God King. But if he dares to come later, that would be another matter. Then let's go. Nodding indifferently, Nyx walked towards the edge of the underworld while walking. An existence like the god of the west wind, if it weren't for jumping in front of him, Nyx wouldn't even have the idea of taking a look. Whether it is solved or ignored, it doesn't make any difference to her. Through the gray plains, passing through the banks of the Styx River, Ryan came to the eternal night for the first time under the guidance of Miss Night. At the beginning of the creation of the world, darkness envelops everything and eternal night covers the sky. But when the true god of the sky was born, both of them sink under the earth, between the abyss and the strata. Later, due to the interweaving of the powers of the four primitive ancient gods, the underworld was born. On the edge of the underworld, there is the realm of eternal night and darkness. This is why has a high status in the underworld. Hecate, whose original trajectory even became the king of the underworld. Because what distinguishes the size of the underworld is actually the range covered by the light of the underworld moon. Where there is light is the underworld. Where there is no light is darkness and eternal night. Unlike on Earth, although the underworld will expand with the increase of the world's source power, its expansion is not the growth of the land, but the boundary of the light of the. Therefore, the expansion of the underworld in this world is actually faster than that of the earth on the ground. Because the dark moon is now manifested in the spiritual world, its light is released from the seven-wheeled spiritual moon, which is much stronger than the original trajectory. It can be said that if Ryan did not consider the privatization of public property, in fact, under the spirit world, the overall origin of cows has increased. However, at present, this increase is only reflected in the expansion of the world's area. Is this the eternal night land? Following Nyx, Ryan crossed the boundary between light and night. My eyes were dark for a moment, but the next moment, the surroundings became brighter again. Unlike what Ryan imagined, although the eternal night land only has, it is not without light. Although the source cannot be found, Ryan can clearly tell that the light of the eternal night land is the light of the celestial bodies in the night sky, and even the illusory stars hanging on Ryan, their starlight can also shine into here. This is the realm of the ancient gods of creation. The day and night of the present world are just the ebb and flow of power here. After all, night had existed long before the birth of the sun. Therefore, it is not the rise and fall of the sun that determines day and night, but the existence of the night is divided into black and white. The legend of the gods, the eternal night land is the bottom of the goddess of night, and Miss Night uses secret woven into the hem of the skirt, and the stars are used as her embellishment. Now it seems that the rumors make sense. Admiring this mysterious scenery that had never been seen before, Ryan couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart. Then you will be disappointed. There is nothing else here except the night scenery. The tone of voice was as always, but this time, Nyx's heart moved slightly. She planned to find out who said the underneath the goddess of the night. The gods may not be very clear that in the realm of fate her essence is the symbol of, and the realm that Mother of Night is best at is. Walking along the eternal night, Ryan felt a sense of peace from the heart. In his eyes, this is a quiet and beautiful garden, with the roadside covered with strange flowers and plants that are rare outside. Apart from the dim sky, it is no different from the ground. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Even besides plants, there are many lives hidden under the night sky. Ryan could feel that it was the soul that once originated from his hand. In the eternal night land, those strange lives seem to have become godlike beings. They exude different forces such as, and even a little mixed in it. The former is the manifestation of Missy's authority, while the latter is the remnant of the beginning of its founding. Without Nyx's guidance, no one or god entering the land of eternal night would see a trace of light. They could only grop in the night and then be turned into fertilizer by the flowers and plants that looked normal but didn't know what they were inside, or were swallowed up by the lives wandering here. Even God may not die, but eternal sleep is no different from death. Every bit of divine power they get from the clergy is drawn and can never wake up again. I don't know how long I walked, but Ryan could feel that the chaos surrounding him was slowly getting less and less until he completely disappeared, and the power of the night was unprecedentedly rich. Gradually, Ryan felt a breath closer to the world. That is Missy's three-phase incarnation, or in other words, the three-phase incarnation of cows. Among the original gods, the knight was the last born, but it also carries more favoritism in the world. Until at some point Nyx, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly stopped. "It's here," she said. "Arrive?" Somewhat puzzled, Ryan asked. "What about the sleeping god's embryo you said?" "Ha, isn't it there?" With a curl of his lips, Nyx pointed to the front. Ryan looked over. There, in the middle of the purple grass, a huge white sleeping flower was slowly swaying. The embryo of the sleeping god is not a giant cocoon, nor has any traces of flesh and blood. A flower is its whole. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, is this the embryo of the sleeping god? It was a bit surprising, and Ryan didn't expect it to be like this. Of course, so please remember not to pretend to understand, His Highness Ryan. With a snorting, Nyx explained, "You don't think that the original conception of the original **** is the same as that of a normal god. Conception is just a bit easier to understand, and it is actually the same as when we were born. The forces related to cows gathered together and turned into something that was real, and then we were there." As he said that, Nyx pointed to the white flower. "It looks a bit like the white sleeping flower in my previous life, but from the size, it is as big as a few people hugging each other. When it is fully blooming, the true god will be born from this, and the nutrients he draws when he grows are the power of my body." Nodding, Ryan probably understood a little. No wonder when the Titan gods have children, they don't feel as if they have children, but Gaia has fallen from the ancient ****, with the strongest origin to the end. This is not only because of the division of clergy, but also because the gods born without **** will directly absorb the power of the mother. So they are born strong, unlike later generations, and there is also a process of growth and development. The 12 Titans just got stuck between the two transformations, so they were born with both power, but not as powerful as their uncle. So that's it. Ryan understood a little. So the world once bet on the earth and used the most suitable environment to warm it up. When the time is ripe, they will turn into gods, and this is Uranus and the origin of his two younger brothers. When the 5 primitive gods were born, there was no material in the world, so everything was seen by Ryan. But he was really not sure how Gaia gave birth to the 3 gods. Of course, the respected prophet would not really think that the earth birthed out of the sky and the ocean. With a chuckle, Nyx seemed to be feeling a little better. Shaking his head, Ryan felt that he was used to the way Nyx spoke. In comparison, he was more interested in this special way of pregnancy. Before, because there was no creature with strong essence to carry the clergy, he did not continue to divide the throne, but now he may be able to try this method of origin. You can't do it, or it's difficult to do it. As if seeing Ryan's thoughts, Nyx reminded him. In fact, this behavior does not harm the breeding environment and the world itself. Small. If it is not that the harm outweighs the benefits, why did Uranus be crowned the god king for the creation of a new way of birth? If he was given another 30,000 years or 50,000 years, perhaps he could really take that step and become the first great divine power to achieve success in life, and use it to fight against fate. Strength is strength, and person is person. Whether it is the personalized dark night god or Uranus at its peak, their power is even greater than the great power of the newly promoted one. But the gap in personality means that they cannot do much to fight against destiny, is one of them. Although confrontation and victory cannot be confused, it is a breakthrough from 0 to 1 after all. Just like there are many mortals who can defeat God in the future, but God is immortal. They can defeat God thousands of times, but as long as they lose once, everything will be over. I understand, but I will try it again. Nodded with a smile, Ryan continued, "Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. I don't trust Cows's judgment." With a lip silence, Nyx did not continue to dissuade him. She just mentioned that Ryan must hit the south wall before turning back, so let him try it. Now, she wants to solve the problem of this **** embryo. You can try it if you want, but now you have arrived. A method is used to let this embryo continue to be nurtured and born. Although I have left my body, the feeling of being constantly absorbed is still very uncomfortable. Okay, remember to let go of the barriers of the eternal night land to the outside world. To assimilate it, the power of the spiritual world is indispensable. Nodding, Ryan stepped forward. The divine body in front of him gave him a wonderful feeling, or in other words, the divinity itself is so wonderful. It cannot be described simply by spirit or material things. To be precise, it has both, and it seems that there is neither. If it must be described, Ryan feels that divine flesh and blood tend to be a state of quantum state. If you observe matter by observing it, it will show the characteristics of all matter. If you observe it by observing the spirit, then it presents all the characteristics of the spirit. The subjective will of the gods is the only observer who can make this wave function collapse in the direction they think. At this moment, the sleeping flower in front of Ryan exists in a material state. The first step to assimilating it is to make it turn itself into a state of mind. With his hand out, Ryan tried to touch the petals of the pre-embryo below, but soon he stopped this behavior because he faintly felt the traces of the will of the world. It is born under the will of the world and is naturally protected by cows. Only when it actively releases restrictions can you get in touch with it. On the side, watching Ryan's movements, Nix reminded him, "Are you taking the initiative?" That's easy to do. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Nodding slightly, Ryan's will was united with the spiritual world that had already enveloped the underworld. Nix released the restrictions of the eternal night land at the right time, so the spiritual power followed the path of Ryan's incoming and directly reached the nearest of the embryo. So the next moment, the sleep and dream source power that had been eat clean appeared in Ryan's hands. As if he sensed the same root and origin, the white flower immediately swayed, and the power covered by his body disappeared. Seeing this, Ryan did not rush to send the source power that had been transformed by the spiritual world, but instead used his divine power and quietly pulled the embryo of the sleeping god into the dream. In the dream, the embryo's hazy consciousness seemed to feel that the surrounding environment had changed, and its current state was incompatible with it. So driven by instinct, the characteristics of its divine body began to change, from a material state to a spiritual state. Outside, Ryan looked at the sleeping flower that began to change simultaneously. He no longer hesitated and injected the source power that emerged in his hand, perceived the breath of the same origin, and contacted him, even though the sleeping flower was still greedily sucked and became part of his own clergy. However, with the integration of the source power, the big flower that turned into a spiritual state did not notice at all, and it was also being assimilated by the spiritual world. For Ryan, the source power he gave was like a divine character, which not only did not affect his control over the relevant fields, but also was equivalent to installing a plug-in. There is no need to be assimilation for the embryo in front of you. After all, it was nothing more than transferring from the boss named Cows to the boss named Spiritual Realm. It has no sense of the difference yet, but it has no sense of its own consciousness. Only the power of the world that originally lingers around the embryo has once again become violently turbulent, but neither the object it protects nor the Ryan pays attention to its meaning. P.S. Regarding the issue of the body of the gods, you can refer to the wave-particle duality of high school physics. If you really can't understand it, just think that the spirit of the gods is one, and they can transform each other. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, this is the consequence of lack of wisdom. Feeling the world will gradually become active but cannot be stopped by the embryo's active cooperation, Nix couldn't help but mock him. She never had any good feelings for the cow's will, who often caused trouble for the original god. Maybe, but if it really becomes conscious, I'm afraid you will miss it now again. An eternal, supreme, omniscient, and omnipotent ruler is much more terrifying than a **** king. While assimilating the embryo in front of him, Ryan still has time to chat with Miss Yi. If nothing unexpected happens, he will stay here for at least hundreds of years. Assimilation of a true **** for the first time is not a simple task. He also thought of bringing it back to the spiritual world to hatch, but the root system of the flower in front of him had already penetrated deep into the eternal night land. Forcibly taking it away would only cause greater harm to Miss Yi's body. It's better now that the power of the spiritual world flows into the eternal night along the gap that Nix lets go. The war in the outside world is about to begin, and it will happen in the sky. This is a dispute concerning the starry Sky Master. He directly changed the topic. Obviously, Nix didn't want any eternal god king. Her eyes shone through the night and then, without any surprise, saw the preparations for war in the starry sky. About hundreds of years ago, Cleus's second and third sons were born one after another. The second son, Pallas, is the *** of war. As for his third son, he is Persith, the of destruction who is in charge of material destruction. Not long ago, under the instruction of the god king and the god of light body, he and Kuz and the second daughter of Fubo, the goddess of Rustar, Astrea. It is precisely because of this that the situation in the starry sky became increasingly tense. I guess Kuz is standing on Kronos' side, and he and Fuber block Thea. Ryan guessed casually. The silence of Miss Yi on the side undoubtedly proved that he was right. Although the war has not begun, the movements of several Titan gods cannot be hidden from Nyx. Unlike the earth and the ocean, Cows does not use as the main of the clergy, but Nyx, who is in charge of the night, can barely count half of it. This is normal. Kuz is indeed not interested in power. He is a lightless celestial god. Maybe he is contaminated with the source power of darkness. He doesn't like walking around like you and Erebos. But Fu Bai is different. She actually has no complete territory. She is in charge of her. Her comes from the power she received from her sister when she was born, and her comes from the sun. In the priesthood, she is in the priesthood. Under the influence of instinct, she was eager to be as bright as her sister, but she was inevitably a little jealous. So you think that the war in the stars will be decided soon. Nyx did not pay attention to these things in the past, or, as the original god, and under the Cows system, she really had nothing to pay attention to. After all, the gods from the outside world are not her opponent, and the gods in this world do not have a path to cultivation and promotion. Apart from being one with the ontology and vaguely perceived time, she didn't know what she could do. No, this war won't end soon, Ryan said lightly with a shaking head. The starry sky is different from the earth. It not only has an area, but also has a high or low level, which is destined that its victory or defeat will not be distinguished in the short term. What's more, for well-known reasons, Kronos himself will not do anything. At most, he will send his own queen, and in the starry sky, Rhea and Cleus may not have the advantage they imagined. Let's watch it. Ryan concluded at last. If there were no accidents, there would be no winner in this battle in the sky before encountering a real turning point. It will last for at least 1,000 years, and because of the god kings, the energy is involved, and the ocean god lord, who has just shown signs of reconciliation, will once again create conflicts with his uncle. What about you? Looking at the black-clothed talking, Nyx couldn't help asking, where are you standing in this dispute again? Facing Miss Yi's slightly strange gaze, Ryan looked up at the sky. 3,000 years, maybe 2,000 years. When the time comes, I will hand the knife to Kronos myself. The intuition of fate tells me that when the god king occupies the starry sky, the urging from the laws of the present world will no longer be stopped. The 6 sons of gods will come to the world one after another, and the war will rekindle between the 2 mountains. As for me, with a slight smile, Ryan looked in the direction of the abyss again. Tartarus, the only primitive with complete personality. He silently swallowed all the chaos in the world, and even the myths of later generations. He had very little to tell about his records. But this is a real world, or a world where the trajectory of fate is declining. After Zeus ascended the throne, there was not much to believe in the so-called myth. As for me, how about being a one-day king? The light of light caught a glimpse of Nyx's expression, but Ryan didn't mean to explain. He just had a guess at some things now. After all, it involved 2 kings and Cow's unique myth system, and he didn't know whether his ideas could succeed. But it doesn't matter if you try it. He told Kronos where he started, but in turn, it was also true. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. I'm more worried about your sister than the starry sky. Sighing and thinking about Ryan still doesn't believe that Mother Earth will really silently endure that loss. Not all gods put pros and cons first, or in other words, among the gods of Cows who have no way forward, the majority of them do whatever they want. Gaia is the one who not only has ideas, but also has the ability. On Mount Odils, the god king's palace, when Ryan transformed the embryo of the in the eternal Nightland, the god of the west wind had returned to the mountain. Kronos sat next to the table and chair, with the wind Zephyros in front of him. Not long ago, the existence he arranged to go to the underworld conveyed key information to him. Ryan left the spiritual world but did not go to the surface. At the same time, the The spiritual real gods who often appear in the starry sky also return to the underworld. You mean, Mother of Night meets the Lord of the spirit world, and then rushed to the eternal night land together. Thinking a little, Kronos confirmed to Feng Shen again. Although I didn't say it directly before, the God King actually just wanted the other party to monitor the movements of the gods in the underworld at the door of the underworld. Even Ryan is secondary, and the goddess of heaven and daylight, who also have corresponding priests, are the objects of his real defense. After all, in the early years, these two gods had the idea of moving to the starry sky. Kronos couldn't guarantee whether they would stand with Zupelion, so he sent the god of the west wind to guard the underworld in advance. But who would have thought that Zephyros actually exceeded the task? Kronos was really a little surprised. This west wind god, who barely entered the weak divine power, was so brave that he dared to follow the Lord of the spirit world and miss ye under the illumination of the dark moon. Even he himself may not dare to do such a thing. You did a good job, so Kronos said in a gentle tone, but I still have to confirm it again. Zephyros, are you sure they didn't find your presence? End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler. I'm not sure, Your Majesty. After hesitating for a moment, Zephyros still did not dare to speak wildly. Faced with the great eternal Lord, I don't guarantee that she didn't discover me, but the Mother of Night probably ignored my existence. In fact, the god of West Wind felt that he was most likely to be discovered by Miss Yi early in the morning, but the other party didn't care about him. After all, in the eyes of the cow's gods, the two gods of dark night are all gods of as if they are. Except for a few, they don't even bother to pay attention to their own children, so Zephyros felt that it was completely normal for him to be ignored by Nyx. As for Ryan, the West Wind god didn't think he could find himself. Perhaps in other myths, simple body changes are easily seen through, but the gods of cows do not have this ability. Turning into animals or dead objects to avoid the pursuit of other gods is a daily drama of the later generations of Olympus gods, and it has been tried and done many times. As for the Lord of the spirit realm, I have been wandering in the underworld for hundreds of years. Since he did not expel me at the beginning, I think I have not found any trace of me. Feng Shen is still very confident in his own authority. In terms of combat power, he cannot rank among the gods, but in terms of hiding his body, the main gods of several major gods may not be able to discover his existence. Is this how? After pondering for a moment, the god king didn't know if he believed it. While thinking, his fingers gently tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. Zephyros, keep watching at the edge of the eternal land. If someone comes out or other gods are moving, remember to tell me immediately. The god of the west wind was shocked when he heard this. It was nothing to ask him to go to the underworld. He felt that he was hiding well. But who knows if she will be regarded as a provocation by Miss Yi when she goes to the edge of eternal night. His Majesty, I know the risk is very high, but I just let you go and see it. If you see His Highness Nyx, you can retreat immediately. As long as you do this, I will recognize you as the four-wind god in the name of the god king, the first one. Looking at Zephyros' changing face, the god king promised. In cows, the earth, water, wind, and fire are not balanced, and the power of is faintly the weakest one, not to mention that the four great wind gods only represent the wind on the ground. In this era when medium-sized divine power is barely regarded as a strong man and powerful divine power can control the situation, Kronos believes that even if this trip is dangerous, Zephyros will not refuse him. Effect your order, Your Majesty. After a moment of struggle, Zephyros couldn't stand the temptation. The four wind gods themselves do not represent the entirety of the wind. Judging from his own judgment, the weak divine power is the limit of the clergy. But if he can become the leader of the four wind gods recognized by the God King, and even continue to expand the scope of authority of the through the God King order metaphor in the future, then he will never have the realm of medium divine power. And in Zephyros, since the Mother of Night ignored him at the beginning, I think there will be no trouble after coming. It is even more impossible for other gods to find his traces. After receiving the order, the god of the west wind immediately turned to the wind and left. Looking at the back of Zephyros leaving, the god king didn't know what he was thinking. It seems that you have made up your mind. In the quiet palace, a sound suddenly sounded. Rhea walked out of the passing time, and she looked at the contemplative god king and asked softly. Yes, it's time to start. Sighing, Kronos looked at corner of the sacred mountain. The combination of Persith and Astrea is coming from his push. Otherwise, it will take at least several hundred years even if the two come together. But perhaps it was because of the urgency that Persith was very dissatisfied. As Cleo's third son, the who is in charge of, his clerical limit is enough to support him in advance of powerful divine power. Although his divine power was accumulated very slowly due to the type of clergy, this did not affect his contempt for the goddess Liuxing. If it weren't for the pressure from the god king and his father, what qualifications would be to get together with him? Are you sure? No longer want to worry about things. I think the god of weather will comfort his children. Compared to Persith, Kronos cares more about Rhee's situation. With Cleo's and me, and your sickle, Zuperion is not our opponent, but only if the gods of the celestial gods will always be on our side. Although the combat power of the clergy is far better than that of, and the starry sky is also half of the opponent's home court, with a high-level artifact in hand, Rhee has enough confidence to defeat the sun god. But this is limited to Hypelion alone. If in joined forces, then she can only rely on her clergy to delay time. Kuz may not care about the ownership of the starry sky, but Fubo has always envied Thea. After all, with the mother of light and the sun god, who cares about a goddess of light? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Shaking his head, Kronos was not worried about the situation of the god of the celestial gods. He turned his head and asked about the situation on the other side. How is the current situation at sea? As always is stable, said the queen. From the sea, Nereus and Doris, the oceanic god system has not had a conflict with the ancient sea *** for a long time. Just pretending when I do it first, they won't be safe soon. With a sneer, Kronos knew that this was the impact of his increase in the power of the god king in just a few hundred years. When the stars get lively, they will temporarily put aside their guard against me. As long as I don't do it myself, they won't unite. Let's go and see Cleo's. The starry sky is too vast. Even if you have the advantage, it will be difficult to completely decide the winner within at least a few hundred years. After saying that, Kronos stood up. Rhee was silent for a moment and then followed her husband's footsteps, but before she was about to go out, she still spoke out with a little hesitation. Kronos, I have already felt the instinct of the diva power. Stopped, the god king's expression remained unchanged, but a gloom flashed in his eyes. The laws of the world are still incomplete. Cows instinctively hopes that more gods will be born as soon as possible, and the god king is undoubtedly the example of the gods. But for Kronos, having children at this moment is undoubtedly taking the initiative to take the lead in the direction of destruction. I know, Rhee, I feel it, but wait a little longer. Taking a deep breath, the god king comforted his sister. When I finish the starry sky, the sea will at least nominally surrender to me. Only then will I be confident enough to face my destiny. That being said, but Kronos actually understood that even if the sea was completely conquered, his power could not be as strong as his former heavenly father. Perhaps the power of the god king is barely enough, but Uranus's strength is never just because of the royal power. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler on the Odal's mountain. Another 8 years have passed. When everything was ready, with the command of the god king, the first real *** war broke out in Cows. The name of war is that the god of meteorology and the sun god compete for the ownership of the star god. The god king just stands on the top of the sacred mountain and releases his own power from afar. So no gods except the sun god family went to help Zupelion. Even the 2 sea gods, they just silently became audiences. It is completely different from the short-term *** battle that lasted only 7 days. It is easy to distinguish between gods with medium divine power, but difficult to distinguish between good and bad. Unless there is a crushing gap, they won't end the battle in a short time. So when the Mother of Light was dragged by the god of the celestial god, the battle faced by the Queen of God and the god of meteorology became protracted. In the starry sky, the power of the sun god is extraordinary when the divine power levels are similar. Even though Kronos handed over the sickle that had hurt his heavenly father to Rhee, they still had to fight for several years before they could temporarily force Hypelion back. After all, this advanced artifact born after heaven has the greatest damage to, followed by the damage to the god king, and has no effect on it all. Facing the sun god, it can indeed make up for the shortcomings of Rhee's lack of fighting, but that's all. The battle between the main gods has lasted for a long time, and the gap in the number of true gods has become obvious. Compared with the only true gods of the sun god family, the third goddess of the ash tree beside Re, the other three of the four wind gods, Atlas, the gradually growing heaven-breaking master, and even the second son of Cleus who was not long ago. And the third son, they all shine in this magical battle. In the first 1 or 200 years of the battle, because of the strength of Zu-Pelion, he was still in a stalemate, but as the divine power of the new generation of gods gradually increased, the balance of victory and defeat began to tilt towards the side of the god king. Although it is difficult to completely occupy most of the starry sky without thousands of years of battle, the result of the war is foreseeable. One after another, the star gods whose original body is in these star domains also turned against each other. If there is no change, it seems that Zu-Pelion is already out of the blue. At the same time, on the sea, the relationship between the two sea gods also took a sharp turn for the worse. 200 years after the war broke out in the starry sky, the short honeymoon period ended. Although the daughters of the sea Rose and Nereus were born one after another, the divine war broke out in the sea. Unlike the starry sky, the ocean god couple has gained the absolute advantage since the beginning. Even if the gods of the mountains came to help, Pontos still lost 3 battles. A large number of unowned seas were taken into control by the ocean god lord. As long as he could digest them for thousands of years and incorporate them into the clergy, these seas that emerged as the world expanded would help him continue to move towards the peak of powerful divine power. However, as the sea **** and earth ****, who are best at restoring and fighting for a long time, a war on the sea takes even more time than the starry sky and can often last for decades. In addition, although Mother Earth did not intervene, she still borrowed so in a short period of time, the war still had no possibility of ending. For hundreds of years, the collision of divine power has been one after another on the earth, in the sky, and in the ocean. Many of the creatures on the land of cows were accidentally injured and died. The sporadic humans were confused. They thought that the gods were angry, so they worshipped them even more devoutly, but at this time few gods could care about them. When living beings die, their souls will also float into the underworld along with the traction in the dark, or come to the ocean and return to the embrace of the spiritual world. In such an environment, the first ****, who was transformed by the spiritual world, finally appeared after 700 years. Deep in the eternal night, in a small wooden house with 2 stories high, Ryan brewed himself a pot of black tea and quietly watched the final changes of the sleeping **** embryo. Of course, it is no longer appropriate to call it embryo now. The originally white sleeping flower was magnified tens of millions of times, and the petals covering the sky and the sun also had some mysterious dark golden patterns. A faint fragrance came from the stamens, making people feel drowsy when they smelled. Around the big flower, shadows of uncertainty appear and disappear. They seem to be companionship of flowers, and there is a strange connection between the two. How long will it take? It's been these 2 days. After taking a sip of tea, Ryan didn't expect that this conversion took so long. Moreover, in his original estimate, the sleeping **** embryo is likely to become an evil thing like but obviously, the result is not. After being accepted by the spiritual world, although this *** embryo also absorbed a little source of chaos, perhaps because it was first conceived by the world in the form of an orthodox god, it quickly rejected the power of chaos. At this moment, most of the embryos are still in order. This means that it will come to the world as a god. After being transformed by your spiritual world, its breath seems to become a little strange. With a frown slightly, Nyx was also a little confused. The embryo in front of her gave her the feeling that it was different from the gods of cows, and it seemed to have a little bit of a Talteros-like aura. Although it was not obvious, she would never admit her mistake. It's indeed a bit strange. Ryan nodded, and he felt this special aura more clearly. If you have to say something, it means a bit born evil. I thought it would become a new ancient evil creature, and even I had already named it, so I called it. But now it seems that it is more appropriate to call it an evil god. It has relatively complete wisdom, and does not have the same confusing thinking as evil things, but because it has been exposed to some confusing power, its emotions will be weaker than ordinary creatures. Second, morality, rules, order are just tools to it. Perhaps only strength can make it settle. With a slight concentration, sensing the divine nature that had condensed into the embryo in front of him, Ryan said slowly, "No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading." Condensing the divine nature, rather than being directly integrated with the source power, means that it is already a true God. Although direct contact with the source power will bring stronger power, for God, whether to hold power in reason is the only criterion for judging the true God. There are indeed many secrets of gods. Even as the Lord of the spirit world, I only know the problem of source power and divine body, but I don't know why. Shaking his head, Ryan knew that it was because his own strength level was not enough. If you are a great divine power, you can definitely analyze many mysteries of the essence of the gods by mastering the spiritual world. But now, he can only verify his conjectures in practice, little by little. Even if the essence of the *** is with the help of the body, I am not very clear about it, so don't think too much about it. Nix didn't expect Ryan's idea, not to mention anything else. The reason why the gods are immortal is that no existence can be interpreted. Here we go. After another half a day, during the chatter of a while, the last step of the birth of the evil *** finally came. The huge petals began to close, and the mysterious power was nurturing. But perhaps because of the influence of the spiritual world, the vision of the birth of God did not appear in the entire cows, and only the eternal night land responded to this. The divine power of the night floated over and turned into petals all over the sky and fell down. Under the stars, there is a different kind of beauty. Ryan could feel that the originally hazy consciousness in the embryo began to become clear. As a *** born in the eternal night land and the spirit world, it will be born to know it like the 12 *** in the past, rather than growing up slowly from a baby. Time slowly passed until at some point, accompanied by an invisible force that made sentient beings sleep and dreams swept over, the petals opened again, and a young *** with wings on his back hugged his knees with his hands and squatted in the middle. His pupils and hair color are both black, but the wings behind him appear a light gray. On his body, a cloth turned into a divine power wrapped around his body, which was a unique way of dressing in the world of cows. The sleeping *** Zeupunos is just different from the gentle gods in the original myth. As the lord of the spiritual world, Ryan can clearly feel the true emotions of the gods in front of him, the kind of indifference hidden under the appearance. Everything is empty except me. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, the newborn *** opened his eyes and saw the world for the first time. The boundless night color and two ancient gods who had a more existence than the night. One is the master of this place, and the entire interface resonates with her. The other is also in line with the power of the spiritual world, and the 7-level phantom is displayed in the divine vision. In the perception of the sleeping god, two vast auras connected to the sky and the earth. As long as you raise your hand gently, you can crush him into dust. Subconsciously nervous, Shupunos couldn't help but hold a dark purple flute in his hand. That was his companion artifact, part of End, and a little and in the spiritual world. The sleeping song that it blows can make all gods fall into dreams and can also make sentient beings lose their minds in sleep and please the gods in battle. Shupunos, I have met God the Father and God the Mother. Being alert was only a moment, and even Ryan could not even notice it if he had not observed it carefully enough. The next moment, the newborn *** showed a humble and admirable look. As a born no, Shupunos knew that the two gods in front of him were his parents. Since they created him, they were naturally not to hurt him, not to mention that in the face of these two terrifying beings, the sleeping god did not feel that his vigilance was of any significance. Rather than showing fangs, it is better to be gentle and harmless. Father God, according to cow's tradition, it seems like that. Looking at the change in Shupuno's expression, Ryan was stunned at first, then smiled. For gods, power is far deeper than blood. The power of Ryan and Nyx together creates the gods in front of you, and from a legal perspective, they will indeed be regarded as parents by each other. Just referring to Uranus and Gaia, you can tell how unreliable this kind of parent-child relationship is. What's more, this is the world of cows. In later myths, the killing of father and son is simply a common occurrence for gods and mortals. On the side, Nyx's expression was not very real under the black veil. She ignored Shupno's greetings, turned her head to look at Ryan, and said lightly, Since the problem has been solved, you can take him away. As for the reward for this matter, Nyx finally believed Ryan's previous explanation, and she also felt that no one could peek at her destiny without her knowledge. Since Ryan didn't do it intentionally, she should naturally give some gifts. But in the empty eternal nightland, nothing can be regarded as a reward. So Nyx reached out and teared off a corner of his clothes. With a light shake, the broken fabric turned into black silk cloth. The fabric was just a surface, but in fact, she tore a small part of apart. For Miss Yi, this artifact cannot go further anyway, and this loss of power is nothing. It's yours. With a light snorting, he threw the black cloth to Ryan, and Nyx turned his body and silently merged into the night of the eternal nightland. Looking at this scene, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. He, Shupunos, it seems that your mother god doesn't like it very much. Taking the black cloth filled with the power of, Ryan turned to look at the new god. However, as soon as he said that the night around him had a slight sense of repulsion for him. Faced with Nyx's faint warning, Ryan stopped saying more. So, Godfather, will I live with you in the future? Looking a little sad about the departure of the mother goddess, Shupunos looked at Ryan with anticipation. Looking at this scene, Ryan had no intention of being soft-hearted. He knew very well that the evil who was mixed with some chaotic source power during the pregnancy process, was not a good man and a woman. For Shupunos, if he had not felt the gap in power between the two sides and the control of the priesthood as the lord of the spiritual world, Ryan would probably not have cared about this so-called father god. But Ryan doesn't care. Come with me, and you guys are the same. Motioning Shupunos and the 3,000 demigod dream evil spirits that accompanied him, Ryan turned around and walked towards the path in. The sleeping hurriedly followed. Although he had just been born, he also vaguely realized that if he walked around without anyone's guidance in this area of night, he would probably not have been much better. Following the path from where he came, Ryan walked all the way. Perhaps it was because when I was pregnant with the sleeping god, Miss Yi had allowed the power of the spiritual world to explore the land of eternal night. Now, this road when we came seems to have some mysterious power. The night skies slightly, and local creatures dare not do it here. Even without Miss Yi's guidance, Ryan still walked out smoothly. Until he crossed the boundary between the night and the underworld, he turned back to the place he walked. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Under the divine vision, a faint halo enveloped the road, but it became unstable as Ryan left. This is a manifestation of a little chaos in the eternal nightland, and the spaces within it may be staggered and changed. But no matter how it changes, this path that was invaded by the power of the spiritual world will remain, but the location may change. In the future, if anyone is lucky enough to get guidance, he can safely enter and exit the eternal nightland along the path Ryan once walked under the protection of spiritual power. Of course, the premise of all this is that Miss Yi is not interested in him. The remaining breath in the spiritual world can drive away the creatures under the night sky, but it is impossible to resist the ancient creation himself. Shupunos, turning around, Ryan asked casually, "Did you see the guy over there?" "Yes, God the Father." He bowed slightly, and the young looked into the distance. Above the sticks there was nothing, but in Shupunos' perception, a violent fluctuating emotion was hovering there, showing its existence to the outside world without any concealment. The gods today, or the gods of cows, have always been like this. They often sense and hide through divine power and body, but are not prepared for their mental aspects. As powerful as Zeus, he would be sent into a dream by the original mythical sleeping god. When facing the spiritual gods who are directly observed from the spiritual level, the hiding of the west wind god is the same as non-existence. "God, you need me to solve him." A gentle smile on his face, Shupunos asked softly. "Go and capture him." Nodding, Ryan agreed to Shupunos' plea. Similar to the 12 Titans, although Shupunos did not reach the limit allowed by the clergy at the time of his birth, he still had weak powers in the middle of the divine power. In a head-on battle, he may not be the opponent of Feng Shen, but seeing that Zephyros is still unaware of anything, Ryan knew that the battle would end soon. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler. Before Ryan stepped out of the eternal nightland, the spirit of the west wind god was concentrated like never before. The eternal nightland that had been calm for hundreds of years was once again fluctuating, which was a sign that someone had walked out of it. But no one knows who will come out of it. Maybe it was a black dress, or maybe it was just a fairy of nymph. As Zephyro's nervous gaze, a wave of ripple flashed, and Ryan and Zupu North walked out one after another. The fluctuations in the night gradually subsided. After waiting for a while, after confirming that there was no third person, the god of West Wind finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was already thinking in his heart that if he was caught by Miss Yi, how long would he have to persist before offering the existence of the god king? In fact, this idea has appeared many times in the past hundreds of years. Fortunately, reality did not give him a chance to make a choice. The Lord of the Spirit Realm is back, so I can also report to the god king first. But why have I never seen the asterisk beside him before? Some were confused, but soon Zephyros thought of the goddess of the dark moon who didn't know where to come, and the who had appeared in the starry sky. No matter where the other party came from, he just waited for Ryan to return to the spiritual world, and then reported to the god king. The position of the head of the four wind gods is far away, and Zephyros is already a little impatient. What's the sound? Suddenly, the god of the west wind felt a little blurred in his spirit. He seemed to see a gray feather falling from the void. He should be alert, but he didn't know when his thoughts had become slow. A pleasant tune sounded in my ears, and Zephyros' eyes gradually closed. The invisible wind restored its prototype, and the god of the west wind fell to the ground. In one encounter, the weak divine power of this true *** silently lost resistance. Next to Ryan, Shipunos put the flute away. Just now, the melodious sleeping song was slowly blown by him, and the divine power of sleep was transmitted to all directions along the sound. Later son *** Apollo also had a lyre, and he was able to play a tune that was enough to confuse the gods. In the hands of the real god of sleeping, his flute is undoubtedly more powerful than the piano given to Apollo by Hermes. Accompanied by the melodious tune, Shipunos shook his wings lightly. On the light gray wings, illusory feathers fell quietly and sank into the void. The music is sleeping. The feathers are dreams. There is no sign of premonition, and the Zephyros in the sky just feels a sensation coming, and then loses consciousness in relaxation. If you are nervous and always be alert, the power of the sleeping ** will be greatly reduced. But obviously, the god of the west wind did not expect that he would be discovered, nor did he understand the power of sleep. So without any resistance, he was directly taken down by Shipunos. Father, how do you plan to punish him? Flying into the sky and capturing Zephyros, who had turned back to his original state in his dream, Shipunos asked respectfully. Like him, Feng Shen also has a pair of wings behind him, but it looks a little short. In cows, although these winged gods are rare, there are still many, and they are also regarded as part of the mainstream gods, the god of the west wind. Looking at the sleepy Zephyros in front of him, Ryan hesitated a little. He originally planned to bring him into the spiritual world and seal the immortal god, but in a second thought, he dispelled this idea. Sealing a true ** requires continuous consumption of power to hedge against the divine power he obtained from his priesthood. Although this is nothing to the spiritual world, it does not mean much. As long as the gods cannot be killed, Ryan feels that any simple physical punishment is of little significance. Some gods allow the god of sin to support the sky forever, and some gods allow him to push the boulders, which will be repeated forever. As he made the decision, Ryan reached out and gently wiped Zephyros' forehead. Since you like voyeurism so much, that is a punishment. Let you become the worst peeper. Authority flashed by, and the wisdom of the west wind god was missing out of thin air. Although he can still think, any thoughts that come from him will be omitted. At the same time, an uncertain fate silently enveloped Zephyros. In the dark, a change happened quietly. From now on, when the god of west wind is hiding his body, he will definitely have flaws due to inadequate consideration. Even if the flaw is not discovered, all his actions will lead to an unknown ending under fate. The original result is bad, so there will be no change. The original result was good, so let's start over. On the side, Shipunos, who was watching, put away his wings and watched the scene quietly. His expression was still respectful, but his heart was faintly chilling. For the evil ***, who is born with a weak emotional state, he does not care about physical punishment. In contrast, this method that affects wisdom and destiny made him even more afraid. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Let's go. Lean ignored Zephyros when he threw him to the ground. He slashed the space in front of him, and the silver-white light gate appeared. He stepped in, and Shipunos hurriedly followed. The gods always thought that the Minju was the entrance to the spiritual world, so the god king sent the wind god to monitor the Ming land, but in fact, the Minju was at most a main gate. In the entire cow's world, any place covered by the spiritual world can be directly entered and exited inside and outside the interface. But because Ryan has never had the right to enter and exit the spiritual world to the present world, no god has ever discovered this in the past. In a few steps, the 3 space-time barriers were passed by Ryan one after another. The Sinaya mountain is not far away, but in the 3rd spiritual world, Ryan stopped. Until hundreds of years ago, there were no specific things in the 3rd spiritual world. Time and space are mixed. Life has no foundation for existence. Only the angels of the spiritual world pass by occasionally. But at this moment, the place where Ryan is not. On the surface, they were standing in the sky next to a small hill. Seeing Ryan stop, North also stopped. He watched the surrounding environment. The space here was very small, and it was less than 100 miles in total. A few humans lived in the distance, and on the hillside, a sacred figure shining with light was talking to an ordinary thing on the ground. This is the 3rd spiritual world, and it is also your new home in the future. Slowly speaking out his arrangements, Ryan did not intend to bring Shipunos to his temple. In fact, if Nyx hadn't come to him, Ryan would have cultivated a true who was in charge of his dreams. But since he had a ready-made one, he gave up his original plan. Now that Shupnos has been born, it is time to start working. Although he is only a after all, he doesn't care. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler, please give me instructions. I will do my best to fulfill your request. After a short contact before, the freshman Shipunos realized that pretending to be a well-behaved and obedient persona seemed useless, so he decisively changed his attitude. You see where this place is. Looking around, Shipunos carefully observed the surrounding environment. The first is the figure emitting gloriousness. He easily distinguished the other party's identity, a regional born from the mountain. But what surprised him was that he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly no matter how he was. This is also a dream, said Shipunos affirmatively, a real dream that is separated from his master. This is a dream, but it is not just that. Normal dreams are based on the spirit of the creature. When the master wakes up, the dreams will be broken. But Shipunos could tell that the dream in front of him had been disconnected from its master. The power of the spiritual world becomes real gradually when it is in harmony with it. Even if its owner wakes up, it can still continue. Yes, this is half a real dream. Nodding, Ryan said with a smile, this is a human dream. He is receiving the reward from the gods, which is his greatest wish. Because the world he has lived in is only so big, the size of this dream fragment is also fixed. In his eyes, the gods are supreme, so the god in the dream has no real appearance. There are many dreams like this here. What I want you to do is to smellify these dreams, reshape, and then stitch together. With a wave of his hand, the scene in front of him instantly narrowed. In a blink of an eye, the fragments of a dream within a radius of hundreds of miles turned into a transparent bubble. Around the two, thousands of bubbles were spiraling and dying. These are the dreams of intelligent life on the Earth for hundreds of years. Some of the protagonists are humans, more of them are beasts, and even Shipunos saw a few local gods. They stack together and complement each other with the power of the spiritual world. The stronger the master of the dream, the greater the power of the corresponding fragments. In a vague way, in the dreams of some gods, Shipunos even felt the signs of life. It was a new life similar to his 3,000 dream evil spirits, but it was absolutely different. The real dream is the best material to inherit order and chaos. Turning around and looking at the sleeping beside him, Ryan opened up some of the 3rd level of spiritual world authority to him. The time and space in the spiritual world are more chaotic the more you go. But at the same time, the more you go in, the more you become the law becomes more spacious. For powerful spirits, the shallow spiritual world will give them a feeling of depression, and it is not conducive to their continued growth. Over the years, most of the lives born in the spiritual world, the life souls that died due to the external god's war, have been accumulated in the 1st and 2nd levels of the spiritual world, and some have even given birth to primitive social structures. Many of them have become powerful and have gradually mastered extraordinary power. So Ryan has been thinking about what kind of things can exist stably in chaotic space and time, and give shallow spirits a chance to adapt to the process of order to chaotic changes. Undoubtedly, dreams are the answer he chose in the end. What you mean is that I want me to turn my dream into the cornerstone of this interface. Even after its subject is formed, I have the ability to absorb the dream by itself and turn it into a part of myself. Feeling the interface permissions that are open to yourself, Shipunos asked. Yes, Ryan nodded. Dream is based on reality, but it is also transcendent to reality. It naturally symbolizes the process of the transition from order to chaos. The dream that is closer to the present world makes it a part close to the second level of the spiritual world. If it is too bizarre, let them build it in a place close to the fourth level of the spiritual world. Even the dreams of some powerful creatures have power in themselves. When they are constructed into part of the spiritual world, some special spiritual life can be born under the influence of the spiritual breath. As he said that, Ryan's thoughts were a little erratic. For a moment, he thought of some dark fairy tales he had seen in his previous life. A serious fairy tale cannot exist. After all, in dreams, people's behavioral logic is closer to doing whatever they want. In addition to the already chaotic time and space of the spiritual world, Ryan didn't think that any good spirit could naturally be born here. I will follow your commands, God the Father. With his head down slightly, Shipunos whispered to express his obedience. Although below the fifth level of spiritual world, it seems a bit small to a true God-level existence like him, he has no intention of refusing. Shipunos is not an existence like Eclipse. He knows how to restrain his strength and overcome his instincts. What's more, he didn't think that Ryan was discussing with him. Very good, then do it. Lena, nodding, Ryan called on the goddess of the Nethermoon. I'm here, your highness. As usual, the black clothes turned from fictitious, and Lyanna quickly responded to Lion's call. He is the new **** I created, Shipunos. In the future, he will be responsible for building the third spiritual world. She is Lyanna, my deputy. When I'm away, I can ask her if I have anything to do. The three-wheeled crescent moon hangs in the sky. Today, it is just the turn of the third level of the spiritual world to illuminate the outside world. After introducing the two of them separately, Ryan also felt a little moved when he looked at the goddess of the Minju, who had worked diligently in the spiritual world for him over the past few hundred years. Even when he was still in the spiritual world, he was often busy operating rules and digesting his source power. In fact, the affairs of the spiritual world have always been handled by Lena. Most spiritual lives have never even seen Ryan. Just like what they call him, great ancient spiritual will, in their opinion, Ryan's existence is just a legend, and Ryanna is the leader of the spiritual realm. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Liana. The goddess in the black dress raised her head, and she was facing Ryan's eyes. For thousands of years, some of the absorbed by the spiritual world have gathered and formed in his hands, intertwined with his spirituality into a polyhedral crystal. The power of is very special, and it does not seem to have a true superior clergy. Just like the earth element, it is also influenced by clergy such as, but it is not completely subordinate to anyone. And it is very interesting that although in cows is stronger than, is far better than, and is not equal, but the power of elements is not the case. They are opposite each other, maintaining a dynamic balance, seemingly completely unaffected by the strength of authority, and is a wonderful acquired product. It comes from the result of the spiritual refining elements of intelligent life, and its power is not constant. The purer the spirit of its existence, the stronger the magic will be. This is the power that belongs to the master of, but now it will belong to the new master of. Liana, this is, Lane said with a smile. It will become your moonlight. Strictly speaking, although Lena was called the goddess of the Minju before, she actually only managed the concept of the Minju. Because the dark moon does not really exist at this time, it is a projection of the spiritual world in the underworld, and its moonlight is also reflected in the 7-wheeled crescent moons in the spiritual world. But from now on, the dark moon will also have its own moonlight. Serving for you is the meaning of my existence. As the new multifaceted crystals merge into the body, Lena's breath became much heavier. Her divine power has not changed, but the upper limit has been lifted again. As expected, as the underworld further expands, the threshold for powerful divine power will also open to her. Even judging from the particularity of Minju in the underworld, Lena may soon enter the realm of powerful divine power. At the same time, the originally cold light in the underworld also changed. The silver-white light turned into a dark purple tone, and an invisible power spread. Under such light, some corpses that were taken to the underworld but died for various reasons trembled faintly. Gradually, they seemed to have a new soul and burned in the form of flames. Soul fire, that is their name. When the fire is extinguished, it means that the rebirth of the undead is also coming to an end. Seeing that many people have opinions on the level in the text, I will modify the expression method and then explain it in detail. First of all, regarding the issue of strength, as mentioned earlier, the upper limit of the clergy level and the increase in divine power are not equivalent, may not be weaker than, but the upgrade speed of the two titans is completely different, which is from this authority. It is related to performance in the world. Therefore, the protagonist has the slowest rise before the birth of the first generation of humans, the second generation accelerates, and the third generation is extremely fast, which will be faster than the speed of the faith ban. The heroes are faster than the protagonist actually exists only in the narration, and it will not be true the occurrence of, however, since many people misunderstood, it is probably because I have something wrong with the statement. I simply deleted this narration, sorry. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, is the original elemental domain under the spiritual nature. Therefore, the new consciousness of the dead can be retained in the fire of the soul. Although the dead spirits have the word spirit, most of them are not spiritual bodies and are essentially life in the material world. It's just that the bodies of normal life are living, and they are dead. But from another perspective, perhaps in the eyes of the undead, the bodies of life on the earth are dead, and theirs are living. As time goes by, the number of undead gradually increases. Not only the corpses of life, but some places with dense negative energy will also be born under the light of the dark moon. A few existences with wisdom bathe in the moonlight, and they regard as the source of life. The undead called it because in their vague memories there was also a moon on the earth, but it was born later in the underworld. And most importantly, only they can reverse life and death and regain their rebirth. The initial celestial worship began to spread, and the meager power of faith flowed to the dark moon. Ryan noticed the changes in the outside world, but like humans, before the Third Age, it was not the time when these ordinary people appeared. What's more, although the underworld has lost ownership of its soul because of the existence of the spiritual world, it is naturally the home of the undead lives near the source of cows. Before, because of the lack of power in the moonlight of the dark moon, they failed to truly live. But now, with the participation of magic, the spirit can easily influence matter with the help of it, and the necromancer was born. But when Ryan was arranging the spiritual affairs that had accumulated over the past 700 years, a secret talk was underway in a certain light-free field where he didn't know. In the past, relying on the foresight of the myth trajectory, everything seemed to be in expectations of Ryan. He is like a player standing outside the world, gently twitching the line of fate, and the gods are swinging by him like puppets. But as the spiritual world becomes stronger and stronger, the interference of On becomes stronger and stronger. Even he himself doesn't know how many destiny trajectories have changed long ago. He saw some changes in the starry sky, the changes in the God King, but in Ryan's eyes, this was something he expected after all. But obviously, there were some things beyond his expectations that had laid the groundwork as early as the day when the spiritual world was opened. Not all gods will act as he thinks. Some are because of simple emotions, while others are desire to go further. The domain of light, like its name, is here. Everything is no. Without strong enough power, all things cannot even maintain their existence here, because pure darkness will swallow everything. But for the two who are talking at this moment, the danger of the lightless realm is just a joke. Gaia, you see it. At the edge of the boundary, beside the emerald green figure, a gentle and magnetic middle-aged male voice slowly came. If you just listen to the sound, I am afraid everyone will think that this is a scholar with poetry and books. Yes, Erebos, he created another god and he snatched it from the world, the spiritual realm. Through this interface, he can do a lot more than you think. Looking at the sudden change of moonlight in the sky, the woman in the green dress did not hide her emotions, or she was never a person who was good at hiding her. She doesn't like Ryan, she never likes it. Thousands of years ago, when the witch had mostly defected from its origin returned to its hands, this dislike turned into anger. At the first moment, Gaia wanted to take revenge. As long as she thinks, the earth and the underworld will follow, and all life with the breath of the spiritual world will be targeted by part of this world, and this is just the beginning. She wants to imprison Ryan in the depths of the earth and make him pay for his actions after he handed over the authority of half of his life. However, Erebos dissuaded her at that time. The Lord of Darkness told Gaia that when the spiritual world was opened up, Ryan could no longer be imprisoned. He is one with the spiritual world, or he is the personalization of the spiritual world, but he is not like the original God and is no longer the same as his originality. For Ryan, even if his external divine body is destroyed, he can be reborn in the interface at any time. The same is true for the lost part. It has probably become a part of the spiritual world and is never able to retake it again. Therefore, Gaia's anger that had nowhere to vent her had covered the earth for 3 years, but she did not give up on revenge, but instead brewed her anger in her heart. You persuaded me, Erebos, but I called me again today. If you have any ideas, just say it. You have what you want, but I just want him to know that the earth is not that easy to deceive. The voice was a little cold. Gaia knew that Erebos was not a good-hearted person. The other party most likely wants her to do something that only she can do. But Gaia doesn't care. In later generations, she could help Zeus for the giants, or she could turn against Zeus because of the Titan who was locked into the abyss. During the whole process, she seemed to have gained nothing, but instead lost a lot of power. This is Mother Earth. She rarely cares about interests when doing things and only cares more about temporary emotions. As long as she could breathe, she was willing to pay some extra price. Haha, don't say that, my good sister. Maybe I just want to help you. On the side, listening to Gaia's words, Erebos smiled. He seemed to be in a good mood today. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Mother Earth's face was still cold. If the other party really had a simple concern, he would have done so long ago when Uranus was still there. But he sat down and faced the pain. The so-called care is simply a joke. On the other hand, seeing that Gaia ignored her, Erebos didn't care. As the other party said, the reason why he found the other party was naturally because he could not do it himself. In the realm of, although the Earth Mother is only leveraging the power of the companion artifact, it is by no means something that the Dark Lord can reach. You know Gaia, thousands of years ago on the Earth, the gods created life. His right hand swept across the darkness in front of him, and life in the underworld emerged before the 2 ancient gods. They were all created on that day and brought here. But ironically, they were already dead at this time, and what they were moving was a new life born on the corpse. They gave the body of the mortal object with Ur, and Ryan gave the soul of the mortal object with the well water. As expected, the well that sowed the soul is a magical tool shaped with the power of life, and it and the treasure bottle is originally one. Yes, Gaia said, I don't need you to remind me again how he gave his soul before me with something that originally belonged to me. You misunderstood. I'm not laughing at you. In fact, I'm just emphasizing that in the realm of life, the body and soul of all things actually have an intersection. Shaking his head, Erebos explained, but Gaia feels that he is just describing his failure in another way. So, what did you find? Gaia was already a little impatient. She never knew that her younger brother had such a bad personality. Don't worry, my sister. With a chuckle, Erebos looked at the wandering dead spirits in the picture and said slowly, I just discovered some secrets about life through the dichotomy artifact. End of this chapter. Mythology, spiritual ruler, did you know, Gaia, the growth of everything requires nutrients. The world draws strength from its own cycle and void, and the gods draw strength from their corresponding symbols through their clergy. One qualitative substance transforms into another, and the equivalent exchange is the unchanging law of the world. So, Gaia frowned and said, of course I know this. Even the plants I created need to draw nutrients from the earth, and you don't need to teach me. What do you say have to do with life and soul? With a slight smile, Erebos still seemed slow. Perhaps it was the influence of the clergy, and the Dark Lord liked the feeling of revealing the secret little by little. Is that right? Let me tell me, my sister, plants draw nutrients from the earth, but where do those lives created by the gods get the power to maintain existence? Didn't you see? Gaia felt that this was another meaningless question. They eat plants or eat each other. Is there anything wrong with them drinking water to promote the balance of elements in the body? Of course not. Erebos said briefly, if cannot be divided, then I think this is normal. But since the body and soul can exist independently, why can one life eat other life? The body, its soul, will not eat the souls of other lives. If the soul does not have the process of eating, where does it get the nutrients? Gaia was silent. She had already vaguely understood what the other party wanted to say. The nutrients for physical growth are water and plants, but the nutrients for the soul's growth are the body itself. It doesn't need anything else. Eripos's eyes were a little deeper. Under the warmth of the flesh, it directly borrows the intersection of the two in the realm of life and directly acquires power from the former. And over time, the body will develop, mature, age, and the soul will be, but the latter has a longer cycle than the former. So in the end, they will return in unison and become part of that world. Do you know what that means? It means that every soul is a seed and the material world is the soil where it sprouts. When a body of life reaches its end, the fruit called soul will mature. Mother Earth said slowly, and she was also a little shocked. Chaos draws strength from chaos and transforms it into a masterless source power, and then continuously improves the world. The spiritual world uses the present world as chaos, absorbing power from it, and constantly improving itself. It seemed that Gaia could see the day when the spiritual world was running side by side with the present world at the end of time. From the perspective of Chaos himself, it is hard to say whether it is good or bad, because the strength of spirituality itself is also strengthening the effect of circulation within the world. This is certainly not good news for the present world that tends toward matter and order. Just as the world is growing stronger and stronger, the power of Mother Earth is getting weaker and weaker. Gaia has a deep understanding of this. No, suddenly, Mother Earth reacted. For the current lives in their weak nature, even if the number of them expands tens of millions or even more, they are all over the Earth, and this is also for cows. It's nothing. Don't be alarmist, Erebos. What do you want me to do? He raised his eyebrows and watched his sister react. The Dark Lord was a little disappointed. When he first discovered this, he was really shocked, but later he realized that drawing strength in this way was like using a basin to scoop water from the sea, and it was still an ocean where great rivers converged. Unless the number of intelligent life is counted in billions, unless their life level can be increased by more than one level, it just sounds nice and actually makes no sense. The power derived from the next day of the current world is more than the souls of ordinary things that can be transformed in 100 years. It's very simple. Next time, he said, when this group of lives dies, and the next time I create life, I want you to add this. Extending his hand, a ball of unstable black gas swayed in Eripo's palm. At the first moment, Mother Earth did not recognize it, but soon she realized its essence. In terms of quantity, it is very weak, so weak that even the power of the regional asterisk is stronger than it. But it is also pure, because it comes directly from the original body of the original god. Dark Erebus, I don't care to give you a knife, but I hope you can think of a more reasonable solution. I can do it with the raw liquid in, but letting life directly contact the source power, madness is their only end. Do you think he won't see such an obvious change? A little disappointed, Gaia didn't expect that her younger brother came up with such a solution. So I'll let you dilute it as much as possible, Erebos said lightly. Just like a drop of divine power sinks into the ocean, as long as the weight is small enough, there will be no problem. Of course, between its essence, the mind of life may be distorted, but it will not completely destroy their sanity. Just find a reason, for example. You have created humans with only positive emotions before, and now you have to turn around and create humans with more negative emotions. Do I need to teach you this too? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. I understand, but can I help me deal with him? Mother Earth nodded hesitantly, but was a little confused. She could see that the other party was using this method to infiltrate his own power into the spiritual world, but what threat could this pose to Ryan? No asterisk with medium divine power will take this little bit of power seriously, let alone Ryan, who is in the spiritual world. In the outside world, divine power will limit his power. In the spiritual world, the interface itself is his power. Don't you understand yet, my dear sister? God is immortal, so if you want to deal with him, you must first understand him and understand how to target his world. Eripos was speechless. Although he didn't understand what the meaning of a simple venting breath was, he still patiently in order to get Gaia's help. After all, he really knows nothing in the realm of life. When my source power enters the spiritual world, I don't expect them to come back, but anyway, this is just a little bit. The souls of ordinary things can only carry so much. Ryan reaps power through his soul, and he will definitely return his soul to his original source. This must be done through the origin of the spiritual world. This is my purpose. I want to let part of me touch the roots of the spiritual world. Euripos looked straight at his sister. Then I can know how the spiritual world was opened up. No one will tell the truth about the uninvited guest who came to the door, Gaia, so I never believed Ryan's explanation to me. I don't want him to tell me anything. I just want to see it myself. Of course, at that point, Ryan will definitely notice my behavior. He will intercept those sources, but I will get hope of getting rid of cows, and you can also know his weakness. End of this chapter. Mythology. Spiritual ruler looking at the sister who was gradually getting moved. The Dark Lord couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Weakness. Not to mention whether there are any weaknesses in the world. Even if there are, Erebos will never say it. He himself also wants to take this step. If he can successfully create the world, he will not have time to cover it up, so how can he allow others to know the secret? Anyway, Ryan is a smart person, and even if the other party suffers a loss, he will definitely not say it. He even thought that if he could open up the world, even though he would have a conflict with Ryan, and the power of his own unparalleled power with him, they might not have been unable to become allies in the fight against the present world. On the side, for some reason, after listening to his brother's explanation, Gaia's first reaction was not the other party's clever calculation or the gains after success, but the feeling that whether it was Ryan or Euripos, it seemed to be with cows. All the gods are a little out of place. In her impression, the gods can fight if they can beat them, and they can't win over allies. At most, they can use some tricks or sneak attacks to win over their helpers. Methods like Euripos are indeed rare. I will, Mother Earth finally said. Kronos doesn't want to create a second generation of human beings, so I will dominate. He ignored my wishes and was still unwilling to release Alanides and Kukrops out of the abyss, so I wouldn't care about his thoughts. I will do what you ask, but it has nothing to do with me if it will be as you think. Hearing this, Erebos nodded, and he finally convinced Gaia. He actually couldn't guarantee that this attempt would succeed, but this was the only way he could think of. Soon, Gaia left with that power, and the Dark Lord, after watching the Mother of Earth leave, stood on the edge of the field, looking at the eternal night land that wrapped the other half of the underworld. Compared to Gaia, he actually wants to join forces with Nyx more. If the power of can also be added, it will be foolproof. But he also knew that if his sister was really limited in ways, then his sister was simply not interested in these things. She didn't have that strong desire to become stronger. If possible, she could even stay alone forever. It is good to do something without cow's control, but it doesn't matter if it can't be done. Anyway, as the original god, as long as it is not completely personalized like Gaia, it will not completely fall into the realm of the great divine power no matter what. Euripos understood this idea very well, because he thought so long ago. If Ryan had not appeared, he would probably stay alone in the lightless realm, sitting and watching the changes in the outside world until the end of time. I hope it will succeed. But if you fail, you can accept it. As an Eternal, I still have many opportunities. Shaking his head slightly for Erebos, the biggest price of failure in action is to arouse Ryan's vigilance, but as long as you act, there will be consequences. In any case, the Dark Lord has prepared one more enemy. Even after the source power is touched, he will regard Ryan as his opponent regardless of whether he achieves the result he wants. Before that, he still has something to do. Come, with a clear shout, the next moment in his own body, Erebos truly mobilized the power belonging to under the power of the ancient of creation, everything that happened today was swallowed up by darkness and turned into a secret itself. Even fate was excluded to a certain extent. I feel a little breathless. Even in my own body, exerting this level of power is a considerable burden. Simple power will not put pressure on him, but the real difficulty is the person that can interfere with fate to a certain extent. I hope the harvest can be worthy of my efforts. Standing on the edge of the lightless realm, Erebos began to look forward to the results he planned. Since Ryan returned to the spiritual world, another 500 years have passed in a flash. During these 500 years, the situation in Cows has changed rapidly. The war in the sky is coming to an end, although Kronos suspended the offensive due to Ryan's return and the changes in the Nethermoon. But decades later, after discovering that there was no other movement in the underworld, the war rekindled. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Now, more than 70% of the starry Sky Express surrender to the God King, and the star gods whose original body is in those star fields have also turned against each other. The rest of the place, except for the realm left to the celestial Kus, is the only place that Zuperion remains. Only in the area near the sun, The power of the sun god is unprecedentedly powerful, so the queen of God and the god of meteorology have to slow down there. On the other hand, on the sea gods also experience the power of strategy for the first time. It is difficult to decide the outcome of the battle between powerful divine powers, but under the command of Modis, the oceanic god system has made rapid progress elsewhere. They avoided the battlefield of the four main gods and squeezed the realm of the offshore gods everywhere. Several of Ponto's descendants were exhausted, but they were always slower. If it weren't for the gradual decline of the war in the starry sky, I'm afraid that Ponto's would have been difficult to maintain even the last part in the battle for the uninhabited seas. Through this incident, the name of Medes of Wisdom resounded throughout the earth and the ocean. Given the consistent tradition of the oceanic god system, many gods came to her to express their feelings, but the goddess of wisdom rejected them one by one. Compared to the gods, she is more willing to stay with the golden humans who survived the War of Gods. She gave them the hydrology she created to let them understand the currents and climate above the sea. The humans on the ocean have left traces completely different from those on the earth. In this case, in the starry sky, the daughter of Kuz's second daughter, Astrea, the *** of meteors, and Persith, the *** of material destruction, was born. It is also because of her birth that the originally harmonious cooperative relationship between Kuz and the god king suddenly appeared. End of this chapter.